You've got to give me a moment to wish a couple of friends happy birthday. Oh, it's for today. These are today's birthdays. Be quick about it. These are too big. And these three were personal. I had some interaction with these three. I never met Michael, but I had dinner with all these guys. Real quick.
Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started if AT&T is
Yep,
queued
we're
in.
connected.
I know Member Gaines is on his way. He should be here shortly. But we have a real tight schedule this morning, so, and being respectful, especially I know our controller is on a tight schedule, and I want to make sure we hit that 1 o'clock mark with her. So with that, let me have Ms. Cicchetti please call the roll.
Okay, good. Good morning, board members. Here we go for the roll. Chair Vasquez,
Present?
Vice Chair Lieber. Here. Member Gaines is not present yet. Member Schaefer,
Present?
Deputy Controller Emron.
Present.
A quorum is present, so the meeting is officially called to order. With that, if I could just have you, all those that can, please stand, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let me just have Ms. Cicchetti, please. I know you have some opening remarks.
I
And we're
do.
going to limit these
Yes,
this morning
yeah.
so we can get right to the
I got to
order
get
of
going here
business.
first, yeah. Our first order of business is our informational announcement. This meeting is live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE YouTube channel. There is no hearing reporter today. The transcript of this meeting will be created from the audio live stream. First, I would like to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and any other wireless devices. Public comment is taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment on the matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend on making a public comment using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line before the beginning of your agenda item. We recommend this because our audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the informational announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, before I have you call the first item of business, I'm going to have Mr. Schaefer have just a quick minute of some brief announcements, and we'll move right into our first item.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. You know, I usually note a birthday of somebody significant, you know, just because that's important to all of us in life. We hit the jackpot today. We have 4 of our dear Americans celebrating their birthday today. The late John McCain, candidate for president, great patriot. James Brady, who took a bullet for President Reagan as presidential press secretary. Robin Leach, lifetimes of the lifestyles of the rich and famous. And Michael Jackson. The first 3, I'm proud to say, I've had interaction with, shared a dinner with, chatted with. They weren't friends, but they were acquaintances. I'm sorry I never met Michael Jackson, but I was a big fan of his. Thank you for the minute.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the first
Yes.
item.
Thank you. The first item for today's meeting is item 1, Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing. Public hearing to allow taxpayers and stakeholders to comment on items in the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Annual Report or issues related to the agency's administration of its tax programs. Taxpayers can share their experiences with property tax problems they may be having so that the agency can help facilitate resolutions. Ms. Thompson, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate, will provide an introduction and facilitate the public hearing.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, the Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm pleased to be here today to conduct the annual Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing for the agency to provide taxpayers, industry representatives, government agencies, and other parties the opportunity to provide comments before this elected board. The hearing is held in accordance with the Morgan Property Taxpayer Bill of Rights as well as the California Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Before we extend the opportunity to the public to provide comment, I'd like to share some information from you on the format and purpose of the hearing, then discuss the contents of the most recent annual report from the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, which serves as the basis for this hearing. The annual report is for fiscal year 2021-22, which can be accessed through our agency's website through the Taxpayer Rights Advocate pages, as well as viewed by reviewing this month's public agenda notice. As to the format and order of the speakers, we would like to extend the opportunity to those that speak that gave us advance notice to the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office or Board Proceedings section that they wish to speak at the hearing, followed by reading into the record any written comments before going to the phone lines to invite those who may also have comments. Ms. Margie Wing, Senior Technical Advisor from our Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, will read the written comments submitted directly to our office through the electronic appearance submission form that was posted to our webpage. Those comments were also submitted directly to the board's proceedings staff. And Ms. Cicchetti will invite those on the phone to speak, as well as those notified us that are in the audience today. After reading the public comments submitted in advance of the meeting, we will go to the teleconference line inviting people to comment. After each speaker, I will provide some comments in regards to past work done by our office, as well as just respond to their comments here. And then if the members have any questions or comments after that, they're welcome to do that. If not, then we'll just go to the next speaker. So the purpose of the hearing is to give taxpayers, industry representatives, assessor, and local agencies the opportunity to provide comments on the annual report, any items that are discussed there for the purposes of correcting any problems described in the report, or on any issues that they may be currently working on with the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, as well as anything they really would like to comment to as to property taxes or collection of those taxes. Parties may also comment on programs administered by the State Board of Equalization, the quality of agency services, or property tax issues. They are also welcome to present their concerns regarding agency services or issues related to the administration of its tax programs, including state and county property taxes, alcoholic beverage tax, and tax on insurers. Agency's taxpayers' rights hearing is held in accordance with certain statutory provisions. And for property taxes, Revenue and Taxation Code Section 5906D states that the board shall annually conduct a public hearing soliciting the input of assessors, other local agency representatives, and taxpayers to address the advocate's annual report pursuant to Section 5904 and to identify a means to correct any problems identified in that report. For the alcoholic beverage tax, Revenue and Taxation Code Section 32463 states that the board shall conduct an annual hearing before the full board where industry representatives and individual taxpayers are allowed to present their proposals on changes to the alcoholic beverage tax, which may further improve voluntary compliance and the relationship between taxpayers and government. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Annual Report that is applicable to this year's hearing is for fiscal year 2021-22, which was published in February 2023. That report included discussions of problems or issues in the area of property taxes and contained examples of certain property tax cases illustrating how our office assisted taxpayers and helped resolve their problems. Additionally, that report describes our office's involvement in education to local taxpayers. We do this through the publication of information sheets that are written in simple, non-technical terms and that are geared to help taxpayers in understanding property tax topics. Before we invite taxpayers to share their experiences or voice their concerns before this elected board, I'd like to share with you some statistics on how taxpayers we assisted for this year of the annual report and provide some information on how the Advocate Office helps to resolve problems that they have with the assessment of or collection of property taxes. For fiscal year 2021, our office worked on 269 cases. The majority of those, we completed work on them. The majority of those originated from taxpayers contacting our office through our web inquiry form on our Taxpayer Rights Advocate page on the agency's website or by phone. However, taxpayers are also forwarded from board member offices after taxpayers contact their office seeking assistance. So we appreciate you forwarding those to us so we can respond to their concerns. Of the completed cases, 25% were from taxpayers in District 1, Board Member Gaines' district, 32% from District 2, Board Member Lieber's district, 19% from District 3, Board Member Vasquez's district, and 24% from District 4, Board Member Schaefer's district. Of the completed cases, 75% of those cases were in the valuation category, and 25% of the cases were in the administrative category. The annual report identifies specific topics within those categories. The largest percentage of cases in the valuation category involved exclusions from reassessment at 33%, followed by a change in ownership at 18%, with the next highest percentage for exemptions at 16%. The largest percentage of cases in the administrative category involved delinquent taxes at 37%, followed by access to data and other at 25%, with the next highest percentage for special assessments at 16%. In addition to providing statistical information on completed cases, the annual report provides examples to illustrate how taxpayers' problems are resolved in the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office and indicate the range of services provided. A large part of our role is to help facilitate resolution of taxpayers' problems, and we do that by working with local county agencies, such as the assessor or tax collector, to obtain information about the assessment of the taxpayer's property and corresponding property taxes for that property and other charges that are included on the tax bill. If the issue is with work performed by programs directly administered by our agency, then we work with that particular division or department to resolve that and to get information. We review each taxpayer's situation on a case-by-case basis, conduct research into the law and existing guidance pertinent to that case. And we also contact local agencies to help resolve the issue with the taxpayers with that agency, and we also coordinate to obtain information on the assessment of that property, how it was assessed and what it was assessed at. Generally, we help taxpayers with problems that they have with the assessment of their property, but we also do that with the collection of property taxes as well. I'm not going to go over any of the examples from the annual report this year, but generally, they involve defaulted taxes, exclusions from reassessment, and the parent-child transfer, and the base year value transfer. Those were the examples given in this case. In addition to helping taxpayers with specific problems that they have with the assessment or collection of property taxes, our office can help with larger issues that can bring about important change that affects more than one property taxpayer. The issues that may be brought to our attention through someone that contacted our office directly or by someone coming before this elected board at a taxpayer rights hearing. When we become aware of the issue that needs resolution, we work with the appropriate department to resolve the issue if that's within our area. Additionally, the annual report for 2021 contains a section on taxpayer service improvements. which includes 4 parts. 1, educating the public. 2, educating the public about Proposition 19. And 3, ease of access to information. And 4, forms review. I would like to highlight a portion of on educating the public here because it is very important for taxpayers. The portion on educating the public discusses the TRA office's role in taxpayer education through the issuance of our information sheets. This work began in 2018 after discussions with the California Assessors Association about the need for the issuance of short information sheets that provide information in simple, non-technical terms that could be used to help taxpayers know about different property tax savings available to them. This annual report for 2021-22 identifies the completion of 6 information sheets, specifically from July 2021 through June 2022. And they address exclusions from transfers between parents and children, transfers between grandparents and grandchildren, and base year value transfers for persons age 55 and over, as well as for disabled persons. The information sheet addressed these transfers under current law, under Proposition 19, with separate information sheets issued addressing prior law, since taxpayers may still be applying for such transfers under prior law, as well as processing by county assessors' offices. The information sheets are clear as to what period they apply to, so the taxpayers will know, whether their transfer occurs under current law versus prior law. The 2021 annual report also identifies the issuance of 2 other information sheets that were drafted during that fiscal year, but posted online in August 2022, shortly after the year end. They were on base year value transfers for disabled persons. Similar to the information sheets, 2 were issued as a set, 1 pertaining to current law of Prop 19 and 1 pertaining to prior law. These information sheets are posted to our website under the Taxpayer Rights Advocate page. Many county assessors link to these information sheets as well, and we issued a letter to assessors for each sets of these information sheets. So so the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office is committed to making improvements to taxpayer education and providing taxpayers with information in clear, simple, understandable terms. Our office values the importance of having the information sheets available as a resource for taxpayers where they can read about the main requirements of a specific provision of law, how they can apply for an exemption or exclusion, helpful hints, and where to find additional information. We do plan to continue publishing information sheets to help taxpayers. For today's Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing, we were notified of 13 submissions prior to the hearing through contacts made with Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office and the Board Proceedings Division. And we received 9 written public comments submitted that will be read into the record, and 4 that were indicated that they wish to speak. The known speakers are Honorable, this is just either remote or in person here, is Honorable Christina Nguyen, incoming president of the California Assessors Association and Sacramento County Assessor. The Honorable Christine Lee, current president of the CAA and Kings County Assessor, was unable to attend. So Ms. Nguyen will speak first and remotely. Next, Mr. Mark Aprea, principal for Aprea and Michelli, are on behalf of the California Alliance of Taxpayer Association, has joined us today and will be speaking. They also submitted a letter in advance of the hearing. Ms. Gina Rodriguez, principal of Advocacy Services, practice of Ryan LLC, is also present in the audience today, who will be speaking. And she submitted a letter in advance of the hearing as well. The next person, Ms. Vicki Traylor, a taxpayer, indicated that she wanted to speak remotely as well via the electronic submission form. So the remainder of the comments that were submitted in writing will be read again by Ms. Wing, and then I'll respond. So as a reminder, after each speaker comments, and I will provide some brief remarks about their comment, then the members can have any questions or comments in relation to that comment. Then we will go to the next speaker. And I'm also available at the end of the hearing to address any questions that you may have of me. That concludes my remarks. Unless there are any questions at this point, we will begin taking public comment, starting with those who notified us in advance that they would be speaking, then submit written comments, followed by people on the phone line that had not yet indicated they would be speaking. So unless there are any comments now, then we'll have the board clerk go to the people in the audience and online.
I have several, but I'll wait because I know we're on a tight schedule here.
Okay.
Let's
Yeah,
hear
I can do it at the end.
We can do it at the end. Let's see how many we can slip in at the end.
So we have Christina Nguyen, who's on Teams. She's been invited, and here she is. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez and board members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. I am Christina Nguyen, Sacramento County Assessor and President-elect of the California Assessors Association. It is a pleasure to join everyone this morning. Thank you for including me in today's hearing and for continuing to offer this forum for taxpayers. Assessors appreciate and are grateful for the work of the taxpayer rights advocate, Lisa Thompson, and staff. The new information sheets have been very helpful. At my office, we link to them from our website. I can report with confidence that the interactions that occur between the advocate's office, taxpayers, and assessors' offices are extremely helpful to all parties. We appreciate the advocate's property assessment expertise and the assistance provided to our offices and taxpayers across the state. And we look forward to continuing this positive and productive working relationship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate Ms. Nguyen's comments on behalf of herself as Sacramento County Assessor and incoming President of the Assessors Association for 2024. We are extremely grateful for Christina's willingness to promote our information sheets and link to them on her website, as well as other county assessors. We do think that they're helpful to taxpayers, and also our office is pleased with the assessors' partnership with us to advance taxpayer education through these information sheets. I do talk with them regularly at different assessors conferences as well as individually to kind of go over topics that are in need for the issuance of the information sheets. So thank you so much for your kind words.
And congrats. You're incoming president, right? We're looking forward to your working with you. We have in the past, but looking forward to your leadership, though.
We're going to become great friends over the next 12, 14 months with all these topics.
Looking forward to it.
So we can move on to the next comments unless any of the other members have any comments or questions this time.
I think we're going to, go ahead, Member Gaines.
Just, I want to thank Christina Nguyen for making the opening comments and for stepping up as the chair next year. And if you want to address it later, we can, but I'd like to know more about the link. I mean, if we're giving an opportunity through county assessors to access the taxpayer rights advocate, I'd just like to know more about that at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
All right.
It's a long day. Maybe we'll save that for later.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, the next speaker that we have is Mr. Aprea. He's in the audience. Mr. Aprea, would you step forward? Thank you.
Live and in person. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board and staff. For the record, Mark Aprea, I'm here on behalf of our client, the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates, and we want to underscore the importance and the function of the State Board of Equalization, and in particular, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. As you know, CADA is a nonprofit trade association made up of tax attorneys and tax consultants representing taxpayers before county assessors, local assessment appeals board, and the BOE. And CADA's purpose is to protect the rights of California property taxpayers. I want to take this opportunity to commend the TRA for their excellent outreach efforts and strong efforts towards explaining complex issues to taxpayers. I'm not going to repeat what's in our letter, but I want to highlight that this hearing and the TRA are perfect examples of the value the State Board of Equalization provides taxpayers around the state. I also want to suggest that the role of the BOE and the TRA are helpful to people who advocate on behalf of taxpayers, but they're also helpful to the members of the assessor community, as was highlighted by the prior speaker. And we continue to look forward to working with the BOE, with the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and with staff on addressing issues that taxpayers have with their property tax matters, whether they be small matters at the local level or more consequential before the BOE. The BOE provides, not only through the TRA, but through other means, an incredible amount of information that property tax professionals on a daily basis use and that benefit them and their clients to make sure that they can properly represent their clients before the assessor, the Assessment Appeals Board, or the BOE. And again, we want to thank you for holding this hearing and for allowing us the opportunity to appear before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
We appreciate Mr. Aprea's comments on behalf of CADA. CADA has a broad membership and serves a vital role in protecting the rights of California taxpayers. We thank them for their input and for joining us today. We look forward to working with them on any issues that they may have in the future. So, unless there are any comments or questions, we can move to the next speaker.
I think we're going to try to hold them until the end.
Okay.
Because I know we have several speakers, both in person and on
Yes.
in
The
writing.
next participant we have in the hearing is Gina Rodriguez. She's a principal at Ryan LLC. She's in person. Thank you for coming forward.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It's good to see you got rid of the boot.
Finally. Thank you. It's good to see all of you. Gina Rodriguez. I am a principal in the advocacy services practice at Ryan LLC. I was here last year, but first I want to thank the efforts of Lisa. She's been amazing. She's a true problem solver, and this board is very lucky and fortunate to have her. I've worked with a lot of advocates over the years, and she's one of the top ones. So thank you, Lisa. We brought forth several issues related to locally assessed property at last year's hearing, including online filing platforms and the use of digital signatures and the backlog of assessment appeals and refunds, and I want to revisit those issues. First, on the online filing platforms and digital signatures, we've been collaborating with assessors, especially Assessor Leslie Morgan from Shasta County. She's been particularly helpful in educating us and making us more knowledgeable about the various online filing processes among the 58 counties. And we're talking about personal property tax returns, which is the Form 571L. The 30-plus counties that use the megabyte filing platform, there's other platforms as well, including SDR, eSDR, and that one's owned by the California Assessors Association, according to that website, and those like Los Angeles County that have their own online filing systems. So we have a vast amount of filing systems to deal with, and but 30 of those are the megabyte counties. And while these online systems are designed to digitize the filing process of personal property tax returns, we are not aware of any that allow batch processing. And Ryan files more property tax returns than any other firm in North America, and we have no choice but to paper file because we simply cannot file one return at a time. It's cost prohibitive for us. A further archaic issue is that certain counties still require wet signatures. but there is no public list of which counties have this mandate. Last year, when I was here, we asked for the BOE to provide a list of counties that require wet signatures and to include that list in the 571L instructions. This hasn't been done, and we are still finding that certain counties impose that 10% late penalty, even when our clients file on time, but who have failed to provide a wet signature. We are continuing to work with Lisa and her team on identifying a solution for that. For the backlog of assessment appeals and refunds, as I stated last year, there's an extraordinary backlog of appeals in some counties, resulting in delayed decisions and closure of cases. Further, some counties are taking more than a year to release property tax refunds after an applicant's successful appeal and after the tax rolls have been corrected. This is not only frustrating for taxpayers, but it's very costly for counties. For example, in Los Angeles County, budget officials have estimated they spent $14.2 million in interest in the last 3 fiscal years on refunds. And this is a direct result of the slow process in resolving appeals and the delay in refunds. We believe it is in the best interest for both tax administrators and taxpayers to reach fair decisions in an efficient and timely manner. An example of how to address these issues is a property tax working group that has been formed and is being led by the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce. The working group includes business leaders, tax professionals, and other business groups working in a transparent and collaborative process with personnel from the Assessor's Office, Auditor Controller, and the Executive Office of the Board of Supervisors. And this working group, of which Ryan is a part, has been studying best practices and collaborating on steps to improve the process. And I can tell you from our last call, it was amazing to get the Auditor Controller and the Assessor and the Executive Office teams together, because I don't think they've ever talked to one another, and we collaborated, and it was a wonderful call, and we have another call at 11 today, so I've got to run back. But taxpayers do deserve a transparent and timely process to resolve their tax disputes. To this end, the Los Angeles Chamber and Ryan, I mentioned that we formed a working group. So with that, we will continue having best practices and successfully collaborating on steps needed to improve the process. And I'm happy to answer any questions before I head out.
Thank you for that follow-up. And I know we'll have a couple of questions for Ms. Thompson at the end as well. That'll hopefully address some of your issues. I know we've been working on this wet signature piece.
So I have some remarks also.
Oh, go ahead.
Don't mind.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Ms.
so we appreciate Ms. Rodriguez's comments. Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind words about myself. We work with Ms. Rodriguez throughout the year and appreciate her partnership. When she contacts us, we assist her where we can. And ultimately, with respect to the first concern, she expresses concerns about digital signatures and property statements. Our agency's property tax department has issued letter to assessors 2020-22 in May of 2020, providing guidance on electronic property statement filings. That LTA includes discussion about the digital signatures on property statements and describe the provisions of Government Code Section 16.5 that allows for written communications to be accepted by a public entity in which a signature is required for them to use a digital signature if it embodies certain attributes. So that LTA also discusses Revenue and Taxation Code Section 441K, which allows assessors to accept electronic filings. If the assessor decides to accept filings electronically, then they must decide how to authenticate those forms as being made by electronic media. So essentially, an assessor's office may elect to accept filings by digital signatures, and in each county may be different as to their technology that they use, and it can change at any given time. Different counties do use different platforms for filing of property statements, although, as she indicated, many use the same platform. So she and I have discussed this with Leslie Morgan in particular, and also, we've provided some information on that specific software company, as well as on the California Assessors Association platform that they started I don't know exactly when, I would say 2005, maybe 6, it was a long time ago. But they do have a large number of counties, I know, that use SDR and ESDR. So I think Gina and I kind of, we can talk with other, with some of the assessors to understand it as well. I mean, she can, of course, on behalf of her company, but I have also developed a relationship with many of these assessors, so it's helpful for me to understand how the filings work as well. So a lot of the information that's consistent among the counties are the use of a BIN number, which essentially an assessor's office gives to a taxpayer for their property each year. It changes, and along with its assessment number, it kind of functions as the authorized signature. So that's how the assessor knows they're authorized. So if somebody has the BIN number and assessment number, they log on to the online system, they know. So I do understand the issue she's referring to as far as paper filed property statements. So not having a BIN number kind of in order to do a batch processing would be ideal. If you have multiple property statements. I don't think that is really an area where we could demand an assessor's office to, accept filings. That's really their discretion and their decision, how they accept them. But we are supportive of, Gina going forth and asking assessors as well to see if that's a possibility, to have a batch processing system available. It's possible their software vendor, could, do that. So, as to the assessment appeals item, and the kind of the backlog, our agency promulgates rules for use by local boards of equalization when equalizing. We don't have oversight over the local county assessment appeals board, but we're glad, and Gina and others have established this working group to kind of come up with some things to improve the process. As to issuance of the refunds, after appeals proceedings, I did let Gina know that if she gave me a list of some that were fairly, I would say, aged, that have not, where the taxpayer hasn't received a refund following the decision of the appeals board, that I would reach out to the assessor's office to ask them about the status of the roll correction for that, and if they have been made on the assessor's end, if they could coordinate with the tax collector's office to see exactly where the refund is. So that would be better for me to approach the assessor's office with some specific things. And if there's something that, you indicated maybe 6 months to a year, those are
We've
things I
had
would
one that
look
was
at.
2 years, 2 years to take.
Yeah, I've heard of, 2 to 3 months, but
Yeah.
that's pretty long. So I think the assessors management would reach out, to find out the status of it. So we're happy, again, to work with her in the future. So thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Who do we have next, Ms. Cicchetti?
Okay, we have someone who's just walked in, Timothy Clancy. If you wouldn't mind stepping forward. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I showed up today because I got this notice, and I've been trying to reach someone in Sacramento that could review some of the things that have been going on in the evaluation of my property. I own a piece of property in Danville, California. I purchased in 1999. I traded a piece that was worth about $700,000 for it. And they continue to assess my, here is the file that I got from the county on my property. They reevaluate and reassess my property every couple of years. One year they raised it $400,000 in 1 year. I've been fighting them left and right. They had it up to 3.6 million on my last assessment. They just lowered it to 1.5 after I went in and fought it. Here's the final on it, 1.5. I'm wondering why I've been paying for the last 20 years on a piece of property worth $800,000, and it was valued up to 3.6 within a 20-year period. It's only supposed to go up 2% a year, correct?
I'm not familiar with your property. Where's this
I
located?
I own a residential piece of property in Danville. It's 7090 Camino Tasajera. And they've reevaluated this property so many times, and some of the evaluations in '07 and '09, they state that they weren't able to lower the value because it's in the path of future development.
So I can provide some comments. So,
Yes,
so first
please.
of all, if you, leave your contact information,
I will,
just leave
for
it at the
sure.
back. We're happy to look at, and your address and your contact. So we're happy to look into it specifically, but generally, as far as California property taxation, property is under Proposition 13. I mean, the limit is basically when you purchase your property, it gets a base year value, and thereafter, it is factored for by the inflation factor not to exceed 2% a year. And so that's referred to as your factored base year value. The only time things are reassessed to market value is if you have a change in ownership or completed new construction. So that's kind of what generally should be going on with your property. But, I mean, if you did transfers, if you bought it with somebody else and they were removed from title, that can have an effect on a property's value because that portion could be reassessed. The other thing is the 2% a year, again, is to your base year value. So if you have a situation where, I think you said you bought it in 1999. So depending where it was, I mean, there were, we had kind of a recession here in California. So 2009, 2010 timeframe, some of the values could have dipped below a factored base year value. But you still would be established. So the swing that you referred to, that seemed too much mathematically, but we're,
It is too much math.
yeah, and so we're happy to kind of look at it, and you can talk to me about whether you had new construction, whether you added something to
I have
it.
no new construction.
Okay,
None
so-
whatsoever. Didn't pull a permit for anything.
Okay, so, yeah, so I mean, that's really how we can do that. So I can do that. So if you leave your contact information, we can, you can do that, and then we can look into it.
Chair Vasquez, I have a comment.
Member
it.
Schaefer, yes, go ahead.
That's it?
Yeah, Mr. Taxpayer, did you have any changes in ownership other than when you originally bought it?
No change in ownership.
Yeah, because a taxpayer advocate points out that is, a basis for your getting hit heavier than the 2% a year. I mean, I've read
Exactly,
Prop
and that- and
13
that's my-
several
and that-
times, and there's nothing in there about saying if you're in the path of progress, all bets are off.
Yeah, and, it's curious because they show, like I said, in some years, it went up $400,000.
And it says 2% a year, and that's.
It's supposed to be 2% a year. There's no way it could have gone up from 800,000 to 3.6 in 20 years. Now, they've just I sent in an evaluation, and I had a realtor send in a letter, and I had a contractor go over the house, and they've just lowered it down to 1.5.
And you
So
might
I've been paying on $3 million for 15 years, and it's not, the value was never there, ever.
It might be a good investment, find some attorney who is interested in this field. Attorneys love to jump after the BOE and see
Yeah,
that,
and then I've
we do
gotta-
it right, and I
But
appreciate
then I've got to
that.
hire an attorney for something I had
Yeah.
no control of in the first place.
I'm happy you came here in person this morning. I wish more taxpayers would.
Some of the notes in here where they're stating, in 1 year that the property's value could go up because it's in the path of development.
I said, yeah, you told me that.
And
I
then,
I
and
didn't
then,
see
and
that
then
in
2
this.
years later, they're saying, well, the growth limit line, there's no development, there'll be no reduction in taxes. You can't have it both ways.
I think Member
Mayor?
Gaines might have something
I
to
was
share
just
on
going
this.
to mention
and then
that
we'll- I'm sorry,
if you
go
don't
ahead.
mind, I'm sorry, I was just going to mention. So the 2% a year, I mean, depending on that, so again, the 2% a year of the limitation of Prop 13 is to your factored base year value. So like if there was a period where the market value declined below that factored base year value, the assessor would have to assess it at market. So again, like the 2009, even probably through 2013 for time frame for sure, and it could have later happened too, is if your property is assessed under what is commonly referred to as Prop 8, a decline in value status, there is no limitation on the amount of increase that it can increase that by that next year for the assessment, as long as the assessment is below its factored base year value. So again, it's very specific. I mean, so we can look at your
But
property, what it is.
If they took Prop 8 and they lowered the value, and it was still higher than the base value it was supposed to be, and then they raise it back up, then they've is double indemnity.
Well, I mean, if the
and what-
market if the thing is, if it market values, I mean, if you say, like, if you bought it, say, for 800,000 in 1999, let's say, I mean, I can't do the math to calculate forward, but let's say with the factoring, you're looking at
2%
950%, 950,000. If for some reason in 2010, that market value, which we know went down everywhere statewide, but it was 800,000, then they would have to, the assessor would have to enroll it at the market value, even though it's below the factored base year value. But as the economy changes and goes up, then it could be at some point restored to its factored base year value. So again, we can look at the amount you purchased it for. We can run the calculations and figure out what your factored base year value would be for each year. And you're saying you didn't do any construction at all, so we can do that. We also can look into whether you did have a change in ownership that might have affected it, and then do an analysis of it. So, I mean, it's very specific.
There's an analysis in here where somebody came out and did a drive-by and took some pictures and said, look, there's a guest house that's been built on it. The guest house was built in 1976. No buildings have been built since the original construction. And what they did was they took a picture from the street, because I had painted around the outside of it, and said, look, we've got a new structure here. It wasn't a new structure. And it shows right in the drawings and everything else from the original photos from the late 80s, and the pictures are in there. So,
Well, we can take a look
Yeah,
at it.
we're
I
happy
think
to-
Member
really need
Gaines had a
somebody to
question.
take a hard look at this,
Yeah.
because I've been paying $20,000 in taxes more every year for the last 15 years.
Yeah, okay, great, thank
Yeah.
you. I was,
And can we go back? They dropped the value $2
Yeah.
million. Aren't they supposed to go back 4 years when they've
Well,
done something like this?
I think your battle is going to be with the county assessor. I think where we can help you is we have a taxpayer rights advocate that can take a look at it and make a
That's what I
determination
need.
as to
That's
whether
what I
you've been
need. And
treated
I
fairly.
think- I think Mr. Kramer in Contra Costa County is trying, because he said, look, we were Prop 8 was
Okay.
forced into us. We had to do what the state wanted
Yes.
us to do. I said, but Gus, look what's happened here.
Yeah.
He says, yeah, there's something wrong. And when they handed me all of this, it was like, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with this. And when I went through it, I'm like, you're absolutely right. There's something
Yes.
wrong with
Yeah.
this. So I'd like to get it cleared up.
Yeah, you may need to get a,
I'm just a simple retired, senior citizen here
Yeah.
that did 50 years of construction, but I understand we got 8 CPAs in our family, 2% is 2%, and this is way out of line,
you may need
and I need some help.
a taxpayer
take a look at
agent
it.
to represent you.
Thanks for
guys.
coming
County.
forward, though.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
thank
you giving me
you.
some time.
Thank you for
No
sharing.
problem.
And I do have your contact information.
my
from-
contact?
Yeah, so that you have filled out a form when you came
Please,
in,
do
so.
you have a card or something?
I don't have one with me, but I have your contact, so I will give you a call. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Clancy.
need help.
Thank you.
Folks.
Thanks. Do we have anybody else in the audience or the rest
We
of
have
it?
no one else in the audience today, but we have someone who wrote in that they would like to do it remotely, so I'm going to go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, we're looking for a Vicky trailer on the line. If a Vicky trailer,
Vicky Trailer, please press 10, Ms. Trailer. If you're connected to the call, please press 1 then 0 so we can queue you up and identify your line. I think we have her. One moment.
thank
We
you.
did have one that queued up, and that line is now Just confirming the name with another operator. Give me 1 second. Yep, that is her. Sorry for the wait there. We do have her available now. Vicki Trailer, your line is open. Go ahead, please.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Vicki Trailer, and I am a owner by parent-to-child transfer. In July of this year, 2023, I attended a homeowners seminar in my community and met a lady by the name of Susan, which was a part of Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. And I explained to her about my situation with my parent-to-child transfer, and I received a assessor's bill that was near $8,000 for the property tax and being reassessed. And I was totally out of my element, but Susan gave me the contact information for the Board of Equalization to contact them to see if they could help me, because I filed my paperwork with the assessor's office, and I'm still looking at this bill to pay, trying to figure out how I'm going to manage it. I'm retired, but taking on a home from parent to child with this situation. So I made contact with Lisa Thompson at the Board of Equalization in July, I believe it was July 6th. And by July 7th, she sent me an email and left me a voicemail message. And I just called her and thanked her because I didn't feel that I had filed the exclusion, but I filed it late. And when she contacted the assessor's office, she just gave me such a big relief because she was there she was the problem solver, the person that I needed to connect with. So I'm so thankful that the Board of Equalization is available to have staff members that are there to help people, because I needed the help. So the property taxes is going to be, reviewed, and it's just going to be resolved to help me still be able to be the homeowner that I'm trying to be from being a parent-to-child transfer. So I'm hearing a lot of things here. I'm taking notes, and it's just, I just wanted to voice the thankful gratitude that I feel for this person, Lisa Thompson, which is a staff member of the Board of Equalization. Without going into my story, it's a long story, it's sensitive, and I don't want to cry, but I just wanted to verbalize how thankful I am that I got the help with my parent-to-child transfer. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. I know we hear a lot of complaints and calls on Prop 19. It sounds like you might be able to get some assistance here on this one, which is good to hear.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was right at the border, so yeah, I'm thankful.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we appreciate Ms. Traylor taking the time to call in and express her appreciation. I can't take all the credit. I am only as good as my team makes me be. So they do a lot of work as well as myself. So we helped Ms. Traylor earlier this year, as she indicated, with a problem she had with parent-child transfer, and she had a pretty substantial tax bill, and so that's financially devastating to many taxpayers. In this case, she was trying to get the parent-child exclusion, and the grant deed happened to be notarized a month actually prior to when the deed was recorded. So when it was recorded, it was actually after the effective date of Proposition 19's intergenerational transfer provisions. So that resulted in her not being able to qualify, but we were able to work with the assessor's office to identify that the notary date was prior to that effective date, such that they would grant the exclusion. So they reversed it, the assessor's office, and actually worked with the the auditor's office in order to cancel that assessment and cancel the tax bills so she could get a refund of the previously paid first installment as well to assist her. We are happy to assist taxpayers such as Ms. Trailer to make a difference. So unless the
Thank you.
members have comments, we can go to the next speaker.
I think we can move on. Oh, did Member Gaines?
It's very encouraging, just as you said, that we're able to help out citizens who need clarity, and this is a great example. So, yeah, thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Who's next?
We're going to go to the AT&T moderator to take
Yes.
the people who've called in. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment?
Ladies and gentlemen on the phones, if you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 then 0 at this time on your phone's keypad. An operator will gather your name and place you into the queue. Once again, that's 1 0 for comment.
Thank you, moderator.
We do have a couple queuing up. It'll be one moment for us to get names. And we'll go to the line now of Bill Cruikshank. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for taking my call. The reason that I'm calling, just a little background on myself, fourth-generation farmer and property owner in Yolo County. Back in 2019, my wife and I built a small shop on our farm site, home site as well. We pulled all the permits and did the approvals, through the county building department, as by code, and went through, basically got, completion and final. Our property taxes basically increased, since then approximately $1,000 annually. Recently, I wound up receiving some statements from our county assessor's office, noting that there were escaped property taxes due to the county's delay in timely making assessments for the addition of that building. I contacted their office, and they indicated to me that the state allows them up to 4 years in order to do the proper evaluations and then bill for the assessments. So which has now left me with my wife and I with a approximate lump sum bill of nearly $5,000 due to the county's delay in doing this. But apparently they are allowed to do this by what the state's mandates are. We went through all the proper processes, pulled permits. There was no, hiding behind any curtain here as far as what was going on, as far as the building, the value, to construct, so on and so forth with the building department. Should have been a very smooth process, but they waited nearly 4 years to come back with this. And then there seems to be no relief. Basically, it's like, well, here's the bill, and, it's due and payable. Business can't get away doing stuff like that, dragging their feet. I'm not really clear as far as why the state allows this kind of practice to take place, and then puts the burden on us to basically then cough up all these back taxes.
Okay, so
Are we familiar with this case, Lisa?
no. So, but so as far as enrollment, so I understand that you added a shop to your property, and essentially the assessor's office took quite a bit of time to enroll the assessment of that and for the tax bills to be issued. And while we realize, there's obviously an impact because you've got escape notices. I'm not exactly clear actually if you got the notices of escape assessment and the notice of supplemental assessment versus the actual tax bill for it. But if you contact, what you can do is on our website, there is a contact information for the TRA office. If you submit a form and just indicate that you spoke today, and what's your property address, we can look at specifically. But essentially, there is no time that the assessor can take 4 years or 3 years or 2 years to enroll the assessment for your completion of, say, a building, a shop, or anything on your property. And generally, though, yes, the time to that they have to enroll property is 4 years. They can change the roll for 4 years. But it just depends. I mean, what the workload is of county assessor's office honestly is when they enroll the value of new construction versus when, they even complete the processing of a change in ownership. If you're in a large county, I don't know what county, but I mean, if you're in a county, say, such as Butte County that experienced the Paradise Fire, they have a lot of new buildings. And so it could be that it takes that much time in order to look at that specific property and get that enrolled. There's also, they are notified. Our understanding is for permitting agencies, they are responsible for notifying assessors' offices. I would say on a yearly basis. I'm just not sure of what the time frame is, but they're aware of permits that are pulled. They use that for discovery of new construction, as well as perhaps of completed new construction. So, I am, sorry for the, for the impact, of that. I don't know if you reached out to the assessor's office during that time to say, hey, I finished this shop and I'd like the value to be on the roll. But the assessor is within their rights to assess that as new construction, that shop that was completed, and value it from the date that it completed construction.
Sorry. I was just going to say it's sometimes hard to tell from a property tax bill as far as what they are and are not assessing when it basically only shows improvements and land. So trying to ferret out if there was something, a new improvement in there, basically, since the value went up already, it had already gone up and could have been within that bandwidth. Hard to tell. That's what I'm saying, because I felt that it had already been captured.
Yeah.
And then that kind of comes. So, I mean, I'll try to get the website information from you, but I'm just saying there's no incentive to the county, and this is Yolo County. We didn't have a bunch of devastating things that had taken place, fortunately, since this period of time. But I'm just saying, what holds their feet to the fire to get anything done? Oh, we're getting towards 4 years. We better get that. And, the burden goes back on the property owner because we're going to go after them for the back taxes anyhow, versus the impetus to basically say to the county, get it done on a timely basis, because if you don't get it, you're basically losing out on those taxes until you get it done.
And so when you do complete the contact information, we can kind of look into the tax bills as well, and we can explain to you, kind of help you dissect them a bit, because there should have been a separate tax bill that was issued for a supplemental. That's for essentially when you completed it based on that fiscal year, that first. And then the escape bills, which I think you said there's an escape notice, and the assessor is supposed to issue an escape assessment notice. But the tax bills should have actually been separated, and there's notations on the bill. So my team is happy to, or I will talk to you about it, to explain kind of how you can identify it on the tax bill, because it is a little confusing, because when they issue a tax bill, the actual top of it that you normally see where it talks about, secured bills or whatnot, it'll be usually that current fiscal year that it's issued, but part of the notes that are in small print on the tax bill will actually indicate what it was for. Like if you saw something, it would say, completed like new construction, and it'll say the date that you finished that shop. So we can kind of walk you through it as soon as we look at it specifically. So I appreciate you calling in, and please, again, reach out, by that form, and then I'll reach out to you.
Could I speak?
And how do I access that form?
You go to the bottom of the Board of Equalization's website, www.boe.ca.gov. And then you can, actually, then basically there's a taxpayer rights advocate tab, and then there's a form where it says you can contact us. The other way you can do it, if you don't want to do that, is you can just call 916-274-3400. That's our direct line. And just explain to the team member that answers the phone, you presented, and I asked you to call in, and then I'll personally call you back.
And what was your name again? Sorry.
My name is Lisa Thompson.
Lisa Thompson.
Yes.
Perfect. I want Lisa. I want to thank you and the rest of the board for taking the time to basically hear my small issue, and I will get out of your hair, but I will reach out to your group and you later on. Thank you very much for the entire board's time.
If I could.
I think we have a comment here for you, though,
Yes.
from Member Gaines.
If I could, Mr. Kirkshank. This is, I'm Ted Gaines. I represent you on the BOE, so if there's anything that we can do in our office, but you're doing exactly what you should, and Lisa will look into it, and it seems to me there should be more clarity here in general, that, if it's going to take years for you to get the final tax bill, there ought to be at least notification that, there's a value, and be ready because there's a bill coming, so that you're not getting it 4 years later and you're getting this big lump sum due. So, maybe we can look at trying to make that a little clearer, working with the Assessors Association to see what we can do on that, in that area for you.
Thank you. Thank you
Mr.
for your
Gaines.
call.
Appreciate it.
All righty.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cicchetti, who else
Yeah.
do we have?
Yeah, AT&T moderator, could you open the line for the next speaker?
We currently have nobody in queue. If you're on the phone and would like to comment, press 10 at this time, please. And with that reprompt, nobody has responded. We have no additional callers in queue.
All righty, thank you, moderator. At this time, did you want to go to the next section of this?
Yeah, so at this time, we'll go to written comments, and Ms. Wing of my staff will go ahead and read them in order of receipt. So we do have 3 comments from the same taxpayer, but we'll address them separately. So if Ms. Wing could go ahead and read the first comment from Wendy Yang, that would be great.
Yes, her first comment says, "It is crucial that the compliance with California Revenue and Taxation Code Section 408D becomes mandatory for property assessment appeal hearings. The refusal of assessors to provide comparable sales information to homeowners before the hearing is a violation of Section 408 and denies homeowners their due process right to a fair hearing. Without access to the assessor's comparable sales, homeowners are unable to verify even the basic facts related to lot sizes, living space square footage, and zone classifications. This lack of information severely hampers the homeowner's ability to challenge any errors in the assessor's assessment during the hearing. In my particular case, the assessor declined to provide comparable sales information prior to the hearing. It was only after the hearing that I had the opportunity to review the assessor's comparable sales and discovered incorrect lot sizes for all 6 of them, likely sourced from unreliable information. These incorrect lot sizes were then used in calculating the price per square foot for each comparable sale, leading to an incorrect market price per square foot. Consequently, the assessed market value of the subject property, determined by multiplying the incorrect market per square foot with the subject's property lot size, could potentially be over $240,000 or 10% higher if the correct lot sizes were used. Additionally, after the hearing, I discovered that some of the comparable sales were in different zoning classifications compared to the subject property. Unfortunately, as the hearing decision is considered final, it is now necessary for me to undertake a costly legal process by filing a case in Superior Court to rectify these errors. This situation is unjust and places an unfair burden on me as a homeowner. Had the assessor followed Section 408D and provided me with the comparable sales upon my request before the hearing, I would have been able to verify these facts and raise these errors during the hearing. The assessor's refusal to provide comparable sales information hinders homeowners from verifying even the basic facts of the assessor's comparable sales and challenging the presumption that the assessor has properly performed his or her duties. Therefore, it is imperative that compliance with Section 408D becomes mandatory to uphold homeowners' due process rights. That concludes this public comment. So Ms. Thompson can remark.
So the TRA office worked with Ms. Yang earlier this year regarding her concerns about her property's assessment and the appeals hearing. In this case, the taxpayer had completed new construction on a home by adding a substantial amount of square footage to an existing home and renovated some of the older portions of the home. The taxpayer disagreed with the assessor's value and the methodology to determine that value, which the taxpayer believes stemmed from incorrect data of comparable sales used by the assessor. The taxpayer's comments for today's Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing center around the need for an assessor to provide taxpayers with information about comparable sales used to value their property. The taxpayer indicated that the assessor did not provide her with information on comparable sales used to determine her property's value prior to the assessment appeals hearing. However, when we spoke with this taxpayer as part of working her case earlier this year, we understood that the assessor's office had provided information on comparable sales only a week before the hearing when she asked for the information in advance. So she didn't believe it was enough time for her to examine the information and prepare for her hearing. Whether the appeal was formally filed or not, Revenue and Taxation Code Section 408 Subdivision D provides that upon request of an assessee, the assessor shall allow the assessee to inspect or copy any market data relating to the sale of any comparable sales property that is used for the assessment of that assessee's property. The information includes the name of the seller, the buyer of each property on which the comparison is based, property location such as address or APN, date of sale, and price paid. Section 408 does not specify the time period in which the assessor must provide the requested information, but subdivision F1 states that the assessor shall grant the assessee request as soon as reasonably possible. Subdivision F3 does provide that if an assessor introduces information or materials at an assessment appeals board hearing that assessee had requested from the assessor but was not given incomplete information in advance of the hearing, the assessee's recourse is to request a continuance for a reasonable time period, so the assessee may review the information and the appeals board shall grant that continuance. To gauge how much time is as soon as reasonably possible in which the assessor should provide the requested information under Section 408D, Section 1606, which is a formal exchange of information that is coordinated with the clerk of the board for appeals that has been filed. The requester shall initiate that request at least 30 days before the hearing, and the requested information shall be provided within 15 days of the hearing. In accordance with subdivision C of section 1606, the entire exchange of information process should be completed at least 10 days prior to the hearing. The information required under Section 408D are similar to Section 1606 and Property Tax Rule 305.1, which does not require the details of the evidence to be presented at the hearing to be exchanged, but rather the information shall provide reasonable notice to the other party concerning the evidence presented. In other words, detailed facts on the comparables that the assessor will be using is not required if the assessor has provided the assessee with adequate identification as to the comparables they were using, their sale price, date of sale, applicable zoning, and terms of the sales if known. The assessee can gather additional details of those comparables when preparing their own presentation. Additionally, Section 1606, if a party to the hearing does not comply with providing the requested information in a timely manner, an appeals board hearing has been scheduled, the assessee may request a postponement of the hearing for a reasonable time period. Section 408 F3 also contains language enabling a taxpayer to request a continuance for the appeal, and if granted, the assessor introduces any requested materials or information at an appeals board hearing that the assessor failed to permit the taxpayer to inspect that was requested. As to comparables presented by the assessor at an owner-occupied properties appeal hearing, the assessee does have the opportunity to rebut that information since the assessor's presentation follows, assessee's presentation follows the assessor's presentation. However, as mentioned previously, if prior to the hearing the assessee requested but was not given any or given any complete information on the comparable sales used, the assessee can request a continuance to review the comparables used. When our office assisted the taxpayer earlier this year, we helped her understand that the hearing officer's decision in the assessment appeals proceeding is final and that the recourse is to file a claim for refund and take action in Superior Court. We also ensured that she understood that if she felt the market value of that property was lower than the assessment as of the January 1st lien date in the future, then she could request the assessor's office to conduct a review of that property's value or to formally dispute that assessment through the assessment appeals process during the applicable filing period. We also shared information with the taxpayer to help her understand the appeals process. We appreciate Ms. Yang expressing her thoughts and hope she approaches the assessor's office to ask about an informal review of her property in the future if she believes that market value of her homes becomes lower than the assessed value. Unless there are any comments or questions from the members, we'll read the next public comment.
I think we're good.
All right, the next comment Ms. Yang had was, further clarification is necessary regarding the interpretation of California Property Tax Rule 326, reconsideration and rehearing. The decision, which says, the decision of the board upon the application is final. The board shall not reconsider or rehear an application or modify a decision unless, 1, the decision reflects a ministerial clerical error. In the case of a hearing decision that contains clerical errors arising from the evidence presented during the hearing, such as incorrect lot sizes or inaccurate living space square footage used for the assessment calculations, it is important to determine whether these clerical errors in the hearing decision can be classified as ministerial clerical errors under Rule 326A1. This determination would provide a basis for the board to reconsider or modify the decision in order to rectify the identified errors and ensure a fair and accurate assessment. Additional guidance and interpretation regarding the application of Rule 326A1 in cases involving clerical errors stemming from the evidence presented at the hearing, such as incorrect lot sizes or living square footage, would provide clarity on the available recourse to address these discrepancies and uphold fairness and accuracy in property tax assessments. That concludes her second public comment. So Ms. Thompson can remark.
Okay, for this comment, Ms. Yang, still pertaining to assessment appeals. Our agency has a publication containing comprehensive information on assessment appeals. It covers the function and purpose of the local appeals boards, the laws that govern the assessment appeals process, appeals application process, aspects prior to the hearing, jurisdiction of the appeals board, as well as aspects after the hearing, presumptions applicable to assessment appeals, burden of proof, and such. So page 107 of the Assessment Appeals Manual explains that local appeals board may amend a decision to correct a ministerial clerical error, and describe such errors involves instances only when there is no occasion to use judgment or discretion, such as correcting a mathematical error made while computing a value of a property. Regarding correcting errors on base year value assessments, our office found property tax annotation, which is an annotated legal opinion that addresses clerical errors. In property tax annotation 285.0020, our agency's legal department opined that clerical errors as contained in Revenue and Taxation Code Section 51.5 in determining a base year value is a narrow one, in that it applies only when it can be shown from the records that the assessor's office or other evidence that there was an error in addition, multiplication, or transposition of numbers, which resulted in the entry of the figure not intended. Subdivision F of Section 551.5 defines clerical errors as those defects of a mechanical, mathematical, or clerical nature not involving judgment as to value, where it can be shown from the papers in the assessor's office or other evidence that the defect resulted in the base year value that was not intended by the assessor at the time it was determined. Our office reviewed Property Tax Rule 326 in light of the taxpayer's comment, and the language in the rule is consistent with the statutory provisions. Properties used as comparables when valuing properties, such as the taxpayers, that was largely new construction, do not need to be the exact same size as the property being appraised. Appraised adjustments can be made. Our agency's handbook on advanced appraisal discusses comparable sales data in Chapter 3 and elements of comparison. In that section, it indicates that it's unlikely that an appraiser will find sales data so closely comparable to the subject property that no adjustments would be required. It discusses Revenue and Taxation Code Section 5402.5, as well as Property Tax Rule 4, that enumerates elements of comparison as important factors that should be considered separately and adjusted for if necessary. Our office will provide the taxpayer with information on comparable properties, as well as direct her to information defining clerical errors in the context of a base year value transfer to help her understand what can be considered an error to amend a local assessment appeals board decision. Unless the board members have any comments, we will go to the next question, which is also, or comment, which is also from Ms. Yang.
Oh, Member Gaines, I think, a quick one.
I just, because your first, I think the first sentence of your response include the word may. So the assessor may, not shall?
Well, I mean,
Sounds like it was under the discretion of the assessor as to whether to reevaluate it or not.
yeah, her issue is with the appeals board. So the appeals board
Okay.
decision is what was made. So she is trying to indicate, or hopeful, I guess, that because the error she thinks that occurred could require the appeals board, I guess, to look into it again.
Yeah.
But there, it's a local county appeals board decision, whether it's made by the formal appeal or a hearing officer, is considered final.
Yeah.
So, but they could go back and look at it if there was findings that there was this error that is
Okay.
ministerial.
But it's under
of
their
some
discretion,
sort.
it sounds like.
Well, it can't be like any error, I guess, so.
Okay.
Yeah, but we looked at it in light of, she felt that maybe there was error, so they could look at it. So what we'll do is we will provide information to her indicating the types of things allowed by the law
Great.
and by the regulations that an appeals board could
Yeah.
kind of change. And then she could look at it
There
in
you
light
go.
of hers to see how hers could maybe fit within those parameters
Sure.
and pursue that, as opposed to going the route of like Superior Court, because, yeah, it could be costly.
That's where you come in, so. that's
Well, that would be
wonderful.
them for, yeah, that would be the, we wouldn't, do that as far as an appeals board, decision, because it's final. We have, our role is, at least our agency's role is to kind of promulgate rules for use by, appeals boards. But we couldn't change the decision of them either.
But you can shine light on it based on what's in statute. and
Yeah,
code.
definitely. We'll help
Yeah.
her understand exactly what's in statute and,
Thank you.
And, yeah, the recourses. So, yeah. So sorry about not clarifying that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think there's one more from her, right?
Yes,
Go ahead.
the last comment from Ms. Yang is there any published statistics regarding the outcomes of assessment appeal hearings, specifically the percentage of decisions made in favor of the assessor versus those in favor of the property owner? Having access to such data would provide valuable insights into the transparency of the appeal process. That concludes her public comment.
Okay. The taxpayer's comments asks about statistics on appeals hearing. Our agency does publish information concerning assessment appeals, as well as assessment roll data, and it is collected annually by our agency's property tax department, and the information is available and posted on our open data portal through our website. So with respect to assessment appeal data, which she is interested in looking for, it does contain the number of appeals that were heard, with a breakdown where the assessment was reduced versus the assessment sustained versus assessment increased. So it also indicates how many appeals were resolved by stipulations. There's also data on the number of applications that were invalid, withdrawn, or those where the applicant did not show up at the hearing. So we will reach out to this taxpayer, Ms. Yang, and explain where she can find the appeals board statistics and just indicate what's available. So she'll have that and exactly how to find it. So unless there are any comments, we will move to the next reading of the comments.
I think we're good.
Okay. The next one was submitted by a person named Carl, but there were no comments provided, and he did not indicate whether or not he wished to speak or have something we wanted to read. So we're presuming that if he did not call in, we're just going to go into the next comment.
Yeah, can we go,
Yes,
Mr. Caddy,
sure.
ask to see if Carl is on the line?
AT&T moderator, could you let us find out, please, if there's someone named Carl on the line who'd like to make a comment?
Certainly. Carl, if you're on the line and would like to make a comment, you may press 1 then 0 at this time. And there is no one queuing up at this time. Please continue.
Thank you, moderator.
All right, the next public comment is from Eric Llewellyn. The comment reads simply, hands off Proposition 13.
Okay, so we appreciate Mr. Luan's comment regarding Proposition 13. Proposition 13 was passed by the voters in 1978 as a constitutional amendment, and Article 13A, Section A, which was added through Proposition 13, continues today. Proposition 13 limits property tax rate to 1% plus the local voter-approved bonded indebtedness, and it also limits increases to 2% a year, specifically the factored base year value to 2% a year as far as the cap, with that inflation based on the increase based on inflation. California's property tax system is an acquisition-based system. When property undergoes a change in ownership or a completed new construction, it is reassessed to market value. Therefore, property's assessed value should continue based on that when the purchase was made, with that base year value factored forward with the inflation factor as published by our agency. So as far as that, Prop 13 does still exist, but we don't know if the commenter is, concerned about some of the other aspects like revaluation based on parent-child transfer not applying to rental property and such. So that would be our comments for that.
I think we're good.
Okay, all right, the next comment is from Henry Hallmark, and the comment reads, The San Bernardino County Fire Protection District, FP5, has a 3% increase compounded each year with no upper limit to the amount of assessment, not a termination date. This year, it is an additional $170 plus charge on each property in the unincorporated area of San Bernardino County, in addition to the normal fee included in our property taxes. Would you like to comment?
Yes. So the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, we assist taxpayers with problems that they have with the assessment or collection of property taxes. This taxpayer is concerned with special assessment or direct levy charge, which is either voted in by the people within a specific community or added on for a service in the community by a local or city agency. So these charges are not ad valorem property taxes, but Government Code Section 29304 permits any government agency levying a special assessment tax upon real property. They may make an agreement with the county to collect the taxes. And so they are collected on the property tax bill. Although special assessments aren't ad valorem property taxes that aren't under our jurisdiction, we will reach out to him and direct him to resources about special assessments and the property tax bill, which lists the phone number who the taxpayer can call and ask for information about the charge and the reason or basis for the increases, thereby contacting the property agency. We can move forward to the next comment unless there are any comments.
Clarification.
Yes, go ahead, Member Gaines.
Was that a fire, San Bernardino fire?
Fire district, yeah.
Fire
Fire
district,
district.
okay.
Fire Protection District.
yeah.
Okay, thank
So-
you.
So, yeah, so there, there's various reasons for different charges, but there is a separate area on the tax bill for special assessments or direct levies. And each of those charges, again, have the phone numbers where they can call, and they may have the information on their website as well.
The next public comment is from Manuel Avila. The comment reads, accountability to the taxpayers' rights have slowly been eroded by the people voted in to serve and protect the taxpayers. To give these same people who are supposed to represent us, the taxpayers, even more power to bypass taxpayers the right to determine and guide the future of California is unconscionable. That concludes his public comment. Ms. Thompson?
Yeah, so Mr. Avila indicated in his public comment submission that the type of his comments were pertain to both property tax and alcoholic beverage tax. So although his comments don't specify his specific concerns, we would like to explain that there are protections in law for taxpayers in the Morgan Property Tax Bill of Rights, as well as in the California Taxpayer Bill of Rights for the alcoholic beverage tax program, both of which our agency administers. Our office, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Annual Report, does list in the appendixes the Bill of Rights provisions specific to Morgan Property Tax Bill of Rights, as well as the alcoholic tax provisions under the California Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So as far as laws in California, any changes would require either a legislative change or constitutional amendment. We can go to the next public comments unless somebody has a question or comment.
I think we're good.
Okay. The next public comment is from Mike Teran. It reads as follows. I, Mike Teran, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, but am the owner of Ocean Beach Brewery and the property in San Diego. I have been in business on Newport Avenue since 1984 and have consistently had an existing business in the area to this day. I currently employ 23 employees, and we are open 7 days a week. Our business has received multiple local and national awards in the state of California and in the USA. We continue to keep workers employed, generate revenue, pay taxes, and give back to our community. Like many others, we suffered tremendously from COVID-19. We shut down twice during the pandemic, and we are still trying to recover from the financial impacts while we attempt to keep all employees working and the business open. The first round of PPP helped to keep us running, but not enough to cover the cost of lost revenue during the shutdown. We were unable to get additional assistance from the second round of PPP because the money ran out per the SBA. We are fighting to catch up, but due to the pandemic, we still have many overdue bills that are making it very difficult to keep up with our current ongoing and increasing costs to stay in business. As of today, our most excessive outstanding bills that go back to COVID-19 shutdown include, but are not limited to, the following: BOE California tax, $84,000; property tax, $26,000; gas and electric utilities, $24,000. I respectfully request that these bills be waived so that we can focus on non-COVID related costs of continuing to do business and limit the stress of trying to simply ends meet. The penalties, late fees, and impacts to our credit has been a nightmare. We are still waiting to receive the remaining tax relief from ERC. For processing these relief, we have to pay 25% fees to the company that is processing them. I am asking for help because I see other businesses that were awarded millions of dollars in relief while we fell through the cracks. That concludes this public comment, so Ms. Thompson can remark.
Ms. Thompson, real quick before you respond, do we have copies of those, or are we able to get copies of those?
No, you have copies
They were
of all of
distributed, yeah.
the,
They were
all the
distributed
written
to you.
comments.
The written one, like the one she just read off?
Yes.
Yep,
Okay.
Well,
Is that inside the notebook, or?
it's all distributed from board proceedings and the emails that you received from us.
Okay, I couldn't find that one, that's
We
why.
are reading
Is
it.
Mike's letter in this? I mean, his name is Mike, and he's from San Diego. I'd like to see what he has to say. Is he in this little packet, or where is his letter?
Yeah, and we,
I think it's,
yeah, it should, we did, they should be in, well, they should identify the date and time, but we can, maybe we
Should
can
be in
circle
the
back and
packet
make
that
sure
you
you do have
received.
it after the meeting.
We have 500 pages here, and, you know, I've
Yeah.
been looking for it for the last 10 minutes.
So we can coordinate, we can make sure after the meeting, so unless
There
you
is
want.
a
Sorry, go
section
Well, I
number.
can go ahead and respond.
Go ahead.
If you're looking, but we'll make sure you have it if it's not in your packet, so. So we appreciate Mr. Tardvan's comment and sympathize with the situation on the negative economic impact to his brewery business due to COVID-19. He is asking for assistance to have his outstanding BOE California taxes. We believe this to mean the alcoholic beverage tax, county property taxes and PG&E bills waived. Unfortunately, our agency does not have the jurisdiction to waive property tax bills or any other type of bills. We can offer information as to payment plans that can be requested and set up for his company's outstanding property taxes and the alcoholic beverage taxes due to his brewery business. Our research indicates the company he owns both the real property and the personal property at his business location, since the property taxes are issued on a secured tax bill. It appears that the 2022 real property taxes are in default, and the 2023 personal property taxes have not yet been paid. He may wish to consider a 5-year payment plan for his real property taxes. We will reach out to him to let him know how he can find payment plan information on the San Diego County Tax Collector's website. By law, a taxpayer and tax collector can enter into a payment plan as long as the property taxes aren't delinquent for more than 5 years. With respect to the alcoholic beverage tax, there are payment plans available for those with outstanding tax liabilities. If an account is in collections, then it is eligible for a payment plan, and the term, length, amount, etc., depend on the amount of liability and the taxpayer's ability to pay. The taxpayer would work with the collector to review options for payment plans. The tax amount itself cannot be waived, but through the request for the relief process, it is possible for penalties and interest to be waived. Specifically, requests for relief can be made online through the filing portal. Specifically for COVID, The filing date for tax returns were pushed out, so taxpayers didn't have to file for an extension or request relief for their filings of the alcoholic beverage tax returns. It was automatically applied to their accounts. There is a page on the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration's website that discusses requests for relief. They, as you know, CDTFA, under an agreement with us, bills and collects that on our behalf. We will reach out to the taxpayer to let him know where to obtain this information on the website so he can submit a request for relief. As to his last concern about the employee retention credit, that isn't something our agency deals with. We will try to, and since we're contacting him anyway, try to determine what agency does that and direct him to the appropriate agency. So we do hope that he is successful in receiving relief. That concludes my remarks for this one. Unless there's any questions, we can go to the next.
I think we're good.
I'm sorry. All right, the next public comment is from Chauncey F. McKern, indicated as managing member of the Santa Monica Mountains Farmstead LLC. The comment reads, 1. Alcohol taxes. The federal government TTB charges taxes by proof gallons, but California charges taxes on the entire beverage by wine gallons. So if we make a drink that is 10% alcohol and 90% water, California taxes the whole drink, including the water. It would be best if alcoholic excise taxes were abolished altogether and just tax the drinks with sales tax at the end buyer. If that can't be done, at least use proof gallons to match what the TTB does. The second issue is California business taxes are exorbitantly high. We run a craft beer brewery and probably have to maintain 20 different permits. They all cost a lot of money, for which we get almost zero benefit, and many of the California taxes, including the California business income taxes, are based on gross sales rather than net sales. So even if we don't make a penny in profit, as has been the case during much of COVID, we still have to pay taxes on approximately $500,000 in gross sales. The third issue is California property taxes are outrageously high. I worked all my life to buy a 47-foot sailboat and have to pay approximately $8,000 in property taxes for it every year. But I don't get any more benefit out of the marinas or waterways than a sailboat that costs only $300, or even the people who just come for the day and put their small boats in the water. There's no logic to charging by the value of the boat or other property when everyone is getting the same benefit or no benefit at all. This same argument is true for property taxes in general. All of us homeowners are paying through the nose to support public schools, roads, infrastructure, and many other projects mandated by the counties and states. But individuals who don't own homes or other property, including the illegal aliens that are getting the same benefit from the schools, roads, hospitals, etc. Where's the fairness in all that? The fourth issue is automobile registration fees are exorbitant. I have a 2017 Ford F-250 pickup truck, and it cost me about $735 to register it this year in California. I have a West Point classmate that lives in Georgia with exactly the same truck. It cost him $38 to register his truck, and when he went to the Georgia DMV and said he wanted to register his truck, they told him to have a seat. Before he could get to a seat, they called him to the counter for service and said their goal is to serve at least 94% of their customers before they sit down. You can spend a half a day at the California DMV before getting to the counter, assuming DMV is even open that day, and the folks there don't seem to give a darn about serving you. We need an attitude check at the DMV and the entire California government. They've forgotten who they work for. That concludes this public comment. So Ms. Thompson can remark.
Okay, so we appreciate Mr. McKern's comments. He provided comments in 4 different areas, so I'll address them in order. With respect to alcoholic beverage taxes, he expresses concerns about the California excise tax for wine and alcohol and the amount tax charged per gallon. In California, the alcoholic beverage tax is charged to distributors, manufacturers, and importers of alcoholic beverage tax. The alcoholic beverage tax is not a tax that's charged to the consumer, so I wanted to make that clear. The type of alcohol, including beer and wine, as well as the rate, is specified in statute as part of the Revenue and Taxation Code. So to change the per gallon tax rate or to abolish it, it would require a statutory change. As to his concern about the cost of maintaining numerous permits and business income taxes, we are aware that the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control charges fees for licenses they issue to companies to sell, distribute, and manufacture alcoholic beverages. But as far as our agency, we do not charge to have an account for the alcoholic beverage tax, nor does the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration charge to have a sales tax account should that craft brewery he runs sells beverages to consumers. Any permit or license fees that the taxpayer's company is being charged is not from our agency, and such charges would be under our agency's jurisdiction. Local business licenses from city or county may also be resulting in the cost that he refers to. If the taxpayer disagrees with the licensing charges, then he would need to approach the agency making the charge or determine what statute, ordinance, or local rule that allows for the charge and pursue amendment of that. With respect to concerns expressed about property taxes on his sailboat, with it being based on value, California's property tax law provides that personal property is assessed as of the January 1st lien date each year at market value. So he indicated that he was paying $8,000 in property taxes for his sailboat at the basic 1% statewide tax rate. That would equate to approximately $800,000 in value. Depending on his boat and how it is equipped as a 47-foot sailboat, it may very well be worth $800,000. But since it is such a large boat, it might be that he's also paying a possessory interest tax if his boat is docked or property docked at a marina that's government owned. So if, in fact, he is at a government owned marina and the taxes are high there, he could avoid it by looking for a different marina that's privately owned. So any change to the market value of his actual boat that's being assessed by the assessor, any methodology to that change that's not based on market value would require a statutory change to Revenue and Taxation Code. And also, as to where property taxes are allocated, that is determined by statute and done by the by the county auditor's office. So he would have to look into it at that specific county if he wants to know how the tax is actually allocated that he's paying. As to the last comment about automobile registration fees, those are not assessed by our agency, and we don't have any jurisdiction. He would need to contact the California Department of Motor Vehicles or look into the California law that sets forth charges for boat registrations. So I don't
Sounds
know.
like another satisfied customer of the DMV, right?
I do my business online at the DMV, so.
I've got to admit, I was at the DMV recently, and it was very good service. Yeah, so that was
Maybe they're hearing my comments.
encouraging.
Visit the Davis office. That's very good. So that concludes our written remarks. So at this time, and we've already went to everyone on the phone line. So at this time, if any of the members have any questions or comments of me, I am happy to address them before we adjourn.
I have a couple quick ones. I know we only have this little window, but and then I'll turn it to the members and see if they have any comments or questions. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Once again, you and your staff have done a stellar job just in the presentation and just I'm listening to folks, and I constantly get calls from folks that I've passed your number on to, and they've been always very satisfied with you and your staff in terms of responding to them. I know sometimes you can't solve their problems all the time, 100%, but they appreciate at least the callback and the fact that you look into whatever the matter is or the issue is. So I just want to give you and your staff kudos for that. But in looking over the presentation, especially the graphs that you included in this, I was looking at page 9, and I see that like 75% of the TRA cases were due to evaluation issues, and in the number, 34% contacted the TRA to resolve exclusion from reassessment issues. I know this has been a common issue resulting from Prop 19, especially in cases related to the parent-child and grandparent to grandchild exclusion. What are the most common reasons why taxpayers might not receive that exclusion?
So depending on, okay, so there's many exclusion from reassessments, first of all, that we deal with that taxpayers may have a problem with. But I would say the majority of them do pertain to the parent-child transfer or a base year value transfer for seniors, those age 55 and over. For this fiscal year, it runs, this report runs from July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. So that was only shortly after Prop 19's effective dates of both for the intergenerational transfer exclusion provisions as well as the base year value transfer provisions. So we did start to see problems with that. So certainly some of those might have been within that annual, this annual report period. More so probably would have been for prior to Proposition 19. However, as far as common problems that taxpayers would have with the parent-child transfer or even the grandparent-grandchild transfer under the time of current law of Proposition 19 would pertain to the type of property that is being transferred. Because with Proposition 19, things like rental property is not transferred. That's the big problem. But it is in law, so that's where, taxpayers are kind of upset about it. So they could be denied just because of the fact it wasn't a principal residence property. Assuming the property was our principal residence of the parent transferring it, because that's usually the direction it goes, or it was even that of the parent, that had died, then another reason why would be that that was their principal residence before they died or before they transferred it, but the child that inherited it didn't move into it within a year of the date of change in ownership, which would be the date of death in the case of the deceased parent. So that would be one reason for the denial. Although now, based on our property tax rule, our property tax rule has determined that as long as the child, say, moved into it within 1 year of the transfer, but didn't file a homeowner's exemption claim within 1 year, which is one of the requirements, as long as they were still living in the property and had lived in it within that 1 year period, and filed the homeowner's claim, even though it was later than a year, they still could receive the benefit of the exclusion. It just would be on a prospective basis. So that kind of eliminates that situation. So I would say that's kind of where the denial could be based.
No, I think that's a good point, and we're starting to get, I'm sure everybody here is starting to receive more and more calls, as sad to say, as people are passing away. We're hearing about the child or grandchild trying to do the transfer of ownership here. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad to hear that you're saying that there is some flexibility or some leadway on this, because I know a particular case in my district where the individual passed away, and these folks that stayed in, I think it was a grandchild, was living in the property while the grandparent passed away, and then I think they're going on year 2, and I've been telling them, I think they realize they need to deal with the situation, and they're doing it. They're going through the process now, and I was fearing that they probably wouldn't qualify, but it sounds like there's some, if they were living in the property, I guess pre and post, they might have a case to hopefully get that resolved and qualify for this exemption, it sounds like.
Yeah, they still can, the grandchild could still apply for that grandparent-grandchild transfer and even apply for the homeowner's exemption, even though it's a year after their
yeah.
grandparent died. In that case, in order for the grandparent-grandchild transfer to occur, then the intermediary parent would have to be deceased as well. So that would be a case. So as long as that is the case, then yeah, they absolutely can apply for it, or she can, in that case, can apply for that and still receive it. So the key is to, if she hasn't already done it, apply for the homeowner's exemption on that, so it will be in place. And then, she can do it at the same time, but file for the grandparent-grandchild transfer using the appropriate form. But she shouldn't delay, because
No,
it's,
I know.
I mean, it's coming up, she could lose another year. So basically, I think it's within the year. So as long as she applies for it before before the January 1st, 2024 lien date, then she can have it all the way back to January 1, 2023. So it's a big deal.
No, I know.
So she shouldn't delay.
Thanks. I know there's several other questions, so I'll hold off. You have one? Member Gaines, go ahead.
Just because I want to get back to this website link of assessors. Can we get a little bit, it doesn't have to happen now, but I'd just like to know how many assessors are adding that link to our website as was presented by Christina Wynn for Sac County.
Well, I mean, I guess we could take a look and see, and spend some time.
And maybe
to
that's a question
see-
of the CAA that we could ask,
you might
just
wanna ask
to
that.
get a better,
Yeah,
I'm just
I mean, I
interested in.
think- Yeah, I mean, it probably would be easier, honestly, for us to just look on their websites than reach out to CAA to ask. I mean, and
Okay.
Christina might know. I think she's still on the line. She might
Okay.
know if there are other assessors' offices that do that. But again, they're aware of it. I mean, I also, in addition to talking, with assessors, like right after, I think it was the April conference, at the April conference last year. So I had a memo. So I write memos, or there'll be a letter to them, kind of indicating what we issued as far as information sheets to keep them informed. And I also, there's a time on at some of the standards committee meetings where they let me kind of speak before the assessors that are present. So
Yeah,
kind of
okay.
inform them about the information sheets, just to get them
Sure.
aware of that, even though they would have received a letter to assessor's office, but it's a little more meaningful if I'm telling them, and then they can ask questions and things.
just
But yeah,
Nice
I do
to
know
know
they
that
have
you
it.
have that taxpayer rights advocate, that they can access you if they've got an issue. So, yeah,
And
thank you.
assessors regularly, give taxpayers our number or our
Good,
website. So,
good.
but we can certainly look at the assessor's website, unless, again, I don't know if Christina is available, but I think that, we can just look it up and see.
Great, thank you. And then Gina Rodriguez raised this question in terms of trying to figure out which counties are requiring wet signatures, and is that something, I remember that being brought up last year, and I just assumed that was going to be taken care of. And so is that something we're going to follow up on and provide clarity as to which counties require wet signatures?
Well, I think even on the property statement, the actual instructions for the property statement that is board prescribed, it talks about, returning the original, which, seems like it's including an original signature. So I think I would think all of the assessors are accepting these filings with wet signatures if they're on paper.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of assessors, I would say most all of them, have an electronic filing system that they developed somehow. I mean, CAA, again, the Assessors Association, did that in the 2005, 6, 7 range, where they have a system for electronic filings. And so they've done that, which they were able to do, but that's not really accomplishing what Gina's interested in doing. So they have it, but it's more like, it's an individual thing where a taxpayer could go on, or somebody from Gina's company, if she's filing on behalf of taxpayers, go on to this system, enter, on the computer if somehow it's linked through an assessor's website, where they enter a BIN number and their assessment number. So like their assessment number, if it's a real property that's in fee, it's going to be the APN, or it's going to be a business, account number. And they indicate, okay, they enter that, and then they type in like a BIN number that the assessor supplies to that taxpayer in like, I don't know whether it's February, I think, or maybe January, but telling them, okay, for this location, here's your assessment number, which but here's your BIN number. It's kind of like a password almost number. And that together kind of indicates they're authorized. So that's saying they're authorized to file this property statement, and so the assessor knows it is them. That's authenticating that it's made by a valid filing. So they have that system available. But
I'm just trying to figure out if we can we answer the question? Can the BOE answer this question?
We could talk to our property tax department to ask them if they could identify for us to understand why a wet signature is required versus
Okay.
why on a paper copy statement. But I mean, I think it's embedded in statute, so we're happy to talk with them and find out
be
what it
great.
is, at least come with that. But
Great.
understanding it's a requirement, so.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lieber, and I know we're really getting close here. We need a break for lunch here, but go ahead.
I'll keep it very brief, and that might also be a good thing for the Assessors Association to maintain that list of which assessors are requiring it. For the BOE, I guess it would be a lot of upkeep because, when there's money on the line, whether or not an assessor on that particular day has changed their policy, it might be a good responsibility for the CAA. And I just wanted to compliment Ms. Thompson and all the staff from the TRA office. The lady who spoke, who said that she was very emotional about her case that had been done. I've really seen the impact of some of this constituent casework in my other roles as well. And it really can devastate a person's life when they get some information that they weren't expecting. And so it just means so much that you are there as their prepaid warranty to work through their situation and give them the facts and help them as much as we can. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to echo the comments of the Vice Chair as well. On behalf of the Controller, I want to thank the Chairman, my elected representatives here, Lisa Thompson, the Executive Director, and the entire agency. The Controller believes, she highlights this every year, she believes that the TRA hearing is one of the most unique and one-of-a-kind type hearings to come in front of the elected taxpayer representative, the only elected tax board, to air out your grievances. Many times these taxpayers are coming to us at the downest of times where they need help, and it kind of goes back to speaking to why elected representation matters. These taxpayers are holding us accountable now after they air out these problems, holding us accountable to answer those calls, to solve their problems, and kind of continue to be that beacon of light. So I really want to thank you all. Very, very successful hearing, and I actually learned a lot, and I think the dialogue continues, and I'm hoping we can continue to assist these taxpayers to solve all their problems. Thank you.
With that, go ahead, quick. Go ahead, Member Schaefer.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. I appreciate everything you do here. I just wanted to know why did it take a year go by and they didn't get the list of wet versus dry in the Form 571L instructions. Aren't we able to act within 30 days of something that comes into our office? I would think within 30 days you would have been able to arrange to have a list of wet versus dry stuck into the instructions. I'm just not happy to see that they're saying, well, we brought it up last year and we're still waiting for some kind of response from the BOE. That's one issue I have. The second issue I have is you are a taxpayer advisor, and I respect that, and you do a fine job, but we are different. We are taxpayer deciders. And I would like to know that whenever a letter comes in from somebody in my district addressed to BOE Communications, I'm on the other end. I'm catching the football on BOE Communications. I'd like to know that I get a copy of this. Mike Tajran from San Diego sent a letter in on August 24th. That was 5 days ago. I would like to know that when a letter comes in to BOE Communications, whatever district it's from, and we're not talking about hundreds of communications, we're talking about, I don't know, a dozen. I think everybody sitting here on the board would like to know that if something comes in from one of their constituents, that a copy of it will be sent to them or them and their chief of staff so that we have a chance to take a look at it before we appear today in a hearing. I don't think it works if all we do is stick it in the documents here, because we don't have a chance to look at the documents in sufficient advance of the meeting. And I would have liked to have had this very fine letter from Mike of San Diego a week ago. I'm interested, of course, in all communications that come in, but I'm particularly interested in those who come from my district, and I think everybody up here will say that, because the person writing that letter is the person who's going to good mouth or bad mouth us in the district as to what kind of action the letter is producing. And I want to know that the Mikes in every district in California that sent a letter to us are going to be happy with the response. And I think that's only possible if we know about the communication, preferably on the same day that it comes into your office. So I would like to ask that whenever, and he mentioned, if he hadn't mentioned San Diego, if he just said he's a small taxpayer, I would not have caught that. It's only when you mentioned San Diego, and I thought, hey, that's where I'm from, that's one of my 10 million people, it's my ox being gored. I am very possessive for the people that sent me to Sacramento, and on behalf of them, I would say whenever any of them write you a letter, please share it with my office, and that would be with my chief of staff and myself. I think that's the only way we can really give the taxpayers of California the bang for the buck that they expect when they deal with us. Thank you.
So as far as Gina's and her concern with electronic filings, we have been working with her actually throughout the year. She and I both have talked with assessors at different assessors conferences regarding the filings and that she has the concerns about. So we have been working toward that. And we also talked about kind of methods for electronic filings on how, she could identify them. Hers kind of goes a little differently now based on our more recent conversation is, she wants to file bulk filing on batch processing for electronic filings if she does that as opposed to individual filings. So, so it may be that assessors have a solution. So again, we'll work with her for that. But I am aware last year, yes, she asked for a list to be posted or published on even who accepts electronic filings. And again, that is something that changes. If individual county assessors may have different technology, may have different platforms that they allow for electronic filings. So, and whether a county chooses to accept electronic filings or their method, that really is their discretion. That's not something that our agency can dictate what they do. But, I am, obviously for our office, I can help Gina identify different ways on who, may accept electronic filings. That may be a little bit beyond our scope, at least with the TRA office, but I did help her understand which counties use certain software. There were about a little over maybe mid-20s or 30s that use this specific kind of software vendor, but it's all accessed through the individual county's website. So that has been coordinated with her. as well as the California Assessors Association. They have information posted on their websites about ESDR and SDR, and what counties use it in the state, so it's identified, it's clear. They have a map of California. If you hover over that map or that county, it'll tell you whether that county uses SDR, that assessor's office, SDR versus ESDR and that stuff. So, we're still trying to fine tune that. So I appreciate those comments on that. As to your next question or comment about public comments is, board proceedings does provide you with public comments before this hearing that were made. As to timing, those comments are submitted by an electronic submission form that's posted to our TRA page. The email is sent directly to TRA office as well as board proceedings, and they can coordinate to provide that information to you. The board members were provided it a little bit earlier, but I'm certainly happy to talk with them to see if they can maybe provide that information a little bit earlier. I can tell you that most of the comments were not received before Thursday, Friday. Those were kind of the earlier comments that came in. So we didn't have much time, before you did. But I'm certainly happy to talk with board proceedings if they are able to, push maybe at least some of the comments maybe that were received, say, by the Friday before, maybe by 2 o'clock forward, or even the day before forward, so you can see them. And as far as,
Do we have any cautionary language, on the notice of the meeting saying if you have a comment, please transmit it not later than 7 days prior to the hearing?
no, we accept them actually up to this morning. So,
Well, I know that,
yeah.
in the practice of law, courts are always saying you've got to have your comments in 10 days before the meeting, or it's enough time, for the judge and staff to swallow it and decide what to do with it. And it's nice to say you can do it right up to the meeting, but we're not going to be able to give much brain power to it before the meeting,
So there is no requirement that people submit their written comments in advance for this hearing, and there's no requirement they submit any comments, so they could,
Well,
just like they call in.
I'd like to see a cautionary notice that we request pleadings be in not less than 5 days before the hearing.
Mr. Vasquez, we are having issues with the captioner to have a break. If we could break for lunch so that the captioner can, the closed captioner.
No, I Ms. Thompson responded to the questions perfectly. We would take your comments under consideration, but please note that it's a taxpayer rights hearing. We're welcoming the public and their comments, so we do not want to put any limitations on it. We want them, if they give it to us at midnight the day before, Ms. Thompson and her team is open and willing, thank goodness, to look at them. And board proceeding did their best to get it out to everyone this morning. Your staff received the email via the BOE email account. Your staff is not here in the audience, but I am looking for them to find out why you did not get at least the email. So you should have been informed.
You raise a good point there, that the people should be able to speak up till the time of hearing, or come to the hearing and speak up,
Exactly. Okay,
But they should know that it's good practice to give us a little advance, and I'd say 5 or 10 days.
With that, folks, we've gone over a little bit more, and we need to be back here at 1 o'clock, because the controller's going to be here at 1 o'clock sharp, and we need to act on some constitutional matters with her.
This is funny, you should.
So we will recess right now at 12:16, and we'll be back, calling back the meeting at 1 o'clock sharp.
I offered him my Zeb Skoski book, but I said, I want to give it to you because we lost a lot.
welcome back. We have, we're going to recall the meeting here at 1:05. Thank you for all coming back. We said 1 o'clock sharp, and we're only 5 minutes late. And we have our controller with us. So with that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you first, please call our, I guess we're going to go through items 3 through 7, is that correct?
We're going to go to our tax program matters. These matters will be presented by Mr. McCool, so Mr. McCool, you're welcome. I will call them. Our next items, item 3, tax program matters, property tax matters, non-appearance, consent, petitions for penalty abatement on unitary value. Mr. McCool will present these items for your consideration. Mr. McCool will present the 7 items for your consideration, which may be voted on individually or collectively. These matters are constitutional functions. These items are not subject to contribution disclosure statute. Item 3A, Indigo Generation LLC, SAU 23001. 3B, Larkspur Energy LLC, SAU 23002. 3C, Mariposa Energy LLC, SAU 23003. Item 3D, LCB Communications LLC, SAU 23009. 3E, Bandwidth.com CLEC LLC, SAU 23013. 3F, Forest Hill Telephone Company, SAU 23023, and item 3G, Kerman Telephone Company, SAU 23-024. Mr. McCool?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Before you today for your consideration and adoption are 7 petitions for penalty abatement on unitary value. Each assessee filed their 2023 property statement late, and staff imposed the statutorily required late filing penalty. Each petitioner has subsequently filed an appeal and provided due cause as verified by staff. As a result, staff and petitioners are in agreement on the abatement of these penalties, and I ask for your adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any comments, questions? Seeing, hearing none. I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation. It's been moved by my controller.
Second.
And second by Member Gaines. Do we have any members of the public here to speak on it or any written comments on this, Ms. Cicchetti?
All righty. I have no one in the audience, and we have not received any written comments. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Thank you. To make a comment by phone on this item, press 10 on your phone's keypad at this time. And we have no callers responding. We have nobody in queue.
All righty.
With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if we would please call the roll on this
All
item.
righty. I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation made by Ms. Cohen, Controller Cohen, and seconded by Mr. Gaines. Let's see here. Chair Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Thank you. With that, I know you have other items. Continue, Mr. Rickle.
We'll go to item number 4, tax program matters, property tax matters, non-appearance consent, petitions for reassessment of unitary value. These matters are constitutional functions. These items are not subject to contribution disclosure statute. 4A, Fresno MSA Limited Partnership, SAU 23005. 4B, Los Angeles SMSA Limited Partnership, SAU 23006. 4C, Cello Partnership, SAU 23007. 4D, California RSA number 4 Partnership, SAU 23008. And 4E, Citizens Telecommunications Company of California, Inc., SAU 23012. This item will be presented by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Again, members, Jack McCool, Chief, State Assessed Properties Division. Before you are 5 petitions for reassessment of unitary value. Staff and petitioners are in agreement on the recommendations, and I ask for your adoption. Thank you.
Seeing no comments or questions, I would like to recommend staff's recommendation on this item. And I'll go ahead and move that. And then my vice chair was going to second it. Do we have any written comments on this one?
I have no one in the audience who'd like to make a comment on this matter, and we have not received any written comment concerning this item. Let's go to the AT&T moderator.
All right.
AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For comments by phone, please press 10 at this time on your phone's keypad. And we have no respondents, no one in queue.
Thank you, moderator. Alrighty, I have a motion presented by Mr. Vasquez and seconded by Vice Chair Lieber to adopt staff recommendation. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Mr. Schetti, what's our next item?
Our next item is item 5, tax program matters, property tax matters, non-appearance consent, petitions for reassessment of unitary value and penalty abatement. This item is a constitutional function, and this item is not subject to contribution disclosure statute. Item 5A, Sentinel Energy Center LLC, SAU 23-004. This item will be presented by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Members, for this agenda item, the petition for Sentinel Energy Center involves both a penalty abatement request as well as a reassessment of their unitary value. As with the penalty abatements in the earlier agenda items, this petitioner has provided staff with due cause, and we recommend abatement of the penalty. Additionally, staff and petitioner are in agreement on the recommended reassessment amount, and I ask for your adoption of this item. Thank you.
Mr. McCool, may I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Thank
go
you.
ahead, Madam
What
Controller.
what were the reasons that were submitted for the abatement, the request for the abatement?
It was staff turnover. So they had a change in staff right around the due dates. So there was a lapse in when they were able to file timely.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Seeing no other comments or questions, I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
So moved.
It's been moved by our controller, second by our vice chair. Do we have any written comments on this one?
We have no one in the audience who would like to make a public comment regarding this item, and we have not received any written comments on this item. Let's go to the moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For comments on this item, please press 10 at this time. And we have no callers responding, no one in queue.
All righty, I have a motion presented by Controller Cohen, seconded by Vice Chair Lieber to adopt staff recommendation. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present.
All
With
right.
that, we'll move on to our next item, Mr. Schetti.
Next item is item 6, tax program matters, property tax matters, non-appearance consent, petitions for unitary escaped assessment. This item is a constitutional function. There is not, these items are not subject to contribution disclosure statute. 5A, U.S. Telepacific, EAU 23001. This matter is being presented by Mr. McCool.
Thank you.
6A. That's item 6A. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, yes, 6A.
Thank you. Members, this particular petition is an appeal of the escaped assessment amount resulting from staff's audit recommendations adopted by the board on March 22nd, 2023. As with all escaped assessments, the assessee was provided 50 days from the date of the adopted escaped assessment to appeal. The petitioner did so, and staff engaged with the petitioner to address issues raised in the appeal. Staff and petitioner are now in agreement with the recommendation before you, and I ask for your adoption. Thank you.
Seeing no hands or comments on this item, I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation. It's been moved by our vice chair.
Second.
And second by Member Gaines. Mr. Kitty, do we have any written comments or anybody in the audience?
I have no one in the audience today who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item, and I have not received any written, or we have not received any written comments. Let's go to the moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For comments on this item, press 10 at this time. And we have no callers responding, no one in queue.
Thank you, moderator. I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation moved by Vice Chair Lieber and seconded by Mr. Gaines. I'll take roll. Chair Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Controller Cohen.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present.
All righty.
Mr. Kitty, what is our next item?
Our next item on the agenda is item 7, property tax matters, non-appearance, board roll changes. Adopt changes to values of state assessed properties as recommended by staff. This matter is a constitutional function. This item will be presented by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Members, the Revenue and Taxation Code allows for corrections to be made to the board roll of state assessed property to correct staff errors. Today's roll corrections would correct staff errors related to the incorrect allocation of the unitary value for the assessees. These roll corrections do not result in any change in value for either assessee, but rather simply change which counties the unitary values are allocated to. I ask for your adoption of these 2 roll corrections. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, we have one question here from our controller.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCool. Good to see you again. Thank you. How do we prevent these types of errors in the future?
Yeah, so that's a very good question, and it seems that these particular types of errors have been popping up more often recently. So we are actively looking at ways to prevent this. I think the first, so what's happening here is assessees are reporting the property correctly to the correct counties, and there are certain schedules for which those are done. And the staff has to transmit that from one file to a different type of file. So there's manual data entry that's occurring in a lot of these cases. So what we're looking at is adding at least one layer, if not more, levels of physical hard copy review to ensure that the data correction was completed correctly.
So is the error on our part?
For these roll corrections, they are staff errors, correct?
And were they just like copying the wrong number, minor stuff, right?
Yes, essentially, for one, it was absolutely the same. That was it. There was a number. Each one of our counties has a numerical number assigned to it based on alphabetical order. So that was simply just misentering the numbers. There was another one where, for reasons I'm not sure, I think it was just human error, all the value was attributed to one particular county when it should have been to several. And those are ones where it's a little bit harder to understand how the error was made, but it is during our busy season, and staff are trying to complete their work as quickly as possible. So, you know, we're looking into possible technology solutions for this particular process. There's no easy technology solution that's currently available to us. So it is a manual data entry process at this point. So we're looking for.
Do you think it would be helpful if we retrained people or provided additional training?
One of the things we're looking at is having different staff do this particular process. So it would be removed partially from the actual appraiser's duties and transferred to somebody who's not working on these particular unitary appraisals at that time. So the data would still be collected the same way it is now, reported the same way to us. But we're looking at the possibility of redirecting this particular function to other staff that aren't pressed for time as much as our auditor appraisers.
So now I'm even curious, now I'm getting into the weeds, so that internally, this is something that's happening in your division, this either additional layer of review
Yes.
or someone else taking on this kind of role and responsibility. Have you noticed, because you've been doing this for a couple
Yeah.
of years now, have you noticed the same or similar errors happening?
I've noticed this particular type of error where we're ascribing the value to the wrong county is happening more often.
Is it technology or is it really human? Because, I don't know if we're dealing with spreadsheets and you're just
Yeah.
kind of populating a cell.
It would be preferable if we had a technology solution that could
Eliminate the error.
eliminate the need to have human data
Mhm.
entry.
Mhm.
But the error is a human error that's made simply because folks are making mistakes.
Yeah, understandable. And how do we catch these errors?
Sometimes we catch them.
Mhm.
Oftentimes the assessee does. They know they have property, say, in 5 counties,
Mhm.
and they only get 1 tax bill.
Mhm.
And they think, well, where are my other tax bills? They might call us, and then we realize, oh,
An error
the
was
reason you don't have 5 tax bills is because we accidentally put all your value in 1 county.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no other
course.
questions.
Thank you. I wasn't aware of some of these mistakes here.
Mhm.
But it sounds like you're working on it. So at the end of the day, you said, I guess some of these are human errors, so.
We are. And,
Okay.
and in some cases, this particular case where the value is assigned to the wrong county, it does sometimes happen from assessee reporting. Those are harder for us to catch because we're not responsible for the numbers that they're reporting. But in these particular cases, it is our staff error, yeah.
It was us, okay. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the staff recommendation.
So moved?
It's been moved by the controller and second by our vice chair. Ms. Cicchetti, do we have anybody in the audience or any written comments on this?
We have no one in the audience who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item, and board proceedings has not received any written comments. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For comment on this item, please press 10 at this time. And we have no callers responding and no one in queue.
Thank you. So I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation moved by Chair Cohen and seconded by Vice Chair Lieber. Let me take roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, I think we concluded all your items,
Thank
right?
you very much.
And it's my understanding, I guess at this point, we will take a recess because we're going to move from the board meeting and reconvene as a workforce planning board work
Well,
group.
before we take a recess, I want to just comment on the workforce planning, if we can.
Yes, please.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. McCool. As always, you're cool, and your team is great. I enjoy the presentation. It's good to be back here at the Board of Equalization. Colleagues, nice to see you all. Staff, it's good to see you. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm really excited to see our re-engagement in the important priorities of the Workforce Planning Group, which I just want to note for the public, was established by the board in 2019 during our very first statewide informational hearing on the modernization of the California property tax system, which Mr. Schaefer hosted for us down in San Diego. And these priorities for the Workforce Planning Group are delineated in the charge document. This is, again, just a point of reference for anyone in the audience or listening at home. The charge document, my staff created it when we were on the Board of Equalization, and then we shared it with the entire board. And at that time, we embarked on addressing very specific workforce planning issues facing the agency, and these workforce issues that were facing the 58 county assessors. And of course, our initial findings in this area were exasperated by then the potential passage of the split roll provision. I think that was it, Prop 16? Prop 20,
15.
15, Prop 15. Got it. But, regardless, it was apparent, as delineated in our charge document for the work group, that we are committed to addressing the recruitment, the retention, the training, and the continuous education, and of course, the compensation of our current workforce as well as the future workforce. And I think in order to continue to cultivate strong leadership, it requires us to be mindful of the present conditions and then also be working to fill and satisfy anticipated future capacity gaps. Particularly, we need to pay attention to the strategic investment in the workforce planning by this board, what you guys are doing, what we are doing. And so under the leadership of our prior executive director, you guys may recall Brenda Fleming, we launched a significant initiatives in this area. And specifically, we pointed out the importance of surveying the assessors so we could better understand the unique challenges that they're facing in their respective counties. Because we know for a fact, rural counties don't have the same problems as the urban counties, and agricultural counties don't have same problems. So everyone is kind of unique. We cannot take a cookie cutter approach into solving some of these workforce challenges. And we did this by also conducting a compensation survey which focused on the talent within the property tax administration space. And we paid careful attention to reestablishing partnerships with the colleges and universities. Chair Vasquez, I think you also stepped into the space to help us continue to build a comprehensive training and continuous education program within the agency. Ultimately, to do what, folks? But to continue to build a pipeline of talent so that it will address future needs for the state of California. Ms. Fleming and I met with strategic partners to initiate this work. We specifically met with the governor's chief of staff to get the governor's support and partnership on this work. And the chief of staff strongly recommended that I meet with the California Community College chancellor, and she helped initiate that introduction. And then Ms. Fleming and I, we met with Chancellor Oakley and key members of his leadership team to launch a pilot certificate program and on-the-job training programs that were executed in Northern California. However, due to COVID-19, which will be forever written in history as just I don't even have the words for it, but COVID-19 really messed up a lot of things. And we've lost momentum, but what happened is that due to COVID-19, the untimely departure of our executive director, we weren't able to realize the vision that we set to accomplish. And so that is why today's conversation is really pivotal, because we are re-engaging and regenerating that momentum. And I just wanted to report that it's the Chancellor's office, that the Chancellor's office remains committed, and I do hope that we will realize the vision so that we are continuing down this pathway of solving some of our anticipated challenges, workforce challenges. And so, as you know, and I think it was in 2020, we convened the workforce planning work group meeting. Remember, it was all online. We were doing it from the comforts of our home. I was still nursing a little infant at the time, but nonetheless, the information that we garnered was informative, and it amplified specific detail on the workforce planning issues facing the board and as well as the county assessors. So if we were to just fast forward to where we are today, I just want to first say that I am dedicated to seeing that this work go through a focused process. Chair Vasquez and colleagues, please count on me to continue to lead from the back. I'm going to lead from the back this time. But there are a couple things that I just want to highlight as we frame to get ready to go into this work group meeting. First of all, partnering with colleges and universities and the executive director, Ms. Stowers, to establish a pilot certificate program on training programs. Mr. Vasquez, I think we've already started this process, so I'm enthusiastic to see where we end. Also, reviewing the executive director's reviewing with the executive director the minimum qualifications for appraisers that are set by the Board of Equalization to determine whether alternative options should exist for meeting minimum qualifications. You might recall this was kind of a double-edged sword, right? We have minimum qualifications that we're looking for to fill, but yet that was back in the day when we had a dearth of talent, talented people that were interested in positions. Now we are not in a dearth. Talent is out there, but we have to work a little bit harder to find it. And so we were examining whether we needed to relax some of the minimum qualifications. And then also partnering with key assessors to establish the comprehensive training model for the agency to consider, making sure that we are identifying talent that the assessors are actually want to use and want to hire. So this came from conversations back in 2019, and I just want to reiterate that it was the second district assessors in 2022 that were continuing to drive us. Of course, this model will not only include training for our respective team members, but also the Assessment Appeals Board and the county level. Those are also a key constituency that we sometimes forget about, the Assessment Appeals Board, but I want to just speak them and bring them back into this process. And then in closing, I just want to recognize the California Assessors Association, the District 2 assessors, and in particular, President Lee, Assessor Morgan, Assessor Shelley Scott, Assessor Fong Law, Assessor Prang, Salinas, and of course, Assessor Larry Stone for their vision and their leadership and their important partnership in this work. I'm sure, Sally Lieber, you had good relationships with these great, outstanding leaders. I also want to commend you, Vasquez, for continuously voicing the important issues which I've placed in my District 2 report related to the assessors meeting. So I just want to make sure that we are retaining our time and our investment on the current workforce issues. I don't think anything has changed. If anything, the pandemic has probably exacerbated as the culture of work and the environment of work has changed. I see you've taken down the partitions, but nonetheless, we still have a workforce that want to work from home. We have a workforce that we need to train. The assessors still want more training. Ms. Stowers, as you hear all the time. So, in closing, Vasquez and Member Gaines, thank you for accepting the leadership on this work group. You did that back in 2019. I appreciate and value the importance of completing this task. I look forward to continuing to open my hand and be ready to work. Want to also give a shout out to John Thiella, who is still here working and giving leadership and wisdom to steady this ship as we continue to move forward. So that is my opening remark. I'm closing my opening remarks. Any questions or comments?
No, I appreciate your.
Okay, I know that was
history.
a mouthful. Yes, just want to revisit that history.
And I think you hit it right on the nail. You know, COVID did throw us for a loop here, but as you'll see, well, I know you have to run, but as your staff, I'm sure, will fill you in.
Yes.
We have some outstanding speakers that are going to be talking, not only from the Chancellor's office, but also from the community colleges and from some of our assessors that you mentioned already, their staff, that I think are going to, hopefully, some of them that worked with us back in 2019 and 2020, that have some institutional knowledge that are going to take it forward, but some of the new players that we're going to hear about today a little bit later in their testimony, I'm hoping that synergy that we're going to develop here is going to take it to the next level. I'm looking forward to having you also participate now in your new role as the controller to make sure we expedite this as quick as possible.
So there was a couple themes here that I wanted to touch on. How transition has really had an impact, right? Not only do we have a new kind of a work environment, but we have new chancellors, we have new leadership in place in these respective systems. I think when I was reviewing the panelists, these were all new names to me.
Yeah.
So I look forward to hearing what their comments are. And then I was also thinking about what Mr. McCool was saying about how catching these errors. We started the modernization of this process. Is there technology available to help eliminate this so that we are continuing to produce a stellar product for taxpayers? perhaps this is also something that we can begin to think about in our conversations so that we can continue to increase our productivity, most importantly, our efficiency, and so that we're not seeing errors after the same errors after over and over again. So I look forward. It's exciting.
Appreciate it.
Momentum. It's with us. All right, let's
Gonna
get
do it.
started.
And Member Gaines and his staff has been real helpful
Oh,
on
yep.
this. And as you'll see in a few minutes here but do we have to officially take a recess, right?
Yes,
Before
we have to,
I wanna
we
get
have to
into
do
it, but
some
I'll-
staff.
I'll get back to you.
Maybe, can I
Figuring.
make some opening comments
Yes.
at the appropriate time, if you want to take the recess?
Yeah,
whatever.
we got to switch then.
We have to switch into the board worker.
Exactly, that's what we
Yes,
need to
yeah.
get
Good.
into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then
Thank
we'll-
you.
I just wanted to thank Controller Cohen for your leadership, because it's very helpful to go back through that history, just as a refresher for ourselves, but also for the public, and the work goes on. So I'm looking forward to looking at what our goals ought to be and making sure that we have the proper workforce for the future. It's a dilemma throughout the state and through our assessor's offices and here at the BOE, so thank you.
Thank you, and I know you have to run, but appreciate the fact that you're able to come through. And I know we'll be seeing you here again,
Yes,
hopefully sooner rather than later.
yes.
With that, Ms. Cicchetti, we need to officially take a recess, right?
Go for recess for 5 minutes?
For 5 minutes?
that'd
And
be
then
good.
we'll reconvene. So we have 1:36, we'll take a 5-minute break and then reconvene.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, folks, it looks like we have all our audio folks online and in sync. So we will go ahead and reconvene at 1:43. And under the Workforce Planning Board Work Group. And I guess we're changing hats here. It's not Ms. Cicchetti now.
No, it's Ms. Taylor.
Ms. Taylor. So Ms. Taylor, take it away.
All right. Our first item of the day for the Workforce Planning Board Work Group is number 1, greetings and introductory remarks by Mr. Vasquez and Mr. Gaines. This work group consists of board members, the California Assessors Association, and county assessors from large, medium, and small counties who will update and continue efforts to develop opportunities for recruitment and training of a statewide pipeline of skilled property tax workforce. At the conclusion of all meetings, the board work group will report back to the board with recommendations for possible actions. Our speakers for this item is the Honorable Antonio Vasquez, co-chair, member 3rd District, Honorable Ted Gaines, co-chair, member 1st District, Honorable Christina Wynn, President-elect, California Assessors Association, and Sacramento County Assessor Recorder Clerk.
Thank you. With that, first of all, thank you, members and all the participants. And I'm looking at several on the screen now. I thought we had all our technical issues.
Somebody on Teams has their phone on at the same time as their Teams.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay. Let's start. Yeah, once again, I would just want to thank the members and all the participants for joining us today. And for those that are here in the audience and those that are listening in, I think you're going to be impressed with the speakers and the quality of their presentations. But I'd like to move into them as quick as possible because we have a long lineup, and I want to make sure we give them adequate time so we can get this all done before the close of business today. But with that, let me turn it over to my co-chair, Member Gaines, to give some opening remarks and to also introduce the CAA President-elect, Assessor Wynn, who is with us today as well. With that, Member Gaines.
Great, yeah. Thank you very much, Chair Vasquez, and I'll be brief because I'm very excited to get to the speakers. California's higher education system is the largest of any state, and each of the 3 segments play an important part in preparing students to prosper in our state. The scope of academic and career interests students and mid-career professionals can pursue is staggering, and it's critical that we continue to support our UC, CSU, and community colleges so they can continue to play their crucial role in the state's success. I look forward to hearing how we can further leverage these incredible resources to help ensure that our county assessors, the BOE, and all of the private entities that play a role in our property tax system can find qualified staff. Fair, timely administration of property taxes depends on a fully staffed, highly trained professionals, and I appreciate efforts to work together to ensure we serve taxpayers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gaines. It was just brought to my attention that the provost we have online here, Mr. Newman, has a 2 o'clock drop time. So if we can get the provost on, that would first. Is that a possibility?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. And then we'll move back to the others online.
All right, so are we looking for
Provost Newman.
Provost Newman?
Yeah, she's online here, right there. UC
All right.
Provost.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. Why don't I go ahead and just call that item? Provost Newman is speaking under item 2, opportunities to build a strong pipeline of appraisers and auditor appraisers through community college and university curriculum programs, internships, and partners. Our first speaker is Catherine Newman, Provost and Executive Vice President of Academic Affairs, Chancellor's Distinguished Professor of Sociology and Public Policy at UC Berkeley.
Welcome. I don't know if she can hear me, but I can see you. I think you might be muted, though. You're on the screen and talking, but it's not coming through. Looks like she's trying to get some technical assistance here.
It's not on our side.
Modern technology, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But it looks like they might be figuring this thing out here. Let's see.
Would you like to have Ms. Nguyen say a few words while we allow the provost to?
I was going to suggest that, but I know she's on a deadline. I think she only has like 10 minutes with this.
Yeah.
So I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt here. What? Ms. Taylor, let's go ahead. Yeah, I guess, why don't we start with Ms. Nguyen then? And then if she comes on,
Yeah.
we'll bring her back.
So we have Ms. Nguyen right here.
I think she's queued up, right?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez, board members, and invited guests, and everyone listening or watching live. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Great.
Hi, can folks
I
hear
am-
us?
Oh, it sounds like the provost is in.
Okay.
Can I hear?
Okay, I will.
Thank you, folks.
Thanks for your patience, Ms. Nguyen, and also for the provost. Looks like we finally got it figured
I'm
out.
so sorry. I am so sorry, colleagues. We don't use Microsoft Teams in this office. And so anyway, I apologize. And I have until 2:10, so a
Oh,
little
thank
bit
you.
more time.
All righty.
But I don't want to take up more than my fair share. But let me just thank you all for including the University of California in this important discussion. I want to start by saying that I actually have had a lot of experience over time as a university leader developing professional apprenticeships and career experience programs that help to link what we do in the classroom with what our students need to learn to be effective colleagues in the work world, in the private sector, in the nonprofit sector, and in the public sector. And so I'm very optimistic about what we might be able to do. The most effective programs, in my experience, are those that align the students' interests with the potential future role in enterprises like yours. So, for example, our students who are in public policy, in public finance, our students who are in business schools, these are all of the programs to which I would turn if I was looking for a place to create a pathway between the University of California student body and the assessor's office, and any of them, whether they're in the communities or in Sacramento. We do have many students who are interested in public service, and they look to serve the state from which they have come. And I think it would be a marvelous opportunity. It's one that works best, though, if we can complement what they are developing in the way of skills in the classroom with the knowledge you can only gain, so to speak, on the shop floor, in the enterprise itself, working alongside people who are capable of training them, of giving them the kind of what we call firm-specific skills or organizational skills that really make them suitable entry-level employees when you're ready to hire new people. So if you were to ask me, what could we do to help create a pipeline of experienced and thoughtful and skilled professionals to join you, it would be to develop that kind of co-op program or paid internship program or summer job program where we would align the preparation they have and could even specify certain courses that might be particularly important to help prepare them for roles like these. The University of California is very eager to develop this kind of model. It was pioneered years ago, those of you who are familiar with Northeastern University in Boston, that developed some of the most important new co-op programs where students literally spend an entire semester working under the guidance of professionals who help to train them, and then return to the classroom and go back and forth for a while until they are ready to graduate, and often are then hired instantly because they are already veterans of the organization. I don't know whether that's anything like what you have in mind or whether there would be funding available for that kind of training program. But if you were to ask me what would be the most effective way to do this, it would be to link the programs on our campuses that are most aligned with the public mission of the assessor's office to an internship style or co-op style program that would help you get to know our students. And so that really is what I wanted to tell you. I've had experience doing it. It works extremely well. It opens up opportunities for students. It creates an opportunity for diversity in the professional labor force that I think is valuable to all of you. And it does so by basically making sure that those are paid opportunities. Students who can afford to do this kind of internship work without being paid are going to be the highest income students we have. So if it's important as a matter of public policy to ensure a diversity of talent coming your way, then making sure that these are paid internships are important, because these are students who have to be able to pay their way. They have to be able to cover their bills. So that's really what I wanted to present to you as an idea for your consideration. I had the opportunity to talk to some of the colleagues in the assessor's office about this. They were at least enthusiastic enough to invite me to repeat it for you. And I'm very happy to take any questions or receive any comments you might like to give me, Chair Vasquez and colleagues.
Yes, first of all, thank you. Thank you for your comments. And you kind of touched on what I was going to ask, and that is, as we're looking at these career paths for these students, they have so many options these days. What are maybe some of the public policy efforts that we could work with, maybe in partnership, to try to attract these career-minded individuals to get into this profession?
Well, I think the point that was made when I had a previous conversation with our colleagues in the assessor's office was that experience operating and learning within the tax system is a very important professional opportunity for our students. If they want to enter public service, or even if they envision themselves joining one of the big four accounting firms at some point, this is a vital experience. And so I think making that opportunity possible for them is a very important career opportunity. The tax system is at the heart of how we, as you well know, of how we finance the public sector. It's a very complex and technical area of study. Our students are well skilled in aspects of accounting and forecasting and higher level mathematics. I certainly think they would come with the basic skills, but there is no substitute for the kind of experience of working within the tax system for them to understand it. I could imagine a contingent of students who hope to become lawyers finding this to be a very valuable training process before they enter law school or while they're there already. So there are many, to me, the key in making this work is that you have to find the students who are, in a sense, predisposed to be interested in these topical areas. And so those would be, as I mentioned, students in public policy, students in our business schools. These are the people who already have chosen a pathway for themselves that's consistent with the kind of experience that I think you would be looking for.
Thank you. Let me turn to my co-chair, Member Gaines, and then I'll open it up to the other members as well. Go ahead, Member Gaines.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate it. And one of the challenges that I see just in terms of getting the right talent is related to my district. If I take a look at my district, I represent 34 counties. Many of those counties are rural. And so I'm just trying to figure out, number one, do they even have the money in order to pay for an internship? And I guess number two would be, is there any opportunity through the BOE in terms of funding these internships even at the local level? And because I think you're correct in your assessment that people need, they need the experience. And if they are going to law school and becoming tax attorneys or CPAs or something of that nature, what great experience that they could learn by working either at the county level or at the state level. But how do we help? I'm trying to figure out how to help my small counties too through the whole process.
I'm sure you're better at figuring that out than I would be, but my hope would be that some form of collective contribution among the counties would make it less burdensome for each one. Also, if we were to try to find students whose families live in the region, I mean, we recruit from all over the state. Our students come from everywhere. Then, you know, enabling them perhaps to live at home rather than have to rent during the summer or whatever, you know, there are ways to mitigate some of those costs. In general, don't tell anyone I said this, but in general, students are not super expensive. So I don't think you would find this a budget breaker, but they do have to earn money in order to pay their bills. So I wouldn't want you to come away with the impression that they can afford to do this pro bono. They really can't. But I don't think they are big ticket items either. And if in the long run, your goal is to recruit and nurture talent that's going to enter your profession, it does require some commitment, I think, in the way of a budget stream to make it real.
Yeah, wonderful.
Easier said than done, I realize.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Let me turn to my Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman and Provost Newman. I really appreciate you coming to present before this body and your leadership at one of the finest university systems in the world. I had a question. My first question would be, you mentioned a little bit in your presentation on the public-private partnership. Would you care to share some type of example of how that's worked to help fill the pipeline into the public sector, how the private sector has helped in that regards?
Yes, so in my previous job, which was similar to the one I hold now at the University of California, I was at the University of Massachusetts and developed a program we called Professional Apprenticeship and Career Experience. And this was funded by private philanthropy, but it enabled students to gain experience on the campus in skills they would need to then deploy when they were in their junior and senior year in public and private sector offices, firms, whatever. And so it was a kind of a pathway that spanned the entire 4 years that they were at the university. And it begins with complementing their classroom work with experience on campus. So we had, you know, accountants on our campus. We had budget offices on every campus is like a little city. So we had experts who were on our staff that were willing to create an experiential pathway for students who were studying these topics inside a classroom, which is a somewhat more artificial introduction to the field. And once they got a little bit of experience on the campus, they were more valuable to private sector and public sector employers who didn't have to start from square one with a student who was very smart but very green, if you see what I mean. And that is how we organized it. And then they would be working as interns and co-ops in their junior and senior year when they already had some experience under their belts. I found this to be very effective. I did this, I was telling your colleagues earlier, we worked on something like this in the real estate industry. And of course, that involves appraisal. It involves some of the same skills I'm sure that assessors use. But we gave students training in a classroom setting, and then they were able to parlay that into opportunities in the development industry, real estate development industry. So it's not exactly the same, but it's sort of a cousin, I would suppose, of your enterprise. So this was fun, and very often, you know, especially in very tight labor markets like the one we're in, private sector firms would contribute to this training. Of course, they also would like to then hire those people. They're not really in the business of you know, providing that kind of support, and then they don't get a benefit out of it. But the most enlightened of them, I think, would understand that a time period working in a tax assessor's office qualifies those people even more for, you know, what might ultimately become private sector positions. That's sort of all that I can contribute. This is not really my field of expertise, but I know enough to be a little bit dangerous, and so that's what I was referring to.
Thank you, Provost Newman. My next and last question I'm a product of the UC system myself. I received my law degree from UC Law San Francisco.
Great.
And one example would be during my academic career, if there wasn't a paid opportunity, at least I would be able to get some type of credit from the school for this type of internship, which will lead to a pathway of graduation. I was just wondering your thoughts on that. If there's not necessarily a paid opportunity, but students are still receiving credit for the internship and the work that's being done, well, of course, with some type of professor supervision.
Right. There, as you've just explained, there's sort of two pathways that tend to not mix. One is an academic pathway where they need to write a paper or something reflecting on their experience, and that's supervised by a faculty member, but they do get some experience, in a sense, on the ground. The other is a paid pathway that tends to be longer hours, more immersion. Often they do kind of account for their time in the sense of writing something that creates almost a portfolio of their experience. But these tend to be two different pathways. Personally, I think that it will be more successful if there is support behind it, but we're willing to give it a shot no matter what. I do meet with the business deans. I meet with the deans of public policy, and I'd be very happy, once you've had a chance to think about all of this, to let them know that there's an interest in creating a program of some kind. And remember, our campuses are all up and down the state. There are 10 of them, and they're everywhere. On top of that, we have the freestanding law school like Hastings, or what used to be Hastings, San Francisco Law. So I think there are opportunities of this kind, and they may end up being for credit. I think you would find a more robust take-up role if they're funded, but that is something, of course, you have to consider.
Thank you, Provost Newman. And just my last comment would be I was very happy and pleased. I got to tour the UC Merced campus, brand new, state of the art. It's the first UC campus in the Valley as well. I'm just happy to see that expansion in that part of the state. So thank you for all your work.
We are very proud of the Merced campus, which is the newest member of the UC system. I met with the chancellor just yesterday, and they are absolutely firing on all cylinders and will be able to help the Inland Empire generate more highly skilled workers who are going to become important professionals in the inland valleys as they grow and mature, and we're very proud of them.
I agree. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Let me see if there's any other comments from any of the members. I think you did a pretty good job of capsulize, especially in the area that we're looking at in terms of how do we attract these students. And I think with your leadership, hopefully we can get a real good buy-in from the UC campuses and that host student body. We're going to be talking to some of the community colleges as well. And I think it's between the synergy, I think, between the two, I think we should be able to hopefully start this pipeline that we've been talking about to hopefully help a lot of these assessors, the 58 different county assessors up and down the state. Appreciate your time. I know you have to run.
I just wanted to end by saying we have, as you all know, a very robust transfer process linking the community colleges to the University of California. Roughly a third of our students have their origins in community colleges. We're very proud of their achievements, and I am sure that the experience community college students would get with you would rebound in very positive ways to their careers within the University of California. So I'm going to let you go, and thank you very much for including me in this conversation. I really appreciate the opportunity.
No, I appreciate it, and looking forward to this partnership that'll develop here hopefully soon, and looking forward to future conversations on this issue.
Great. Thank you very much. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, who's our next? I know we have other speakers on the line here.
Our next speaker is listed under item 3, other agencies or organizations. Our speaker is Dr. Geis Lee, PhD, City College of San Francisco, Interim Vice Chancellor of Academic and Institutional Affairs.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome. I can hear you loud and clear.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Jesse Lee. I serve again here as the Interim Vice Chancellor of Academic and Institutional Affairs at City College of San Francisco. Again, thank you for this opportunity. I was trying to gather some information to share with this board, and certainly I welcome questions as well. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I don't have a whole lot. I just wanted to make sure that, again, I understand your needs and sort of take direction from, from this board in terms of next steps. Again, I want to acknowledge Provost Newman's comments in working with community colleges. I know that right after me, Sandra Sanchez from the California Community College Chancellor's Office is going to speak as well. My colleague, Jim Lancaster, is going to be up in about an hour or so. So I hope to not be too repetitive in terms of what I'll be sharing. But again, in terms of, community colleges are the social engine of, social mobility. So we're trying to do everything we can to provide workplace training. And again, as I understand, today's meeting, this particular topic, what are we doing at CCSF with regard to auditors training program and appraisers training program? And the short version is that we don't have those two programs currently in our catalog at CCSF. So again, I just want to share with you that, we currently do not have those two programs, but certainly we'll be happy to look at creating a pipeline to get more folks into these two professions. What we do have, though, we do have two courses in real estate appraisal. I think that's something that Provost Newman alluded to earlier. We do have two courses in our robust real estate program in terms of, again, real estate appraisal. Certainly, we need to confer with our faculty chairs and academic senate to look at identifying ways to create new programs in terms of program development, course curriculum development. We do need to go through that shared governance process. So at this point in time, certainly I'm open to whatever it is that we want to do or we need to do in terms of partnering with, again, other agencies. Again, real estate appraisal is something that we have a great, training on, but is not in itself a program. It's part of the real estate program. So I'll pause here real quick just in case folks have any questions before I go on to the next. Okay, so far?
Oh, wait, we do have one from our Deputy Controller. Hang on a second.
Thank you,
Yes.
Dr. Lee. I really appreciate you coming before this body to present. I know it was a little bit of a short notice. I want to extend my best to Dr. Martin, the Chancellor of City College of San
Yes.
Francisco. We thought it was really, really important, the chairman and I, to bring, and the Senator Gaines, to bring one of the biggest city college campuses in the country to present before this body. So you mentioned that you only have two classes in real estate. So I'm assuming there's no degrees in real estate, not an AA or AS that a student can receive. And if not, what can City College and the board do to make sure that those classes are being implemented and there is a pathway for students that are interested in real estate to receive that AA or AS?
Yeah, we do have certificates. Again, this is very, very, very popular. We do have faculty, full-time and part-time, teaching in the real estate program. We do, again, have certificates. And again, folks can pretty much complete their certificates in 2 semesters if they're able to take a full load. In terms of a ADT, in terms of, some kind of, degree, we can certainly look at making sure that we, again, take efforts to make that happen. Certainly, Leo Bello, I want to acknowledge Leo. He is our real estate program coordinator. He was a former business department chair. I need to confer with him as well. Leo, again, is an expert in this field. And again, I don't want to speak out of turn in terms of what we can do, but we can certainly do a lot more in the area of real estate. In terms of appraisal, certainly that's something that is a bigger picture question in terms of how does that fit with our existing departments and programs. Again, auditor is something that, again, would fit with our accounting degree and programs. And that's something that again, a lot of community colleges do offer an accounting degree. So again, whether we add on to what we have, make it a stackable, make it, augmenting whatever it is, we certainly can do that.
Thank you.
So at this point, again, I know I have 15 minutes, and again, I don't have 10 more minutes of stuff, but I do want to alert the board to the website. It's edd.ca.gov. That is, again, a very helpful website in terms of employment development, for folks to look for jobs within the state. Again, in terms of labor market index, labor market information, job market information, how many jobs are in a certain area, how many jobs, are available throughout the state. There's a rich, again, website in terms of how folks can get started. There are information about different educational providers. There are different information about occupational guides. Again, it's something that we can look at the data and sort of guide our decision making in terms of how do we start from here on out? How do we engage with our partners? How do we sort of partner with, again, the state chancellor's office? There's opportunities to look at labor market data. And again, my understanding is that there's a good number of folks retiring, a good number of auditors and appraisers retiring. So we definitely need to increase the pipeline. And again, if we can, CCSF, if we can somehow add to this conversation, I'd be happy to be a part of future conversations with other agencies and partners.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We do have another question here from my vice chair, Ms. Lieber.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Lee, for being here. My question is around what's the difference in starting something that would be a certification program versus, say, traditional education transfer kind of a thing. Is there any less time that's needed, or is it more time to get to the point of a certification program?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. I want to acknowledge our chancellors here. Chancellor David Martin's here. The question is really one of time. So a certificate program is, again, shorter to achieve, to earn a certificate. And so it's his degree, whether it's an AA or AS, it would take longer. Again, the minimum number of units is 60 units. So again, depending on the student's, availability to take classes and other demands and life priorities, it may take a student much longer to earn an AAAS degree or an ADT to transfer to another four-year school. So a certificate program, again, minimally is 16 units. So again, if a student were to take, 2 semesters, they would be able to finish a 60-unit certificate in 2 semesters' time. So again, it's a question of time duration and how many courses, right, are we offering to make sure that we continue the pipeline for students to start and finish.
Okay, thank you.
One of the things I was noticing, and I know San Francisco is like one of the highest levels in terms of cost of living and for compensation. And I'm just wondering, what has been your strategy to be competitive and to provide the compensation to be competitive with the market at your university?
Thank you for that question. I do want to acknowledge our Chancellor, Chancellor David Martin. Thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if you want to take that question.
Oh, okay.
Certainly. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity for City College of San Francisco to be here. Real quickly, and I do apologize for logging in a moment late, but my name is David Martin, and I'm the Chancellor here at City College. And it seems like you've gotten to speak with Dr. Jesse Lee, our Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs. So real quickly, in respects to competitive wages, that's certainly something that we are very mindful of. We really work hard to develop relationships with future and current employers. So as we're developing our programs and our pathways, it's really working with the end users or the employers from the front end of the process to ensure that as we're developing these programs and academic pathways, they are leading to living wage and competitive jobs. So one of the things that we've worked really hard on here in San Francisco is building those relationships with city and county agencies and CBOs or organizations throughout our community or community-based organizations to ensure that our programs and pathways are leading to those living wage jobs. So it's those partnerships with the employers that we really focus on. And I believe that should address your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have another question here from our Deputy Controller here.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Good to see you on screen
Yes,
too, sir. And I want to thank CCSF trustee Alia Chisti for the introduction and for you making your time out today too. I did have a quick question, just an overview. How many students are currently at City College, and how many campuses do you have across San Francisco?
Certainly, and that number is still evolving as we are in the second week of the fall semester, so you cannot hold me to the number I'm about to give because it may change a little bit over the next week or two, but we're approximately between 27 and 30,000 students, unduplicated headcount. We do have a large non-credit population, which is open entry, open exit. So we have thousands of students that come to us at any given point in the semester and start engaging in City College. But as we stand today, we're between 27 to 30,000 each semester here at City College. We also have one primary campus here in San Francisco, but we also have, I believe, 6 educational centers spread out throughout the city and county of San Francisco. So we do have about 7 brick and mortar locations throughout the city and county.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. It's a huge operation that's underway, and I wish you all the best semester as well. And when we're speaking about City College of San Francisco, just in your experience, your professional experience, these students are coming to San Francisco or living in San Francisco to get educated, but a lot of them are finding jobs and opportunities throughout the state, right? Whether it be in Sacramento or the Central Valley or Los Angeles or San Diego. Can you kind of explain that process and how City College is helping kind of have these students finding their professional careers, whether it be in San Francisco or just across California, and how you think the state Board of Equalization can help in attracting talent?
Certainly, and I think a lot of that good work is happening right now in respects to providing employment opportunities outside of just the immediate geographical boundaries. The Strong Workforce Program really connects every community college within the system to each other. So as we are working through the Strong Workforce Regional Consortium, we are in constant communication with regional employers as well as regional institutions of higher education. So if there are opportunities for our students or a need or a demand for employees or trained or skilled workers, we are certainly having those conversations at the regional level. Now, the regional level is the first step, but in looking at the statewide level, it's really making sure that the regions are talking to each other. We do that constantly. And looking at how the state can help, it's really supporting those regional conversations and ensuring that the strong workforce continues to be a priority in respects to educational funding. We do receive and are very grateful for a consistent stream of strong workforce dollars to really develop and enhance our job programs. And that's something that I hope remains on the forefront of educational funding here in future budget cycles. But that funding stream, really, it connects the regional employers with the institutions of higher education. That is where we can make the most difference in staying consistent and expanding that relationship is where I see the most benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I learned something today. I didn't realize you were that large. I know I'm down in Santa Monica. I thought Santa Monica City College was the largest in the state, but it sounds like you're right up there with them.
We have a very dense student population. We do serve a large number of students in a very small geographical area, but as I'm sure everybody knows, San Francisco is such a unique city and county, but we do our best.
No, I appreciate it. I think we're good. I don't see any other hands or comments. Appreciate your time for both of you to share your thoughts and ideas, and looking forward to this partnership as we move forward to try to solve this problem and create this pipeline. You know, we have been talking about, especially, you know, as we bring these students in from the community college into the universities and hopefully into the workforce.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, do we still have Christina Wim on the line?
Yeah, I think Miss Wynn is still on the line.
Because I don't see her on the screen, but maybe I'm looking at the wrong.
There she is.
Oh, there she is. Okay. I want to make sure we didn't lose you. Go ahead. I think we have you now. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm back. I am Christina Wynn, Sacramento County Assessor and CAA President-elect. Thank you for including me in today's meeting. I am filling in for CAA President Christine Lee, who could not be here today. Hopefully I can add to your momentum. President Lee prepared a few remarks that I will share with you. Quote, "The California Assessors Association appreciates the Board of Equalization allowing us to participate in the board's workforce planning meeting. Having a workforce plan in place will contribute to allowing all of our offices to run effectively. A plan that includes enhanced recruitments and beneficial hiring processes is the beginning, but must be followed with resources for training and development of new employees. Of course, ongoing training and development, positive cultural environment, continual organizational improvement, and fair wages are all necessary for retention. I think we all recognize that the workforce has changed over the last few years, and it is important to respond to the changes in order to retain employees." End quote. And so since this is my first time speaking to the working group, I would like to share some information about Sacramento County with regards to today's topic. Would that be okay?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. For those who might be wondering, Sacramento is classified as a large county. The county population is north of 1.5 million, and the property tax roll includes over 500,000 parcels. My office has 151 of the best full-time employees in the state, and 60% are BOE certified appraisers and auditor appraisers. Our vacancy rate is approximately 4%. And as of today, if all goes well, we will only have 1 vacant appraisal position to fill and 9 vacant non-certified technical positions. Historically, recruiting for the auditor appraiser positions has been the most challenging due to the accounting degree requirement. To improve hiring and retention, we have structured our positions to create multiple entry points and career paths from entry level to management, no college degree required. For college level recruiting, we have a paid student intern program, and we regularly attend job fairs at Sacramento State and UC Davis. This has been very successful, and since the pandemic, we have hired 3 of our student interns as appraisers. The manager of a residential division, Jim Glickman, MAI, is an adjunct professor at American River College here in Sacramento, where he teaches an entry-level appraisal class, and 9 out of the last 10 new hires are his former students. Once we hire, the goal is to train and retain. Here is our approach to achieve that goal. In addition to the use of various mass appraisal tools, appraisal staff receive extensive training for and utilize all 3 appraisal valuation methods in their work. This is important because the classroom is where appraisers learn theories and concepts, but on the job is where appraisers learn the skill and art of appraisal. It's kind of like passing the DMV written driver's license test. Passing the DMV test does not make someone a good driver. Driving skills are developed with time behind the wheel. Same with appraisal. Appraisal skills are developed through practicing the appraisal process. We have an assigned training coordinator that provides staff personalized assistance with identifying and coordinating required continuing education. This is especially helpful for those seeking advanced BOE certification. 2 of our appraisal staff are BOE certified to teach courses 5, which is the basic income course, and 56, which is advanced income. And these courses are taught on site once a year. We offer flex schedules and various telework options across all divisions, and emerging and senior leaders receive ongoing internal leadership training. And finally, wages, the big topic. Wages are monitored when labor contracts are negotiated, and in Sacramento County, that's about once every 3 years. And we request increases as necessary, although those requests are not always granted by county management. And that concludes my remarks if there are any questions.
Thank you. Yeah, it looks like we have several here. Let me start with my co-chair, Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christina, for your presentation, and I'm really impressed at how low your vacancy positions are. You had mentioned some internships, and I'm just curious as to, are you getting what you need in terms of being able to find the right talent for Sacramento County's assessor's office?
Well, I would say that we have been, however, it's getting more challenging. And really, like I said before, the auditor appraiser class is becoming the most difficult to hire. And basically, you know, people who get their degree in accounting for the kind of wages that we offer, which are competitive when you look at other assessors' offices, are not competitive to those individuals who are looking at the private sector. And also, as the mother of a recent college graduate, I do know that there are a lot of young people who choose not to go into government service for various reasons. And I don't think that they view it as a long-term opportunity for them. And I think we might have to work on that a little bit and figure out how to attract younger people. I just think we have some work to do in that area, but in certain job classes, particularly where a degree is required, that's where the most challenge is. Now, for the appraisers, we do not require a degree, so there are ways to bring people in through multiple pipelines. And so that is not as difficult for us to fill, although we are finding, you know, that a lot of people will agree to an interview, but then maybe not show up. So that's just since the pandemic, and that's something we've noticed. So the challenges are increasing, but so far we're doing okay.
Great, thank you. Assessor Wynn, I'm just also curious, do you have college graduates that want to work at the assessor's office for the experience and then transfer to the private sector?
We hired, let's see, we've hired and since the pandemic, 3 of our student interns to work here at the assessor's office for our pay. So we have, you know, most of them will stay. Some don't. They choose to go on and do something else. But if they come, a lot of them do accept pay as part of being an intern. I think that might be part of what your question is. Mm-hmm. They do want to have some pay. And then, of course, if they're a UC student, they can choose to just receive the credit for graduation.
Sure. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I had one quick question for you, and I think there's some others too. As I recall, I think your office has like an outreach program for students interested in joining the appraisal workforce. How's that been working out? And is that something that maybe we could replicate with other counties?
Well, we do it. Yeah, I think what you mean is we do attend the job fairs. Is that what you're referring to the college job fairs? And we have a website. We have a page on our website where it features our student intern program.
Is that considered your outreach program?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I thought I saw something that it was tied into, you know, preparing folks to get into the appraisal
No,
profession.
the only thing we have, like I said, is one of our managers is a professor at American River College, and he teaches appraisal, and we hire a lot of his students. A lot of his students get interested in becoming appraisers through his course.
Oh, through his course. Okay. All right. I for some reason I thought it was more of an outreach program that besides the actual classroom.
You know, we circulate the job openings through the county media. We post them to our website, CA website, but other than attending the job fairs and, you know, just trying to get the word out, we don't really have any other formalized program.
All righty. I think Deputy Controller might have another question for you.
Thank you, President-elect Nguyen. Great to see you. I just want to first, on behalf of the Controller, congratulate you on your new post. I know the CAA is in good hands here with you at the helm. I just wanted to really quickly ask a question on just internally promotional opportunities within the Sacramento County Assessor's Office. And for somebody that maybe not starting at the Assessor's Office, maybe not thinking about being an appraiser, maybe starting at more of a clerical level, and just if there is a pathway to a promotional pathway to get to that entry-level appraisal position, and if that's something that's on your radar.
Yes, so what we offer is at the very entry-level positions in our office, which would be, some would classify as clerical, though we call them technical positions, where you have very minimal experience, maybe high school graduation requirement. You can work your way up from those positions all the way up through management. So there's a position, you have a promotional position all along the way. So it takes you from entry level through appraisal technician to appraiser or auditor appraiser, depending on what if you take additional courses for the auditing side, of course, but you can work your way all the way up to the top. As a matter of fact, several of our current managers were student interns at one time, and the assessor before me was a student intern.
Wow, that's the definition of homegrown. So I'm glad. So I'm glad to see those in the workforce, especially starting in your office, to have see the growth that comes with working in such a fine public agency. And then my last question would be, the chairman hit on it earlier, just about your career fairs. You said you're out at UC Davis, out in Sacramento State, and just kind of how you're able to gain traction with the students, kind of make the pitch, and for those that maybe a freshman or sophomore in college, how you can kind of reel them in after graduation, if you care sharing your thoughts.
Sure, yes, we definitely have a strategy there. We will bring a current student intern along with us and a newly hired appraiser and maybe someone a little more experienced, so the students can get a flavor of exactly what they would be doing and relate to persons closer to their age and maybe into their life experience. So we definitely recognize that's really important. Like I said, as the mother of a recent college graduate, I got to listen to his experience at these job fairs, and I tried to learn and take that in and apply that at our office.
Thank you, President Nguyen. Keep at it. Glad to have you here presenting before this body. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, I think we're good. Appreciate your time and your patience. I know we had you in and out here a couple of times on the screen here.
No worries at all. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Ms. Taylor, I think
Yes.
you're up.
Our next speaker is Sandra Sanchez, Vice Chancellor of Workforce and Economic Development, California Community Colleges.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me? I've been having connection issues.
No, you're coming in loud and clear. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I actually was hoping to be able to join you earlier so I could hear a little bit about what your areas of interest are, in particular with this occupation that you're trying to address. And so my apologies that I don't have a formal presentation prepared for you, but I am open to receiving any questions you might have, in particular as it relates to our system.
Yes, we have several. Let me start with my co-chair, Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, for joining us. Appreciate it. And we are struggling at the Board of Equalization in terms of hiring the right staff. I represent 34 counties. Many of them are rural. They're struggling to hire people. And so we're very interested in terms of the community college opportunity of introducing students to what we do in terms of appraisal positions and other positions within our offices. And so any advice that you could provide us in terms of our ability to reach out to students and let them know that there's these opportunities even at the high school level, community college level, or college level for them to develop an entire career working at the BOE or any of our 58 county assessors. So any advice that you could provide for us, we'd sure appreciate.
Well, great. Thank you for that question. Absolutely, there is a lot that our system can do to support your efforts. Just to give you a little bit of information about our system, we have 115 colleges across the state of California. One of the strategies that I would suggest is that we break up our state into regions, and I would love to connect your local resources to our regional colleges and support your efforts in terms of recruitment. I would also welcome the opportunity to meet with your team to discuss what a pathway looks like for appraisers. My understanding is they tend to come from the real estate, with a real estate background, and this becomes kind of an option for folks who want to perhaps have more stable income as they're moving along their career pursuits. And so what I would suggest, or what I would welcome, is the opportunity to connect with your teams locally with our regional colleges. And like I said, we break up our region into our state into 8 regions. And then we have a consortium representative who helps facilitate conversations locally. And facilitating a conversation as simple as understanding if you're having a recruitment fair and you want to participate with one of our colleges, we can make sure that we facilitate how you access our institutions. So that's one thing. The other thing we can think about and discuss perhaps is what does a non-traditional pathway to an appraiser look like, and how do we then support building those out within our community college system for individuals who are thinking about a career change, who want to engage in this work, and how do our colleges support bringing folks who want to reskill or upskill in many cases into this profession. So that would be my response to your question.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. Several good ideas there. And, I like this idea of taking a look at the community colleges regionally. And then if we could engage the California Assessors Association in those different regions and start a conversation in terms of job opportunities. If we could get that linkage, that would be really helpful. And I'm focusing a lot on the smaller counties because I know that Christina Wynn does a great job in Sacramento County, but I just have concern about the smaller ones that do not have, they just have fewer staff, and they're having trouble having folks move into more rural communities. There's struggles with housing, all sorts of challenges before them, and anything that we could do to link them with maybe students that are going to the community college and they want to go back to the county that they were raised in, and we're always wanting to find those job opportunities to keep people local. So, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and we're happy to facilitate that with the Assessors Association and how we can support, especially the rural communities. We have some of our regions are geographically really large, right? Because but we have colleges all over the state. And so by taking a regional approach, we can leverage potentially multiple colleges in a region who can support these efforts. So it doesn't fall on one institution. There could be various degrees of support with the different institutions that are in those regions. So absolutely happy to facilitate those conversations.
That's great, and maybe we could have Christina Wynn weigh in at whatever the appropriate time is, but just so that it's not lost just in discussion, but there's an opportunity to follow up. Yeah, thank you.
We have another question here from my vice chair, Ms. Lieber.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here with us today. And I wanted to ask a question about when you're going through your process of looking at emerging fields or existing opportunities to create education and programming around. How does that process get started? Should we be looking at kind of a concentrated needs assessment for statewide to present to you, or how does the ball get rolling?
So in terms of developing new programs, we look at labor market demand data where we have high concentrations of demand. And so that's usually where we start. With that, then we look at what's, when I say demand, we look at specific to that occupation in that region, so that we can then identify what are the colleges in that region who might have curriculum that already aligns, or curriculum that is adjacent to the occupation you're training for to facilitate the development of a pathway. And then we also look at who are the demographics that are most likely to engage in this work, and does that pathway lead to degrees or is it a certificate? And part of that is to determine, do we want to offer this programming as non-credit or credit? Because we have both options available. If we're targeting individuals who are reskilling, non-credit is often a good option because there's no fees associated with enrolling in those courses. But if there's also a clear pathway on the credit side that helps folks make a complete career change, we want them to capture as many credits towards a credential as possible, so we could look at the credit side. So there's just a variety of ways that we can do this, to support the workforce. And it really, I think one of the great things about our system is that we're in every community in the state, and so it's going to look different in different parts of the state. And so we're flexible enough that we can support the development of that curriculum, in different parts of the state based on the needs of those communities.
If I might ask a follow-up question, are there other comparable subject categories like this where the education might be predominantly virtual?
Are there other, we have programs that are completely online. I think one of the great things about our system is that we also have Calbright that is fully online, and we could leverage the capacity of our college, our 116th college, to serve the entire state if needed. But definitely, we are able to offer, on-ground, online, hybrid. There are different modalities that we're able to provide the educational opportunity to individuals. So it just really, like I said, really understanding the community need, right? And what that particular community is looking for. How is that population looking to access the information? If it's predominantly online, then we can maximize, obviously, having institutions who already have, say, a curriculum available, maximize it, offering it across the state. But if something needs to be built out that needs to be on ground locally, then we work locally with our institutions to do that. So I think there's a tremendous amount of opportunities there. It's just a matter of making those connections. So I welcome, like I said, the opportunity to facilitate that.
Okay, thank you so much.
I think we have Deputy Controller with another question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. I thought it was really important for the California Community College Chancellor system to be well represented here in these discussions. When we're speaking about partnerships, right, like how the BOE can partner with the community colleges, one other partnership that came to light of is the partnership with public safety agencies, where there's fire and police personnel that conduct classes, but under a community college accreditation. The college certifies the instructor, and the college awards the credit, and these students in turn get hands-on experience from professionals in the field. So if you can elaborate a little bit on that partnership, and if you feel that the Board of Equalization is a state agency, if there's any pathway for us to kind of fill that role too?
There's so many different ways that we can design a program. Our partnerships in the public sector with our police academies and with our fire academies is just one way. Absolutely. Those partnerships obviously require memorandums of understanding and, different things to be in place to execute on those partnerships. But once they're established, they have obviously, the academies are responsible for recruiting of cadets, many of which are already employed by the various public sector agencies. So there's different ways we could structure a partnership. So that's one vehicle. Other vehicle is directly with, we work with a lot of employers and other agencies directly to design curriculum across the state that is standardized, that then can be deployed locally by our colleges. It really just depends on what you're trying to achieve, in how you execute on this particular program that you're trying to launch statewide, right? So one thing I will say is that curriculum is approved at the local level. So there's always that nuance of making sure that if we're rolling something out statewide, we want to make sure that all of our colleges are participating in the conversations around what we expect to see in terms of competencies for an individual completing a program. And so we often work with our accrediting organizations to kind of make sure we're clear what are the competencies. And then once we've outlined what those are, then our colleges are responsible for building curriculum to address the competencies needed to be successful in that occupation. But again, curriculum is locally approved, and so we want to make sure that we adhere to the local policies. The other thing that you're where we are a federation of colleges, we are locally governed. We have 72 districts, and each one of those will have some type of collective bargaining agreement for the faculty. And so there will be we have to be take that into consideration when we talk about qualifications for faculty. We have standard minimum qualifications for the state, and how that gets implemented is also a local decision based on collective bargaining. So just want to put that out there to say I'm not saying no, I'm saying it's a bit complicated, but it is absolutely something we can do because we do it for our other partners in other public sector agencies.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think you kind of, I was going to piggyback on that. It was kind of my question, what would be the biggest obstacle? And I think you just kind of hit it because you're right. At the end of the day, you're dealing with not only these unions throughout the different campuses, but many of them have their own elected boards, governing boards, right? Sometimes that comes into play. And as I was listening and hearing and actually looking at your photo here, we met at Santa Monica College many years ago. You were there, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm just looking at you right now. Great to see you. I didn't realize you're the vice chancellor.
Oh, well, good to see you. It's really hard to see folks in this medium because my screen is very small. So, I want to say that, yes, I remember us meeting Maria Leon Vasquez was a colleague of mine, and I believe you're related, if I'm not mistaken.
She's my wife, yes. She works at the college. But we met on, actually, you were doing some economic development, I think workforce there back in the day.
That's
under
right.
With, was it Patricia Ramos, I think, was there.
Yes,
Yeah.
Dr. Ramos, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's good to see you then,
Well, good to see
even
you.
if it's really tiny.
So now I'm looking forward to this partnership. We gotta continue this and make sure this happens.
Absolutely.
Especially,
Absolutely. And if you know the colleagues at Santa Monica, you know we get stuff done.
oh yeah. And I'm hoping we can take that and kind of hopefully create some kind of a model that we can use statewide. Because I think it'd be real key, because as we're talking to many of these folks, especially in some of these rural counties throughout the state, you know, you're dealing with different dynamics. And I think we can
Yes.
hopefully cut through that a little bit.
Yeah, that'd be great. Like I said, I'm happy to facilitate those conversations with our colleges, and it'd be great to understand your network, in terms of the Assessors Association. And so how do we bring everyone to the table to figure out what works best in the different communities across the state? So absolutely.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. I know you got a real busy schedule, and I think there's no other questions on this end. So unless you have one for us, I think we're good.
No, thank you so much for the opportunity. I think you're going to hear from one of our colleges later today in your hearing. And so just know that we stand ready to support this effort. So thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye. Ms. Taylor, who do we have next?
Our next speaker is from the California State University Chancellor's Office, Dr. Godfrey Gibson, Dean of Extended Learning at Cal State San Marcos.
Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. So thank you for inviting the Cal State to participate. Like other speakers, I'm also trying to understand what your needs are and seeing how we can figure out a pathway to assist with the work. So I have a PowerPoint which I'm trying to share and to see if that actually helps in the conversation. And if it doesn't, then I'll get rid of it. Are you seeing a presentation from me?
Yes.
Okay. So great. So I'll start with what I could find in terms of the different CSUs. So several Cal State campuses have some kind of a real estate program. Some of them are minor, some of them are certificate in real estate, some of them real estate is part of a finance degree, or they might have a real estate finance degree, and then they'll have all of these have some kind of a course in appraisal. So universally across the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so institutions, there is some kind of a real estate program with a valuation course or an appraisal course in the curriculum. But I'm not sure that any of them meet it's pretty clear none of them meet the needs for what you're looking for, particularly with the auditor appraiser career pathway. And so as I understand it, and so you'll see on my screen, I have some stuff there, which is really my notes to try to make sure I understand what the pathways are. So as I understand the auditor pathway, you need to have a bachelor's degree with a specialization in accounting or 18 units of accounting, etc. And, the CSU, we have a number of different ways in which we approach curriculum. So somebody could earn a post-bac certificate in accounting, for example, that would include the units, including the auditing course that wouldn't be needed for this position. But we also have this, we also practice in the CSU this second bachelor's degree, right? And we use this for some other, and especially in healthcare, especially in nursing. We do a lot of we graduate a lot of nursing using the second bachelor's pathway, where somebody already has a bachelor's degree in another subject, and they're coming back and they're doing an accelerated pathway. So most of our programs, within 16 months, you become a registered nurse by going through this accelerated pathway. One of the reasons this is could be useful is that the second bachelor's require you to have 30 units in the major or whatever it is in the discipline that you're pursuing, but you're also allowed to double count up to 6 units from your undergraduate degree. So really, you could get through your second bachelor's with about 24 semester units, which could get close to fulfilling the requirements that you need there for the appraiser. And then it seems like for the auditor, for the appraiser, the pathways, it's clearer. And I think probably ways which we could have there is some more intentionality engaging our students, because honestly, I've been having this conversation in several different respects with state agencies and with local governments, that students, when they go to college, are not thinking about employment in the public sector. And they are not interacting enough. When you're 18 or 19, you have not interacted as much with the public sector to know that there are people who work in the public sector and have careers, as opposed to us who are older and buy property and get things done through City Hall. And we understand that there's a whole system of government and of people who make sure the lights are on every morning and so on and so forth. 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds don't think about that. So there has to be a much more intentional engagement about the career pathways in the public sector. And then there's the advanced appraiser requirements. There's a space there for us to build like an advanced appraiser post-bac certificate. Again, these are things that are the certificate programs are fairly easily done. The second bachelor's may be a little bit more work, but the certificate pathways is much more easily done. So I'm going to stop there and then stop sharing and then see what questions you might have for me.
Yes, we have my co-chair, Member Gaines has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Gibson. I just wanted to highlight your comment, because this is the second time we've heard it, that students are not thinking of the public sector when it comes to a job. And so I'd just like to ask you, do you have any ideas of what we might be able to do to engage students and motivate them to take a look at the public sector when it comes to a job? Because, I mean, I think a lot of people kind of figure it out sometimes later in their careers, and they realize that, hey, there's an opportunity here to maybe use a skill set that I've developed in the private sector that I can use in the public sector. The public sector has a pension system. They've got benefits. And so I've talked to a lot of folks that have made that crossover and have been very happy. But how do we engage the young student that's looking for that job right out of college?
Yeah, it's a great question. And so as I was preparing for this conversation today, one of the things I thought about is that even us in the university sector, we don't have that highlighted on our websites, right? We don't say, we talk about the various great job opportunities that students can get, but we could carve out on our website something about public sector employment and public sector career pathways. So right now, next week I'll be discussing with political science faculty how to create a public administration degree. We will need to educate students about why you would want to do that degree and what sort of jobs in the public sector that would lead to. So we can also do our part in the education sector to show students that there are pathways for employment in the public sector. And then, of course, as we are bringing in various speakers to campus, we're bringing executives in residence all the time. Most of our programs have some kind of executive in residence, or what we might call a professor of practice. So folks like you all who are doing the work, we bring folks to campus, but often we don't necessarily bring in folks from the public sector. We will bring in people from the technology sector and biotech, and we'll bring folks from lots and lots of other sectors of the economy, and overlook that the public sector sometimes is 1/5 of employment in the economy. So I think a lot of it is more intentionality on our part of how we engage the public sector, and then bringing the attention to campus, bringing folks to campus so that our students can see, here are, I'll give you an example. 2 years ago, a group of us went to City Hall, and we got a lesson into how city government works. And all of these professionals in the room who are in their 40s and 50s essentially sat there and said, oh my God, I had no idea how this works. Now,
Right.
So a bit of a sad statement, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that CSUS does a great job with their government program, and also an internship program that gives students the opportunity to work in the state capitol in legislators' offices. And so I think, if we could envision a opportunity for just government in general, not necessarily the state legislature, but government positions in general, that would highlight those opportunities for students, would be great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Doctor, along those lines, I was wondering what your thoughts were on creating a certificate program under the Cal State system for auditors and appraisers.
Yes, so I think that can be done. We as long as we could work with you to understand what are the competencies, right? So we're very clear when a student completes this program of study, these are the competencies they'll have. You can help us define those competencies, and we could put together that curriculum. I think that makes a whole lot of sense, so that as students are coming through as an undergrad, or students or folks who are returning, as the other gentleman said, there are some people who are returning, second careers, rethinking their career, having a clear pathway to say, these are the competencies, these are how you acquire those competencies. I think that makes a lot of sense. And to pair that with, internship opportunities, that makes a lot of sense too. So, and can be done, not very difficult to do.
I have another question here for Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Gibson, I appreciate you representing the Cal State University system. We hit the trifecta today with the UC's community colleges and now the Cal States being represented here. Just to echo the chairman's comments, I do believe that exposure when you have an appraisal class, when you're taking classes teaching you about auditors, you're exposing those to the appraisal industry as a career option for those that are much later in their career to change it into their career, and also just finding a pool of well-qualified talents. In your earlier slide, you had a few universities that had the real estate minor or other type of programs, but how can we kind of get a blanket cover to make sure that all Cal State universities are offering some type of classes or lessons or degrees in real estate? What strategies would you recommend?
So one thing that I think perhaps there is a commission in the CSU. We have this thing called a Commission on Professional and Continuing Education, and perhaps a presentation to the commission would be helpful, so that, because one of the things that the commission focuses on is workforce development, and so maybe a presentation to the commission could be very helpful so that they understand the needs. This commission then pushes out information to all of the Cal State universities to say, this is what we're hearing in terms of the need for workforce development across the state. So that could be a good way to go. As it happens, I am a member of the commission, so I could work with somebody, maybe the chairman, to maybe be invited to the commission meeting in the segment of the meeting where we discuss workforce development, so that you'll be able to talk more about what the needs are and where there are gaps in terms of the workforce that you need.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Just for the record, what's the name of that commission? The full name?
It's the Commission on Professional and Continuing Education.
Thank you.
Now, I welcome that. That'd be great. I think that'd be a good start to get this thing moving.
Absolutely.
And how often does that commission meet?
We meet every quarter.
Okay.
So our next meeting is in October, and then we have another meeting in December. We meet every quarter.
Mr. Gibson, if I can ask, who else makes up of the commission other than yourself, and how many members sit on the body?
So the commission it's co-chaired by 2 CSU presidents. Right now, the president of CSU Long Beach and the president of CSU Northridge co-chair the commission. And the commission has 3 deans elected from the CSU. And it includes a member of the CSU Academic Senate sits on the commission. And it includes, I want to say, 2 provosts. It includes somebody from the chancellor's office, or a couple of members from the chancellor's office. And we also have community members that represent workforce development areas.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Coach
think that's
James.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gibson. That's a great suggestion, and look forward to working with Chair Vasquez on that. I think we ought to figure out what the date is and the location and make a presentation.
Let's
and
do it.
See what we can do. Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. I think there's no other questions on this end, unless you have any comments or questions for us.
No, thank you. I'll work with your staff to sort of make the connection, figure out how to make the connection with the commission.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Take care. Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye. With that, let me check in with staff. I think we were supposed to have a break here somewhere.
Yeah, this might be a good opportunity to take a short break.
You want to do like a 5? Is that a 5-minute break? Is that good?
Yeah.
Bathroom break? All right, we'll take a little break here at 3:10 and come back at 3:15. Okay, folks, I think we're all back and ready to go. So let me turn it back. It's 3:22, and Ms. Taylor, if you
All
put
right.
us back on schedule here.
Yes. Our next speaker is from the Bureau of Real Estate Appraisers, Angela Jemmett, Chief, California Bureau of Real Estate Appraisers. Please come forward.
Live and in person.
Live and in
Welcome.
person. Thank you.
I indeed have found the beauty in Zooms, but when we can, I absolutely had wanted to, and I'm grateful, especially when I kept seeing some of those technical issues. I was like, did not want that to happen, and especially under this circumstances. But again, good afternoon, Chair Vasquez, and to Co-Chair Gaines, board members, to staff, to special guests, and also to the members of the public. I thank you for this opportunity to be able to participate today. Again, my name is Angela Jemmett. As was stated, I'm the Bureau Chief for the California Real Estate Appraisers in California. I always say in California because I do a lot of communicating outside of California, and I always like to acknowledge that we're speaking on behalf of California. So I'm actually glad to be in California talking to Californians today. It is a pleasure. And I will tell you that when your staff reached out to my office and gave this invitation, I was beyond excited. I actually thought someone was bugging my office because this conversation, this topic has been so much part of our conversation at the Bureau that I thought, who had been listening to my phone calls? And then I told your staff, I said, indeed, there is Christmas in August, because this was a very treat for me, and I'm excited, beyond excited, about the potential opportunity that we have here today. And I do understand that your office had been in communications, and as was shared by the controller, it's been a long time. And so 4 years for us, for sure. And I know that there's been things been going on, and I just thought it'd be nice to kind of share a little bit of what we've been doing at the Bureau, and then talk about where I think, what we believe is the opportunity of partnership and commonality between the Bureau of Real Estate Appraisers and BOE. So again, the Bureau's mission I want to bring to your memory is that our primary existence is to safeguard public trust, promoting professionalism in the real estate appraisal industry through licensing, education, and enforcement. We hold a vision of empowering real estate appraisal excellence, so the public expectation from us is held in the forethought of our minds and consideration, and we believe it should be reflective in our actions. So the passing, for some who may have heard, the passing of the Fair Appraisal Act through the Assembly Bill 984 by Assemblyman Holden in 2021 further strengthened our consumer protection efforts. This piece of legislation acknowledged the existence of potential appraisal biases and directed the Bureau to address it in several ways. First, in 2021, legislating directed the Bureau to update our existing complaint forms through the belief that if they believe they were undervalued, that they had a form that gives them opportunity to acknowledge it, as well as opportunities for the Bureau to collect some demographic information. The law published prohibited a licensee from basing their appraisals on market value of a property on the basis of race, color, religion, gender expression, age, national origin, disability, marital status, source of income, sexual orientation, familiarity status, employment status, or military status of either the present or prospective owners or occupants of the subject property, or the present owner or occupant of the properties in the vicinity of the subject property, or any other basic prohibited by the Federal Housing Act. And then in January 2023, any and all applicants and types for license within Bureau are required to take a cultural competency, and renewing their license, they must take both cultural competency and the elimination of bias training as a part of their continuing education. To equip the educators in training our appraisers, we brought subject matter experts throughout California, from civil rights departments, the universities, the colleges, to come and do an educational symposium on this topic. And we have that symposium still on our website. For those who may be interested in seeing it, it's on www.brea.ca.gov. Now, we didn't stop there. We began to look internally about how we conduct our investigation on this subject matter, and we have an MOU agreement with the Civil Rights Department to help us to identify and educate ourselves on potential complaints. So while these are embryonic steps for investigation, it is the utmost importance to us that we indeed protect the public, and we're compelled to do so at the highest opportunity in our qualifications that we can offer. So this leads me to the commonality that I believe that BREA has as we looked at the barriers for entry into the field of a professional appraisers. We felt it was important to understand the demographics when we started. Labor statistics combine both the assessors and appraisers in the national statistics. And so we thought, let's take some time to look at California statistics. What does California demographics look like? And this was the first time ever in the history of our organization to have done such a demographic study. And today, I do not plan to try to give you all the statistics. They're really fascinating, and we will be publishing them soon. But I wanted to highlight a couple of them for you, and then kind of share where we want to head from these statistics. And one thing that it was very clear that in the 2022, and I will also say that we had over 2,500 appraisers respond. So that was pretty good. We had a 27.45 return rate. I'm always looking at statistics because if you don't have a good database, so people say, oh, how many people responded? We had over 2,000 of them respond. So this was a good feel for our organization. And so with that, again, looking at the national side says that 95% are white in this field. And it also says that the domination of the demographic is 70% male. So when we looked at our statistic, it was kind of nice to know that California has a little bit of more diversity in our demographic study. And so when I looked at just for the white, it was at 65%, not the 95 like the national statistics. And then men was slightly different. We had about 65 also. So it's a little bit different for our population of men versus female population. But here's something that I thought was also intriguing for you to know today. We asked the question, do you plan to renew your real estate appraisal license? 85.37 said yes. 6.84 said no. 2.79 declined to answer, and 5 said other. So we dug into the other, and the others kept saying, well, we're not sure. So we have 5% still that we can win back in our minds. So that's pretty good. So I say that all to say to us, right now, we both have another statistic that are very similar, and that is we have a graying population. We are now at 59.9, so 60% between the ages of 50 to 69. So what that says to me, important points to this is that we have a window of time, that we have people saying they're staying in, and the fact that they're staying in, but we know they're aging, So we need to be very mindful of our steps going forward of making the right moves to ensure that we have a proper pipeline to bring in new folks into this industry, because we have a window. We have a distinct window that we can work with, and that's a positive thing that we are there. So with that, Bria and I sharing what's similar, again, where we are with the Board of Equalization, is that we have an education requirement and we have an exam requirement. The work experience is also part of Bria's requirements, and I love the fact that throughout this whole time in this work session, that all the educators said, but education without work experience is very difficult to sell to employers. And indeed, that's something that we too have always championed and part of our licensing, that you must have work experience included with your education and your testing of license. So we know that that's important, and for sure that we are looking at our models of experience, of work experience. Now, I do know that you have a speaker on tap to talk from the Appraisal Institute to talk about one of the programs that we have, and so I won't spend a lot of time talking about the practical application of real estate appraisal, and we always call it PREA. PREA. They'll say which way version they'll say it, but we have that one. It is coming to California in September. So what month is this? We are right there. It's coming on board, and it's going throughout the nation, actually, this program. We also, in California, we are approving it to be 100% acceptable for licensures who want to use this system for their work experience. We also, and right now in our regulatory language, is writing in the language for practicums. We only have one state in the union that has identified a practicum that has worked, and that's the state of Mississippi. Mississippi had created a practicum that was amazing to find that they had such a high passing rate for their students who was part of this practicum. And this is something that we too are very, very interested in. So the question in our minds is indeed the traditional supervisor model is indeed something we want, but we need to enhance it. We also have two other models that's coming in to help bring down the barriers. So for us, we are saying we're creating these barriers, removals, in terms of systems, but how do we reach the people? And that's been the concern and discussion also today. We have already started a marketing aspect of reaching out to the students in terms of the high school students. High school students, and many times, and I always remember the day that I was sitting next to with my son with these scholarship awardees, and this one young man said he's going to go into a degree. I can't even repeat the name. It was so convoluted. I couldn't understand it, because I said, how did he know about that degree? How did he know about it? Somebody told him, this high school kid has someone educated him on a particular field that he can go into. That's what we need to do. We need to let them see that appraisal work is out there, and based on their skill set and their desires, motivation, you can get into this right away through a certificated program through the community colleges. And so this is something that we're very much interested in, and that's why I said, again, I felt like I have Christmas in August by being here discussing this very topic with you all, because that is exactly what we've been looking at. We've already started looking into the programs. There's a historical black college right now that has a certificated program within the university level. So we know we want to bring that information, bring that strategy that we've been already looking at, and combine it. To combine it says, because there's only really one distinct difference between Board of Equalization certification and BREA, is that you have taxation part of your curriculum, and we have the use path. So that is a only thing that we have to get beyond, and it's a simple thing because we can present it as we're building this plan with the community colleges, that this is the path they can go. They can take it either way. A united front will always be stronger than separate. And so we know that if we can take this in the partnership we can change the legacy of our industry right this year, right at the beginning of this time discussing, we talk about downturns, we're talking about developing. And the future is definitely in the hand, and I'm excited again to be able to talk with you today and hopefully continue this conversation in future work groups. So if there are any questions or comments, I'm pleased to take them.
I think we have several. Let me start with my co-chair. You have any questions right now, member? Or let me go with Deputy Controller. Go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate that presentation. Got me energized for the work that we're doing here. And you mentioned the retirement percentage that we're dealing with now. And something that during our findings that we've been finding is that there's been a shortage of people going to teach the appraisal classes for that younger generation to come by. So just in your experience, how can we create the pathway for those that are retiring or near retirement age to encourage them to take on a appraisal teaching role and kind of pump up that next level of talent that's coming through?
Yes, I was just talking to a gentleman the other day who said, I just gave up my license, Angela. I said, why? He goes, I'm going blind. You know, I can't see. I said, and just to share with you my background, I used to be the executive director for the California Commission on Disability Access. My chair was blind, an architect who was blind, traveled around the world, was on 60 Minutes, blah, 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 blah. I said, do not tell me about being blind as your issue. I know that we have different ways to do the same thing. It's called differently abled, is my terminology. And so when people are retiring, they're saying, oh, I'm getting tired of doing the fullness. Yes, you may be differently now to use your skill set, but exactly what you're saying. We are wanting to tap into those close to retiring age or retired or want to be retired and find exact use. And we are looking at it and we're calling it the enhanced supervisory model. It's a process of pulling back those supervisors or those who may not have considered being a supervisor, but bringing them into the training module because there's a lot of work to be done, especially if we're talking about taking the state of California through all these community colleges. We have a great wealth of knowledge that we can pull in who are looking at to retire and get them not from that direction.
Yeah, I agree, especially as the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us about the prevalence of online classes, a hybrid class, also too modernizing the proctored exams. So maybe those senior appraisers are teaching online, and then maybe that exam is taken in person, vice versa. But just kind of trying to find new ways to engage and continue to not only fill up the pipeline of next generation, but also those that are at the senior appraisal level are able to teach and kind of bless us with the knowledge that they've gained over the 40, 50 years. Thank you.
Chairman Vasquez, it looks like Assessor Rooney may have his hand up. Does he have a question?
Hello, everyone.
Oh, he does.
This is Jim in Amador County. You can hear me, correct?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. You know, I've kind of been waiting for this topic to come up because it's hard for us to hire appraisers right now, qualified ones or ones who we think would be good employees. And, you know, at the same time, you'd be surprised. We get calls once in a while. People can't find a real estate appraiser out in the financial markets. They're looking for people to appraise there. There's a shortage of appraisers in almost every direction, it seems to me. And it used to be in the 1990s that the hours that were worked by an appraiser in an assessor's office and the classes that they took, they used to count as something that would qualify them to be a real estate appraiser for, it used to be OREA, Office of Real Estate Appraisal. And a lot of appraisers that were working for assessors would use those class units and they would use the hours that they would work, and they would apply to be an appraiser for OREA. Then they had the option to actually be an appraiser for financial institutions. I don't know exactly when that was stopped. I think it was the early 2000s. They said, nope, those classes don't count anymore. The experience in the assessor's office don't count anymore. And I kind of understood it. To be a real estate appraiser these days in the free market, it's very hard to get enough classes. Actually, the classes are easy, but to get the experience. It takes, I think, a minimum of 1,000 hours of experience in order to get your real estate appraiser license with the state. Now, you think 1,000 hours, well, that's really just 6 months' work. But here's what the real estate appraisers will tell you. You need to work under a real estate appraiser. Look, I can't hire you right now. I'm too busy to train anybody. So a number of months go by, you go back to them and they say, I can't hire you right now. I don't have enough work. It's lose-lose. And so I would like to ask or suggest, is there a way that it can be advocated by this board or even by the BREA that at least a portion of what is done in the assessor's office by appraisers be counted towards becoming for BREA? If that was the case, a portion of it or maybe all of it, that would get more people interested in working for assessor's offices. They would work for assessor's offices. Some would, after a short time, leave because they realized they could have more freedom and maybe make more money in the market. Other people would say, you know, I'm going to stay with the assessor's office because I have the security and the benefits of working for assessors. And, you know, when they eliminated the opportunities for working for assessors for that experience and those classes to count towards their real estate appraiser license with the state, I think that was the beginning of a lack or a shortage of real estate appraisers. And I don't have a solution legislatively, but I would sure find it interesting to at least for this to be a discussion, because it would benefit a lot of people. Anyway, that is I've been kind of waiting for this topic almost the whole day. And I'd like this to be something to be considered.
No, I appreciate it. I think you're onto something here, and I think it makes a lot of sense because it's kind of like the thing that I know I experienced way back in the day when I first started teaching. They allowed us to get into the classroom, and that experience qualified as your part of your student teaching. And I think we could do the same thing here. You know, you have, like you mentioned, we have folks that are willing to work with appraisers or assessors, but they're not getting credit for it. And they should. And I'll ask that question to our speaker because I'm sure you're in one of the positions where, I don't know if it's a formal presentation you have to make to your board, or is it some part of the licensing board or somewhere where we can get into the criteria or the qualifications for certification?
Well, indeed, this question has been my question as well, as I came in on board a year ago. So I've been with the Bureau a year and a couple months. And so I'm looking under every rug, every corner to see exactly how history was made and what can we go forward, because we are at a pinnacle point to say how do we continue building this industry, as we've now included, as mentioned, 2 more additional ways to remove the barrier. I have people call my office, as was shared with our public member, that are saying, Angela, I've called 200 people looking for a supervisor, and I haven't found one. That bothers me. So I want to figure out how we can enhance, and we definitely know that the PREA program is one way that we are helping this scenario. The practicum, and when I look at practicum really through the community colleges and the universities as the other, but we also know that we can enhance this program by allowing multiple levels of partnerships. And so we need to look at this particular one, because I know historically it was originally included, and then there was a point in time when it wasn't. And that history I do know, but how we move forward is something I am very interested in looking at it further.
Right. Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you, Chief Shermont, for your presentation. But I think Assessor Rooney hit the nail on the head, and I think you also said it in terms of the curriculum for a public appraiser and someone working for an assessor, you said, is identical with the exception of taxation. So it seems to me that there's an opportunity here. Also with the hours of credit, if we could combine those, I think we could help both the private sector and our assessors throughout the state.
And as we talked about marketing, we do have, I was speaking to someone earlier about the fact that there's many jobs within state government, local government that use Caltrans. They use assessor skill sets. They're not licensed, they use their skill set. So we just need to be able to build a program to bring more folks in and show them there's jobs. We give them options, assessors, private, commercial, all the different variations to continue to make this industry profession strong. And I believe we can do it together. So that's great.
Great, thank you.
I think we might be onto something here, and thank you for your comments and your questions, especially for Assessor Rooney on this. I think we might have, hopefully, a change that we can incorporate moving forward. Any other comments or questions? I don't see any other hands. I think we're good. Thank you, and thank you for coming in person. Ms. Taylor, who do we have next?
Next, we have Dr. Jim Lancaster, Vice Chancellor of Workforce Development, Los Angeles Community College District.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, welcome. We can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. Good. I'm not on my main computer. I had some problems, so I did prepare a few remarks. And I know that my colleagues Sandra and Jesse already covered a little bit of it, but I'm going to go ahead and just go through my presentation here, and I may be a little bit redundant, but maybe some stuff that they didn't talk about a little bit more in detail. Anyways, I represent the Los Angeles Community College District. We are the largest district in California for the community colleges. We are 9 colleges plus a couple of centers. We enroll over 200,000 students across our 9 colleges. We had half of our students, I should say, report their incomes below the poverty line, at or below the poverty line. And we graduated in 2021, 2022, over 35,000 awards. That includes certificates and degrees within our district. We're not the only colleges in LA County, of course. There are actually our 12 other colleges. We call those the ring colleges that sort of surround us. But we do cover almost 900 square miles in LA. Our district boundaries do, when you look at where we're situated at in LA County. Like I said, 9 colleges: LA City College, ELAC, Harbor College, Mission College, Pierce College, Southwest College, LA Trade Tech, Los Angeles Valley, and West LA are 9 colleges that we have. As far as sort of where we're situated, we're also part of, and Sandra talked a little bit about this, the consortiums. We're part of what's called the LA Regional Consortium. That's made up of 19 colleges. We missed 2. There's a couple of them that don't participate. Antelope Valley and College of the Canyons, they tend to participate up with the Ventura colleges. But basically, we come together with that for a number of things. Mostly it's for curriculum alignment, to make sure that our programs are not overstepping on one another, that we're not creating too much duplication in the region, that we're addressing the actual demands that are needed by the industry for the occupations that are out there. Also for advocacy, for legislative work as well. The deans from the colleges come together, the CTE and the workforce deans come together, the CEOs come together within the region, and also the CIOs as well come together. So it's a highly functioning group that is done where it brings all the LA colleges together, with our district, the Los Angeles Community College District, being the largest group, like I said, with 9 colleges. I want to talk just real quick, though, give a little bit more sort of about, what we're looking for. When we try to make a decision about programming, it's really critical that we have as much information as possible. We're trying to make a design decision about moving into programming for the community, for an occupation. And we need that guidance from our industry partners. Industry partnerships are critical, and that partnership is one of the most foundational pieces that we have in the CT area as we begin to build out programming. It helps us to make sure that our programs are current, that they're relevant, make sure that we have the competencies down that we need. It ensures that the skill gaps between our completers and the actual occupation is down to about as minimal as we can get it. If we do guesswork on creating curriculum, it means that there's going to be a larger skill gap between when our students leave and when they actually enter the job. And we want to make sure that skill gap is zero or essentially or as minimal as possible. We also want to make sure that the industry is advising us on, what's the relevant equipment, software, practices, some of those kind of things. Industry is providing professional development for faculty, so our faculty are well trained, and internships and externships and things like that, and partnerships as well for our students. Now, as we look to build out programming, there's usually a couple of decisions that need to be made, and Sandra spoke to this. She talked about credit programming, non-credit. I don't think she mentioned extension, and she didn't mention contracts. So I just want to sort of give you a little bit of an idea about what each of those mean. So when we look at credit certificates and degrees, that's what most colleges are known for. People get an associate degree of science or an associate of arts degree or a certificate of achievement. Those are long-term commitments for a college when they develop those. That takes quite a bit of time for a college to develop those. Sometimes the curriculum process to develop a program like that may be a year to 18 months. So they do take quite a bit of time. And once you develop that, you're going to be potentially hiring full-time faculty. And so you're making a tenured commitment for faculty. And so you really need to make sure that when you're building out a credit program that you know that there's going to be some longevity, that occupational demand, that industry is going to be around for a while because you are laying out quite a bit of resources in that, and you're making a very long-term commitment. The one thing about credit programming, though, at the community colleges, students are eligible for financial aid, and they're, of course, eligible for all the other services that potentially might happen. So EOPS and CARE and some of that other kind of stuff that we have in student services. Credit programs are financial aid eligible. We have the best deal in the nation at $46 a unit. They are great opportunities for stacking the credentials. So when we actually build out certificates and degrees, we often try to build them out around exit points for an occupation. So you may have something where it's like after the first 6 to 8 months that students may get a certificate, there may be an occupational exit at that point that they can exit, or they can continue on for a higher level certificate. Maybe there's 3 certificates that stack, and maybe after all 3 of those, plus some GEs, they'll get a degree. And so those stackable credentials allow us to basically exit out a student at a certain time for an occupation, maybe an entry-level position, or it'll allow people to come back in, perhaps with credit for prior learning. So they've done some work in the industry, they've got industry certification and credentials, they can come back in at a certain point and, of course, go through and either get the degree or potentially transfer. So on the credit side, we do a lot of that, and it's a great option, but it does take us a little longer to develop. On the non-credit side, non-credit is a great option for short-term certificates. So with non-credit in the California Community College system, we typically do CT programs that take about 6 months to complete. So we're looking for fast, short-term, quick certificates. There is no tuition fee for non-credit in the California system, so there's no $46 unit fee. There may be some costs that the students need to pick up some materials and things like that. The time to develop these programs can be much less. You can actually get them done sometimes if you already have shells developed. You might be able to do something in 3 months, up to about the time it takes to do credit programming. The one thing about non-credit programs, though, is students are not eligible for financial aid currently, even though there are costs, housing and those kind of things to go to school. But currently, right now, students do not get financial aid if they're attending a non-credit program only. However, on the campus, because they are a student, a California Community College student, they can access some of the other services. So they still may be able to access DSPS and some of those programs and health programs, but they just are not eligible for financial aid. The other program is extension. These are often called fee-based programs. So fee-based programs or extension programs, these are the fastest to implement. Sometimes I can get a program up and running within days. The difference with extension programs, though, is that the students cover the cost of the program. So all of the fees of the cost of the program has to be covered by a student. And depending on the length, it could be that the fee for the course is $50 to maybe $3,000 for a much larger program and a longer program. So the students are paying for everything when it comes to extension, but they can be ramped up rather quickly. The other benefit to extension is that we don't have the same requirements for the faculty hiring. For credit and non-credit, there are very specific minimum qualifications that Sandra spoke to around the faculty qualifications to teach those classes. With extension, you don't have the same master's degree requirements, you don't have the same bachelor's degree requirements or even associate. It's really a subject matter expert that comes in and teaches those. So it's faster to also find faculty to get in there. These are not financial aid eligible under the current Title IV that we have for financial aid right now. And students typically are unable to access other support services. They might be able to go to the library, but all the other support services or credit and non-credit don't exist. Extension classes are a great option for upskilling. So we want to upskill a student. We want to get them in a 2-month program, a little quick upskill, maybe a test prep. We're going to do an exam preparation or certification preparation. Extension works great. And then with contract education is essentially, it's any one of those 3 that I just mentioned, but the cost is covered by the employer or some agency. So it can be done for credit, non-credit, and extension programming. Somebody else is picking up the tab. You can cohort all the students through. You can put a group of students through that program and move them through. And as some people say, he who's paying is saying. And that's sort of the way contract education works, okay? It is not uncommon in the California system for us to start a program in extension because we can ramp it up very quick. The process is fast. The curriculum approval process is very quick. We start an extension under fee-based. We try it. We see if there's demand while we're building it out in either credit or non-credit, which takes much longer. So we can start an extension while we're working through the longer process, and then we transition it over to the $46 unit or the potential free system with non-credit. So that's a common practice as we look to do something like that. We just recently did that here at City College with our mammography program, which is an extension of our RadTech program. As we look for moving forward, if we're going to build a program, I know there's already a couple that exist in LA County. I believe we have one at West LA already, and there's one at Rio Hondo. But having an industry or an occupational advisory is critical, and there's really 2 phases to these advisories. The first phase is the folks in the room that make the decisions about hiring, because the validation of the LMI, we have labor market information, but to be able to validate that, we need the people actually doing the hiring. And so they may be the HR managers, they may be the CEOs in some businesses, but they're the ones that can say, we're going to hire 5 of these this year, and we're going to hire 5 next year, and we're anticipated to hire 5 for the next 5 years, so that we can actually make sure that we're going to have a demand that is similar to what we're seeing in the occupational labor market information. So that group of hiring managers or decision makers is critical to really to validate that demand. We need that first. Then we have an advisory that's made of the people that actually do the job or supervise the people doing the job, because those folks are required for us to actually build out the curriculum. We need them to let us know, what does this person do in a 40-hour work week? What do they do in a month? What are the actual skills that are done? What skills have to be done before another skill can be done? And what are the performance objectives? What's in the condition, the performance, and the criteria that have to be done, so that we know? Because if we have all of that, then we can really build the curriculum to minimize that skill gap from an exiting student to the actual entry-level workforce. The other reason we need the industry partners is we've got to have folks for work-based learning opportunities. More and more students want to know when they finish a program, is there going to be a job for me at the end? Out there looking for a guaranteed placement at the end. So having that work-based learning along the way with an internship, field work, or job cooperative education, we call it, is critical. And then one of the last things is just making sure that we have folks in the room that can help to make sure that we have the right software that we're using. They're securing faculty, helping us to secure faculty, bringing in folks, any kind of specialized equipment that we might need, and any other critical instructional artifacts to ensure students are going to attain that skill mastery or skill proficiency in all of the occupational performance objectives before we exit them. And so that's sort of the next step as we look at building something out. So that, I know that was maybe a little bit redundant with what Sandra and Jesse had, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of a sort of an overview on some of the process. And we do look forward as we can look at this in LA County. We've got a little bit already going on, but as we look to sort of expand this process, we've got a lot of real estate programs, is really getting in there and making sure that we actually develop any programming, additional programs that are going to make sure that we close that gap and get folks employed. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lancaster, for that presentation. I like the one comment you made about how you can get a program up and running in days, I guess through the extension process. We should try to do that for the appraisers. I don't know how quick we can do that. And then I guess you mentioned that then you can transition that into, I guess a full-blown tuition paid or sponsored paid class where they actually get credit and hopefully get certified.
Yeah, correct. If we know that there's going to be a long-term demand, then that would sort of warrant us building it out maybe in the credit program. If it's going to be a short-term demand, like you need steel string guitar makers, and you're only going to need 100 over the next 20 years, you're probably going to only do that in extension. But if you're doing something like where you need nurses, that's going to be a credit program because you're going to have to hire thousands over the next 10 years. So I mean, if the demand's there, then we certainly look to transition it into a credit program or a non-credit program for sure.
I think we fall in that category of nurses.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. We have some questions here. My deputy controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to follow up on that question. I want to first thank you for your presentation, but what are some of the indicators that you use if you decide to ramp up your program from an extension into something that's an accreditation?
So I mean, we're looking. There's with the LMI, we look for sort of where the programs are at, and so some programs there's an occupational need that's a little more concentrated. So in LA County, if the job can be done remote, of course, and that's one thing. But if you look at our American Community Survey, it shows that people really average about a 30-minute commute time, which is actually really low for LA County, but that's what the average commute time is. And so we try to take a look when we're looking at sort of the job placement is where's the concentration of the occupation going to work at? And we try to position that around the communities and best at the schools where it's going to feed that, because our students tend not to move very far away from where they live and where they go to school. So we do take a look at where the LQ is, the location quotient, I guess it is in the area as well. As a growth, we also take a look at all the schools. Is there already a saturation in an area? We don't want to oversaturate the market, because then we could be basically decreasing the enrollment or decreasing the demand at two schools and having some, fighting within industry partners. So that's sort of where it's at. What's the demand? What's the current supply? All gets factored into that piece to make sure that we actually are not oversaturating or undersaturating the market. And we actually have a group called the Center of Excellence that works. I mean, we do our own data analysis as a district as well, but regionally, we have a group called the Center of Excellence that actually does regional labor market demands and analysis and puts out that work. And this is one of the things, I don't think Sandra said it, but this is probably one of the areas I've not seen one for appraisers come through yet for our COE. And I think it would be probably a good one for the LA to do, is have our COE actually do a regional labor market demand analysis out of that and publish that document for our region.
Thank you. If the board can help in any way in making that formal request, I'm sure we would have some interest here and just seeing what data shows. So thank you again.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
We have a question here also, or questions here from my co-chair, Member Gaines.
Yeah, I just comments really.
No comments.
I really wanted to thank you for your presentation, because I've never heard exactly how the system works in terms of credit, non-credit, extension, and contract. So that provides a lot of clarity, and so thank you much for that. And and just piling on this Center of Excellence, if we can get that analysis, that would give us a better picture of what the job demand is in California. That would sure be helpful. So thank you.
Yeah, it's something I could do for LA. I mean, we have 8 regions. Like Sandra said, there's 8 regions across the state, but in LA, it's certainly something that I can make the request as being one of the LA colleges or the LA district, that the COE take a look at that and do that analysis for us regionally.
Wonderful. That's great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think the Deputy Controller has another question for you.
Just a quick question. How long does a study like that usually take after the formal request is made?
The Center of Excellence usually is pretty fast. They can usually turn something around usually within a couple of months, and they produce it out. They tend to do a lot of analysis when a college wants to do a program, so they issue really an intent, and then they do a quick one. But they do just regular studies, and so we would just put it in the queue and say, hey, there's an interest for this, particularly if I said that, that this body is requesting it and is saying that there's a shortage. They'll probably get to it. So I'm gonna make the request. I plan on doing that anyway, so I'm going to make the request that they do that just so we can have the regional data that comes out from that organization. And then that goes to the CEOs, and it goes to everybody can see that. It goes publicly out.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
You know, thank you for the presentation. And I know you were worried that you were duplicating, but I think at the end of the day, I think you brought some clarity and actually kind of put some of the pieces together here. Looking forward to working with you, especially on moving some of this forward.
Yep, no problem. You're welcome. Glad to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, who's next?
All right, our next group of speakers is the National Appraisal Institute, Northern California chapter. Our speakers are Lisa Estes, Executive Director, Jared Hodgson, MAI, Chapter President, Paul Chandler, MAI, Chapter Treasurer, Education Chair, and we have Mr. Chandler in person and the other two on Teams, I believe.
Wow, second person in person. Happy to be here, guys.
Welcome.
Ladies.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, happy to be here, and I'm assuming Lisa, and I think we're having Gary DeWeese instead of Jared Hodgson, one of our senior course developers. I know we're running late in the day, so let me get into the presentation and see if I can, hopefully start a partnership with BOE, which the Appraisal Institute would love. We have a slide deck here. Next slide, please. The Appraisal Institute, for those of you who don't know, is the largest professional appraisal organization in the country. We have 16,000 plus professionals, and here in California, we have almost 600 members. And we are the leading education provider and largest body of knowledge in the industry. So many appraisers, whether you're teaching at colleges, you're probably using some of the books that our appraisers have built. The appraisal profession, which uses the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice, was originally developed mostly by the Appraisal Institute members, and it was shared throughout the industry and has become the law of the nation. And so we have been helping and working with many assessors across the state throughout the years. Many of them attend our functions. We put on special courses just for assessors for their special needs, and hopefully as we learn more, I've learned a lot today, so thank you for inviting me here, by the way, Deputy Controller Imran. I really appreciate that. It's been a great experience for me. I share the passion that fairness and transparency in the valuation process for ad valorem and for housing finance is probably one of the most important things that Californians should expect from our profession and from our agencies that work for them, and so I'd like to help however I can to make that better. You asked us to put together a survey for you. I'm not going to share those details with you now, but you'll see the next slide has some of those statistics in terms of how many appraisers there are in California. The next slide, by the way, if you could put that up, is a salary survey. Mr. Hodgkins, who could not be here today, our president, did a survey of some of the largest California-based appraisal companies and some of the largest regional-based to get an idea as to what ranges of compensation were. So we'll leave that with you. We actually have the full survey that we can provide to you after this meeting. The next slide, Mr. Hodgson also works for the U.S. Department of the Interior, and he was willing to share with us what their pay scales are, so you kind of know what that competitive level is there. Well, next slide, please. So I think there's a great opportunity right now. I know that attracting people has been a big challenge. We have to attract them before we train them and retain them, so let's start with attracting them. And as you know right now, in the appraisal industry, while many people believe there's a shortage, right now there's actually more appraisers than there is work right now, because with interest rates the way they are now, residential mortgage volume has fallen dramatically, And there are many appraisers who have been let go from their positions. And so I think if we start it with an outreach program and reach out to some of these residential appraisers, many of them have been trained, could be commercial appraisers, they just chose to be residential appraisers, and probably have a lot of the education that is needed to pass the auditor assessor certification. There's some great opportunities there, and I think our organization can help you with that, just doing some of the things that you've already been doing. The various county assessors have been very supportive. We have a slide here coming up in a minute. I'll have Lisa, kind of our executive director who's with us. She can talk about some of the cooperation that we've done with various assessor offices throughout the state. And there are two main appraisal institute chapters in the state of California, Northern California, Southern California. We work closely between the two chapters, and we would like to work with you and make sure that your needs and what you're looking for and the recruiting efforts that you're putting in place stay in front of our members, because right now many of our members need that. Many of them are actually out looking for positions and new career opportunities on the residential side. So I think we have some unique opportunities there. Some of the conferences that we'd recommend you come to, we have these annual fall and spring conferences. Great place to have a booth there. I think we've already worked with some of your team to make sure that you have positions at some of our coming conferences so you can be out in front of the appraisal community with that. And with that, I want to turn it over to Lisa Estes, our executive director. Lisa, if you're there real quick, and you might share with the staff some of the work that we have done with the assessor offices throughout the state of California.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Paul mentioned, I'm Lisa Estes, Executive Director, Northern California Chapter. We're probably the third largest chapter in the nation, and there's probably not a chapter that does the amount of education that this chapter does. As Paul indicated, we do have a long history of a relationship with many of the assessor offices in the Northern California area. Some of your prior assessors have actually even been instructors that have taught for us in the past. And we have done both private and semi-private offerings through some of the counties where they provide the space, we provide experienced instructors, and we use our own Appraisal Institute curriculum. So, that might be a way that we can help educate more people that are coming into your offices, and then those that are already there, bringing them up to the next level, is looking at the education that the Appraisal Institute has already developed. It is approved by the BREA and also approved by the Appraisal Foundation.
Yeah, we have all the courses to take you from being a trainee, a new college graduate, to becoming a fully licensed appraiser, and I think it'd be very easy with a little cooperation between some of the BOE staff and our team to modify some of our classes along with what the certification requirements are, and I think we could help with that. It was nice to see Director Jamat here earlier, and she touched on Perea a little bit. We're excited about that as well in our industry, that an opportunity to get that work experience credit. And so as the months unfold, I think there's going to be some opportunities there. One of your assessors talked about the idea of maybe getting credit for the work done in the assessor's office. I think that's a great idea as well. As I recall kind of from the history, I think what happened was because they weren't producing kind of the traditional USPAP compliant reports that the Appraisal Foundation, who set the original qualification standards, I think that's kind of what happened. They decided that because they weren't doing exactly the USPAP compliant work, that maybe those reports shouldn't qualify. But at the end of the day, I believe what assessors do and what appraisers do are virtually identical except for the ad valorem taxation piece. But the way that you determine what a value of a piece of property is for whatever reason, those are fundamental economic principles that all appraisers real estate analysts, assessors must apply. So we are very similar, and so I look forward to hopefully having a new set of brothers and sisters in the assessor auditor team along with the appraisal community, and that we all can work to elevate our profession and the importance of, fair and transparent valuations for all. And with that, anybody have any questions for me?
Yeah, there's several here. Let me start with my co-chair, Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chandler, for your presentation. I appreciate it. And tell me what's happening. You indicated that there are private sector appraisers that are looking for employment as a result of the downturn of the market. And so how do we get that communicated to our county assessors and the BOE here, who has been searching?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, an artfully prepared direct mail letter to every residential, which would be ARAL licensed appraisers, and that list is available, I believe, through Director Jamat's office. Get that list and let people know that there are those opportunities out there, and if you can get it to them before Christmas, that would be a great thing, I think, for our industry and those folks, because it's very tough with, we all know that the financial markets have been feeling some stress.
Yes.
There's been some bank problems. There's been some slowdown in lending, and when that happens, the appraisal community doesn't have as much work to do right now.
Yes. Wonderful. That's a great idea in terms of a target letter.
I'd be happy to help draft and work with anyone who wants help on that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate it. I want to thank Lisa Estes, too, for her contribution.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just had a quick question for you on and I think you kind of touched on it, and I was just wondering what your thoughts are in terms of a future partnership between a government agency and your group, for example.
Well, we are an education provider. That's really what we do, and we're the best education provider in the appraisal industry in the nation. I think most people would agree that we have the body of knowledge and the content, and so we'd like to be able to offer that to you and to your folks, and some sort of incorporation of your certification, what you have to do to become a certified auditor appraiser mixed with what you have to do to become a licensed appraiser. Combine those education, maybe put a 5-series set of classes together. We work with the BOE so that becomes that your assessor's office can approve this particular education program. It'll be another one of the education programs that they can choose between. And if they went through our program, you have the benefit of a great body of instructors and teachers that have all been, certified in teaching for the Appraisal Institute for quite some time. And what we've noticed when we've taught for the assessors in the past, the classes that they really like to come and attend our educational offerings is when we offer what we call specialty property types. How do you appraise an airport hangar? How do you appraise a bowling alley? Those types of unique properties that have interesting economic and real estate principles together, you need to have someone who's walked down that path before. So we can incorporate specialized education that I think the assessor's offices can benefit from. And
I appreciate it. I think we have a question here. Mr. Schaefer?
Well,
it's your first question of the day, by the way, so I want you to know I'm very honored, by the way.
What?
I think this might be your first question of the day, so I'm honored, by the way.
No, you mentioned bowling alleys, that became a fad. Everybody used to bowl, and then nobody bowled. So does the physical appraisal sort of changes as the demand for the product?
Absolutely. We talk about we have 3 primary approaches, right? Cost approach, income approach, sales comparison approach. When the economics of a piece of property changes, we then have to rely more on the cost approach and more on the fundamental economics than we will on what it's actually selling for, because some may still sell as a fun bowling alley, and one may sell as the next, mini mall conversion that they have. So we have to consider
Your
all.
appraisal of a Blockbuster showroom would have been a great deal 20 years ago, but today,
That's
none of
right.
them left.
Absolutely right. Now, there are those who would like to believe that appraisers are blockbusters now, right? Because computers are going to eliminate appraisers. But by the way, I worked with the International Association of Assessors Officers in the AVM group, and while they're fantastic tools, we still need people involved in the process to oversee that process and arbitrate and make sure that it's fair and transparent for the near future.
Deputy Controller has another question.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chandler, for making your way here to Sacramento from the Bay Area, and your entire organization, and for showing up today on such an important topic. Just going back to the training question, this is a statewide agency. Do you have an example of doing some type of training more on a local level? And then my second question would be, in terms of the outreach program, are we talking about two different lanes, one for residential training and then one for commercial and industrial training? Or is that something that could be concurrent, or?
Yeah, well,
Elaborate, please.
obviously, we train on both residential and commercial side, so it's as the needs of the BOE and the assessor's offices need. And your first question was?
Just in terms
Oh,
of
in terms of
rolling
can we
out
do
a
a
training.
statewide deal? Yeah, so as the Northern California chapter of the Appraisal Institute, we've only done education in Northern California, but we have people come from all over the state. We have our big annual Tahoe conference, and that's usually a statewide California-based event. But I would suggest that we could coordinate with the Southern California chapter, and that would cover the four corners of California. So our two chapters working together in a cooperative effort with the BOE and the assessors. And again, I don't think anyone puts on more education classes than we do in real estate. We do probably 40 to 45 classes a year. The Southern Cal does exactly the same thing. So we're very experienced at training and educating appraisers.
And when you say those classes, are we saying in-person, hybrid, night classes?
Combination of above, and as you can imagine, over the last 3 years, it's moved a little bit more to, more virtual than we had in the past, but we do both virtual and live, and then there's some combination where you can have both.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
I think we're good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Ms. Taylor, what do we have next?
Yes, since it's 4:24, in the interest of time, we're going to invite all the speakers on this next item, compensation and classification issues. So we would like to introduce Joseph Vincente, Chief Appraiser, Training Division, Los Angeles County Assessor's Office. Eddie Yen, Assistant Executive Officer, LA County Board of Supervisors. The Honorable Leslie Morgan, Shasta County Assessor Recorder. The Honorable Kristen DePaul, Modoc County Assessor Recorder, and the Honorable Mr. James Rooney, Amador County Assessor.
Welcome all. Who's going to start off first?
Well, you want to start small and work up, or start with the large and work down?
Let's go
Ladies
with
first.
Let's go with the ladies first.
Okay, so am I starting then?
You're on.
Paul? But I can, okay, great. So as far as classifications and et cetera, I wasn't exactly sure what you guys were looking for from us on this topic. We, at our last assessors conference in Tahoe Palisades, we did speak about the idea of creating an interim auditor appraiser position. I think David Young brought that up, and giving the candidates 2 years to complete the requirements. And that seemed to receive a really favorable response from all of the assessors. I think that a lot of people like the idea of creating an appraiser aide in the position in order to move appraisers through the process. And so as far as like classifications, almost every county has different classifications and positions because of the vast difference in employee numbers. So I'm not sure if that's exactly what you were looking for.
We're actually open. No, I mean, whatever you want to share with us. I think the key thing that I'm hearing, and I didn't realize until this last speaker, Mr. Chandler, was talking about, that I think we're seeing a lot of appraisers that are idling, and for whatever reason, I guess they were in the private sector, which maybe they were making a little bit more money, but I think now might be interested in coming into the residential side or working for our county assessors. And I'm just wanting to get your thoughts, especially since we have several of the assessors on, what your thoughts and ideas are on maybe how we can recruit them, or at least get the word out that there's openings and possibilities for them to shift from what they're doing, what they were doing prior when things were booming on the real estate side, and now that things are kind of idling, how we could use them in the different counties throughout the state.
Actually,
Hey, Chairman Vasquez? I'm sorry, Kristen.
no, go ahead, Jim.
Go ahead, Rooney.
Okay, I want to tell you something. This issue is about compensation and money. I've never had an employee come in this office who said, I'm interested in public service. They're interested in a paycheck. They want a good paycheck. They want benefits. And, you know, this problem of hiring people is the counties, especially smaller counties, they're not gonna pay what they're supposed to these appraisers or these employees. They're gonna pay what they can pay. And there's a big difference between what you can pay and what you should pay. And it's just the way it is. And this has been exacerbated in the small counties by Prop 19. In the large counties, there's these sales of houses that have $100,000 base year value. They sell for $1.4 million. Their property tax bill goes that they receive in those large counties goes from $1,000 to $14,000 with one sale. Those people that they bring their Prop 19 or their Prop 13 value to the small counties, they buy a house for $500,000. They bring over their $100,000 base year value. They should be paying $5,000, or they could be paying $5,000, but they're paying $1,000. And are the counties going to be reimbursed for that? Some people say no, absolutely not. I'm working on something to hopefully we do get some sort of recompense in this. But basically, we got to be able to understand it's compensation. I wish we could pay more. And, you know, somebody brought up just a little while ago that there's these computer models and there's these way of doing things to be more efficient and come up with values. I'm kind of wondering if I can go to our board and say, hey, look, we're going to use some of this technology. We can eliminate an employee or two. Maybe we can eliminate 10%. Can you use that savings to pay everybody a little bit more just so that we can keep them here? That's an idea we're looking at right now. But I'm going to tell you, I believe that it is a compensation issue. Now, as far as BREA, if some of these classes would count and some of their experience would count towards them, that would be kind of a compensation issue. People would say, you know what, I am going to work for the assessor's office because I'm going to get the classes and the experience. And I think that would be a help too. And anyway, that is my concern. And by the way, the difference between small counties and big counties, it's a big difference. So I think you have at least two issues here, compensation. So thank you for listening to me.
No, I think you really hit it on the nail here when you're talking about compensation, because that's what we were hearing before. And I guess coming from a large county, I don't hear it as much, but I know folks in the smaller counties are constantly saying that. And I didn't realize it, and I think you brought it to light, you know, the whole Prop 19 issue when they're transferring their property tax from a large county to a small county. You guys are taking the hit.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
If I may just make a comment, this is Joseph Vicente, Chief Appraiser at the LA County Assessor's Office, representing large counties. Some of the ways that we were mitigating the problems with compensation is that prior to 2019, the LA County Assessor's Office classified new hires as appraiser trainees. They participated in a one-year training program, and they went through all the same training as they do now. And one of the things we did was after October 2019, we actually removed that appraiser trainee specification. And so all new hires now are hired as appraisers. This allowed us to do two things. First of all, one of the things that it allows to do is increase their starting salary. So they no longer receive the starting salary of an appraiser trainee. The starting salary now for a new hire as an appraiser starts at $54,000. And then at the top step, we pay them $98,000 after a 12 year steps. They also continue to get the same 1 year training program that the appraiser trainees receive. Obviously, this is all fully paid by LA County. And so we use that kind of as a carrot for people that are coming in brand new out of college. You're going to receive full training while you're with our office, similar to any type of new grad program that someone received for like a nursing degree or someone coming out somewhere else. We also offer an audit bonus or an audit qualification assignment bonus. So for those people that are audit qualified, once they are assigned to an audit unit, they do receive a work assignment bonus. So this is another way that we try and compete with private industry and try to recruit people into the to county government.
Yeah, thank you for that information. I think we need to be a little bit more creative. And I think Rooney hit it right on the nail when you're talking about both the compensation and then also the hit with Prop 19. So, but you know what? And he mentioned the other piece, the whole credit for the folks that are working in assessor's office. I think if we can work that angle, that might help, especially the young college student, whether it's community college or a state or a UC student that might be working or participating part-time right now in one of the assessor's office. If they can get credit for that, that might help in terms of recruiting new appraisers, especially at the level that is being paid by the counties. Any other thoughts on this end? Oh, Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Really appreciate all the big, large, and medium-sized counties for coming on and presenting before us today. I just had a question. I'll open it up to all the panelists here, just in terms of retention on how we're keeping appraisers in our offices. And I know you're like hiring them, going through the training, they're compensated, but do you care to share any strategies on how we are retaining these appraisers and making sure that they're not lost to the private sector or just moving out of state? Anybody can answer that. Thank you.
You know,
So
retention.
Sorry, Jim.
Kristen, you go right ahead.
Okay, so Modoc County is far enough away that we don't really have that issue, but I would say that one of the things that I've noticed through a lot of the more rural counties is that our benefits actually and the stability keep people in some of the smaller, more rural counties and some of the government jobs. Government is one of the biggest industries in some of these smaller rural counties, as strange as it is, but the benefits definitely and the stability of the job definitely keep our people here. Go ahead, Jim.
I was pretty much going to say the same thing. It really does boil down to compensation. And, but the more we can offer somebody, the better. You know, the way I recruit around here is when you have a small office, you meet somebody who's smart, looks like they're hardworking, and you got to tell them to apply. And it's actually worked out rather well for us here, but that's sometimes hard to do.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands or comments, thank you for your time and thank you. Oh, wait, I see a hand up. Are we able to? Oh, no, I
Hi,
guess,
this is Leslie. I'm assuming it's my hand that you saw up.
yeah, I saw it up and then it went down. So are you still on, Leslie?
Yeah, I was trying to decide because I realized that I got called up to my Board of Supervisors meeting for an emergency input, and I missed when you were asking for input. So I don't know if you want me to go over that now, but I can address part of the question you're discussing. And I will add that at least for Shasta County, I know that our benefits have been impacted a bit as well. So for us, like comparably, the city agencies here, like City of Reading, has better benefits packages, but we still tend to keep people on staff unless they have other interests, period. But our recruitments have struggled, especially auditor appraiser, as many have mentioned. And I'll say that the other thing I was looking at, and maybe it's possibly because my daughter's in the education, school psychology aspect, but with a county like Shasta, we have almost double like ACEs scores when you talk about our socioeconomic group of our children coming up in the community. And although we have a high school rate of education, we have a very low rate of college graduates. And then we get the brain drain effect of many of those just don't stay in the area. We really don't have we have Simpson College, but it's a higher priced 4-year college. So we see a lot of our talent leaving the area. Years ago, probably 8 to 10 years ago, we would get college educated staff coming in at our entry level kind of specialists, more, I'll say the clerical, the support staff for appraisers, not even in our appraiser realm. And then a lot of those transitioned to our appraisers, where lately we don't get as many qualified applicants, or, we recently hired an auditor, then they left to go into the private sector. We reached out to the second person on the list. They had already gone into a different job as well. And then you hire people who might not even pass the courses that BOE offers. So, for me, it's a huge juggling act of what happens in the right moment as to, our real property appraiser position we're going to do interviews for next week. And we have probably 6 on there that after the oral boards, my management staff is excited to interview again. So, I just think there's a lot of things that go into these decisions. I like the idea of trying to take a look at what college and partnering would look like. But I also think that the teaching the appraisal, the specific appraiser aspect is almost easier than teaching what property taxes are about and all the nuances of property taxes. So no matter what they come in with from like a fee appraiser coursework, we're still going to have a lot of work to train somebody to answer all the questions related to property taxes. But anyway, again, I apologize for not being here when you first got to me, but duty called in the boardroom, so.
No, I appreciate you at least coming back. Appreciate your comments. And I think there's another hand up. I can't quite see.
I believe it's Mr. Yen.
Oh, is it?
Yes, thank you. So I just want to bring in the perspective of the Assessment Appeals Board. So my name is Eddie Yen. I'm the Assistant Executive Office of the Board of Supervisors for LA County. I also oversee the Assessment Appeals Board for LA County, the Legislative Chair for the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials for the Clerk of the Board section, and also former LA County Assessor employee. I was the General Counsel and the Director of Operations there. Wanted to first thank the Chair Vasquez and the members of the Board of Equalization for inviting me here, and also just want to introduce the opportunity for a partnership between the Assessment Appeals Boards, the Assessor's Offices, and the BOE. I think what we're talking about a lot here is not just about whether you could train on the technical aspects of being an appraiser, but more importantly, the interest level. I think what we've seen is people who are in the Assessment Appeals Board in our department, they have an interest in property tax. But I don't even think our department has really engage with our staff on looking at what their potential future could be, maybe even as an appraiser. So I would even offer up that as we continue on with these work group planning meetings, that the assessment appeals boards, and that could be every assessment appeals board in California, that we can also be part of this conversation of building a pool of potential appraisers, not just from the private sector or the school, but even from amongst our own county departments, such as the Assessment Appeals Board. And I also was hoping to just kind of focus on talking about our Assessment Appeals Board and how our focus has been about public service and improving processes that's resulted in a NACO award, as well as being a finalist on the Granicus Digital Government Awards for digital transformation. So I look forward to any future collaboration, hoping to speak again at the September Board of Equalization meeting, where we could share a little bit more about some of the training standards, some of the ideas that we've been coming up with here at Big County, LA County. Thank you.
Appreciate your thoughts, and thank you for that. And we'll definitely follow up, both in September and probably even in October. Any other thoughts from any of the other members?
Question, if I could?
Yes, Member Gaines. Go ahead, Coach.
To the county assessors, thank you for your participation today. And I just want to focus on this private sector, the fee-based appraisers. Are you seeing more applicants from those folks for positions that you have available in your counties?
I can say Sacramento is not seeing more. We're seeing less.
Okay.
This is Jim Rooney. We don't see hardly any because they make pretty good money right now in this real estate market. And additionally, they have kind of a lot more freedom. They can work on a Friday or Saturday, Sunday if they want. And it's a good occupation. So I think there would be actually people leaving our offices to be private appraisers more than the other way around. But when the real estate market takes the dive, there's no appraising going on within the private, or very little going on in the private industry. That's when they tend to want to come to our offices, which can be helpful because doing Prop 8s when the market is going down, that's more work than just doing regular Prop 13 appraisals. So it's a mixed bag.
Okay. All right. Other comments?
Yes, as far as LA County goes, we're not seeing a big number of fee appraisers coming into the county to apply for a position. I was actually one of the few people that did the reverse, as that was mentioned. I actually was a fee appraiser, and when the market turned in 2008, I actually ended up applying for a position at the LA County Assessor's Office and got a position there. So we haven't been seeing that. Typically, I would think, as the assessor had said, because private industry actually does pay quite a bit more, it is a little bit more lucrative, and the work can be less demanding in some cases. Most people don't apply for this position. What we see typically is actually people from other county departments actually applying for appraiser positions with us.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I brought it up because we had Paul Chandler speak earlier from the Appraisal Institute of Northern California, and he had indicated that appraisals were slowing down in the private sector, but maybe it's still a little early for them to be searching for employment elsewhere. And again, when I think of the pension and benefit opportunity, there's real value there, even if your compensation is lower. And I would think that would be more important as you got older. So, I think someone coming out of college or taking the courses and applying for a job might be attracted to the private sector. But as you mature and you start looking towards retirement, I think we have some opportunities that we probably ought to be highlighting in terms of employment.
If I may, Member Gaines, that's exactly correct. In fact, I was a mid-career appraiser, and because of that, the downturn, it was the stability and the benefits that I look forward to.
That's great. Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Vicente.
Seeing no other hands or questions. Oh, I see a hand. Leslie, I think that's you.
Yeah, I was just going to add that it does seem like on the county level, in terms of our salaries, we're constantly fighting with the rest of the general fund departments. We're dealing with, for example, in Shasta County, we're getting told nearly every month to remember that any vacancy you have is going to get looked at. They want to pull those vacancies. They want to cut your staff. And a lot of the counties haven't seen that recently, but, in Shasta County, they're working on funding a jail. So they're looking for every general fund department to figure out where they can pull, $10, $20, $50, $100,000. And that's staff. I can't cut a conference and make up for that kind of money. So, we're balancing a lot of different things. And in a perfect world, the administration of property taxes would be addressed from the property tax funds before it ever goes into a pot to the state and then coming back to the county. We are the administrators, and yet there's a very small portion of our costs that get reimbursed either by the state. In a perfect world, that would come out up front, and we would then be able to manage our offices. We would be able to pay our staff and our appraisers and comparable wages, and we would be able to get the best of the staff. And when BOE comes and does samples and surveys, and they're talking about processes or procedures that get missed and how far behind we are on one area or another, all of those things would be taken into account if we were able to offer wages that were comparable and be able to pull in the best and brightest of our community in order to staff our offices. So.
Okay, thank you, Assessor Morgan. Appreciate it.
Thank you all for participating and looking forward to continuing this conversation. With that, Ms. Taylor, who's next?
I think at this point it'd be the wrap up and next steps.
Oh, we don't have anybody else?
No, I think you've given everybody an opportunity to speak.
Oh, okay. I thought we had, I know we were jumping back and forth, but.
I think we've covered everyone.
Well, actually, while we still have the assessors on the line, first of all, I want to thank you all. I know you all had real busy schedules. And we heard from Leslie. I know you had to jump off for a little bit, but I want to thank you all. And really a lot of the speakers that we had that came in, especially those that made the trip here in person, wanted to thank them for coming in. Really appreciated their input, their skill sets, and their experience they were able to share with us. I think we learned a lot, or at least I did, and I know members here in the interaction as I'm listening to the conversations and questions and comments, that I think we're making some headway here. One of the things that really jumped out at me, and it actually came at the last here with Mr. Rooney, just the whole compensation. Sometimes we forget that, or we overlook it, I guess. And that's going to be, I think, one of the biggest hurdles moving forward. But then it was refreshing to also hear from one of the members, or I think one of the staffers had mentioned that at the end of the day, while working for an assessor in one of the county offices, while it may not pay the best or compete maybe with the private sector, I think the benefits that they have and the security sometimes outweigh it, especially during these low periods or these hard, when we hit some of these hard economic times. So moving forward, I'm looking forward to crafting hopefully some language and a possible program. And, we had been talking about this emergency certificate kind of program. exploring that, especially with many of the partners that showed up today. We met some new folks that I hadn't met before, and it sounds like there's an interest, at least from those folks, to move this forward and to roll out what we think could hopefully help not only the assessors, but I think a lot of these other groups that came before us today. So looking forward for this partnership. I was really impressed with the synergy that came together today. And with that, let me turn it to my co-chair, Member Gaines, and then we'll open it up to the other members to give some wrap-up and closing remarks.
Wonderful. Yeah,
Member
thank you.
Gaines.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. I want to just thank you for all the effort and by your team in organizing all this, and my staff helping with yours. But I thought it was well done, well presented. I think we got a wide variety of very useful information. Some of the things that stuck out in my mind was I appreciate Chief Jamont and her comments in terms of trying to see if we can take a look at these curriculums that are so similar between real estate appraisers and assessor appraisers, and that if we could work on something that would give that our credit, that might draw more people to the counties and to the BOE in terms of employment. Secondly, really appreciate the presentation that was given by Jim Lancaster in looking at the different avenues through the community college system in terms of how you get folks educated. And we did talk about that extension opportunity as maybe someplace to start. And then finally, I like this idea for something that's more short term, but maybe something that could have effect, and that would be a letter to fee-based appraisers about employment opportunities through our county assessors and the BOE, because my sense is that market is changing. People are struggling to, how do you buy a home today with the interest rates the way they are? So that, in my view, that's got to be slowing down. I'm sure there's different market effects depending on which county you represent, because I think in Assessor Rooney's county, he's got folks moving from all over coming into his county, so that's unique. But I think those are the three areas that really stuck out, but there's plenty more that was presented today that we really need to take a closer look at, and I think we've made great progress for determining what our next steps are from here. So thank you.
Vice Chair Lieber, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate all of our speakers who are here in person or here digitally today. I think that every one of you added a piece to the picture of things, and I've gotten a lot of notes out of what you said. And I think that ultimately it's going to be working with the legislature to address the financial side of things, and then looking at what are the possibilities in terms of how individuals are working. Is distance work a possibility? And then a big question too is, how do you streamline the education and the qualifications without losing the quality and consistency and transparency for taxpayers? Because it's great to try to get flash forms of education, but really, where is the consistency for taxpayers? And again, I think that all this information is coming forward at a very good time for us to be having the conversations with the legislature about devoting more resources towards this. And I think, in a perfect world, the resources would be there, or they would be able to be prioritized by the boards. But as Mr. Gaines mentioned, Californians really are moving around the state as they retire or seek other housing options. And some of the lower resourced counties are ending up with a greater picture of needs and less money to meet them. So a lot of moving pieces to this, but this has been very helpful testimony today.
Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to also thank Co-Chair Senator Gaines. It's been an incredible day of progress. I'm very, very encouraged by the work that's been done. We have some action items on tap in mind. Bottom line, assessors, I want to also thank you. Assessor Wynn, you spent the whole day with us, so I really, really appreciate that. But we hear you. We understand that auditors and appraisers is vital to making California the Golden State run. We need to fill the pipeline with the next generation of talent and star power that's going to continue to do the great work of this state, and just kind of continuing to work together in a collaborative effort. I really appreciate the leadership of this Board of Equalization, too, for stepping up and hearing you and seeing you and understanding that this is a problem that needs to be solved in a relatively quick manner. So on my end, on behalf of the control, we're going to roll up our sleeves and make sure we see this all the way through. And I'm really, really excited to get it done. Thank you.
So once again, thank you all. And I forgot to mention the staffs. I think you mentioned a little bit, Co-Chair Gaines, your staff, my staff, and then even the controller. I know you had a hand in getting some of these presenters here, and just wanted to thank you for your time and energy on that. And it sounds like there might be a consensus here, so I want to throw something out. I know we can't vote on it today because this is a work group, but maybe more of a consensus from the board here that I'd like to recommend that we have our executive director maybe work with Brea here and our CAA president that's on the line as well, and to discuss or look at a partnership that they can come back to us and then maybe give it 2 to 3 months, because I know it might be tough to do it next month, but maybe look at a 2 to 3 month window here that they can hopefully come back with some suggestions, some possible programs that we could accelerate this and kind of move what we've all been discussing and what we see in terms of the need. And one, look at, I guess, possible internships, which I heard earlier, possible expanding the recruitment and retention options. And then I guess the third one is, how we, I think it was one of the speakers that talked about, putting together a program that may be non-credit at the beginning, but then could turn into something that actually turns in for credit that would give these folks, hopefully, which I heard from some of the folks that it might be already working in assessor's office, getting credit for that and to qualify for some type of certificate that then they could actually be employed as maybe a journey or a first level appraiser in these counties. I just kind of throw it kind of all in the mix, but at the end of the day, I would leave it up to our executive director in the conversation that she has with our folks here from Brea and from the president from CAA to come back and, as we heard today, to see if there's something that we can move forward in the next 2 to 3 months. Is that, am I real confusing here? Or?
You're confusing
Okay.
me. Sir, I'm sorry, sir. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Very great conversation today. Some of the comments you just made will most likely be outside of our scope as far as working with changing how the counties are hiring and providing credits to their employees. That's beyond our scope and our authority. So think about that one for a little bit more.
What I was kind of throwing this out there, and in your conversations with folks like Brea and the assessors, is to come back and maybe you'd say, hey, look, we can't do this, we could do this, we could move this a little bit quicker than we're doing now if we had the synergy between these three bodies, is what I'm kind of looking at, and I'm open.
Okay. All righty. Let me meet with the two parties.
I appreciate it.
And see what we can do. Well, let me wait until you
Yeah,
make an
officially we
official
could-
motion when you do your
Tomorrow.
report tomorrow. And I just wanted to kind of comment, it was a great conversation, and I think there may be some comparing apples to oranges when you talk about BREA and their curriculum and ours being very similar. I want to just make it really clear for the record that for at least BOE appraisers, we require a 4-year degree. I'm not sure about the counties, but we require a 4-year degree. And then when it comes to the auditor appraiser, we require the accounting degree, and that's by statute. So I don't know, when we talk about trying to fast track something or work with the fee appraisers and having, crossing over, what I saw from them is they don't always require the degree. So there's going to be some hurdles, and we're
Okay.
not completely the same. Okay. But I will wait till tomorrow because I know it's past 5 o'clock and.
No, I know. So, well, if there's a consensus, we'll put it on as a 14 item tomorrow, take it up, make the official motion, and then give you the time, one, to meet with these entities, and let's see if there's some commonality or something that we could hopefully move forward. And like you said, it may not be the full-blown appraisal certificate because of the 4-year requirement you're mentioning already, and let's see what part of it we can.
Okay, it'd be very helpful when you make the motion, if you can have it in writing.
I will.
Because I can see the ladies trying to write it down.
No.
Could I just
Remember,
put in
Gaines,
a-
if you have
yeah,
anything
just
you want to add to that, yeah.
Be nice, working with the CAA in terms of, what are their education requirements for each of their counties, so we have an idea of how much maneuverability we have, because it looks very concrete. Thank you for clarifying that in terms of the degree requirements for the BOE, and that's in statute. So not a whole lot of flexibility
Not a
there
lot of
unless we decide to
flexibility.
carry legislation and change that. But it'd be nice to know what the 58 counties are doing. And
Yes, yeah, we can
So-
talk with them. They have the same issue with the auditor appraiser series. They've been stressing their challenge with getting auditor appraisers.
right,
Especially for
and
the
we've
small
got
county.
appraisers right here, but I don't know if I want to belabor it
No.
at this hour.
Yeah, they
But we can follow
discussed
up
it
on
enough,
that.
and
Yes.
we might not have media right now anyway. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's blanking out on us.
yeah, because
Okay.
it's.
All right. Thank you.
But with that, I guess we'll officially take
And-
recess this meeting at 5:04, and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m.
No, aren't you enjoying the
Chair,
board?
I appreciated Controller Cohen being with us today.
Oh, yes.
Chair
I'm sorry.
Vasquez, you are adjourning the board work group.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's officially adjourn the work group
Yep.
at 5:04. And then our board meeting will reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.